Tweety, come here. Jack.
Hi, you guys. Ginger Cook here. John and I are back from our trip to Europe. I'm so excited to be painting some pictures, kind of share with you our trip through paintings. This is going to be what we call a marathon. We started a little bit early. Normally we start about 5:30, but we're starting at 4 today, Texas time. That would be Central. And we're going to try to do as many paintings as we can until I drop. How's that? And all these paintings that we're doing are going to be in what we call our marathon auction. John will put the auction site up on the screen so you can see it. So they'll all be, everybody will be able to own these. With just the bids start very low, $25 is what the bids are starting at. This should be a lot of fun. We're also going to be showing you our wedding videos. John and I finally tied the knot. We got married and in Georgia. And our good friends Liz and Bob Clark were the ones that put that wedding on for us. It was just the four of us. Liz is an ordained minister, and she did the ceremony. So we're going to show you the complete video of that, of our wedding, a little bit later on, so that's something to look forward to. We want to thank our moderators that are here, because this is a long stretch. We know you guys get tired or you get to, that's okay. We're going to keep going. We might even get a surprise visit from my daughter, the art Sherpa, later on, just to say hi to everybody.
Did you mention that to her?
Yeah, I did, but it just depends. She just did a big show today too and mentioned us. So we'll see. I can't promise that, but you never know. Sometimes, so stranger things have happened. But in any event, we're excited you're here. We now have over 100,000 followers. This is so way cool. And that's because of you. And so you hope you'll hang in there with us. We're going to take you through our tour of Europe just by painting and talk about some of our experiences. We're going to cover some things like Donkey Hill. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I got to get that. I got to get that photo.
And wait till you there's so much in store for you today, and painting tips and things along the way too. So let's get started, John.
Let's do that. Let's slide over to the main system there.
All right, this is a color chart we use in all our videos, and it helps you understand the colors we're using. We've got cad yellow light, cad yellow medium. This is a cadmium orange. This one's like a marigold. This is a magenta, cad red medium, burnt umber, burnt sienna, ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, Payne's gray, zinc white. That's different than titanium, you guys, for those that maybe are new. Zinc white is your transparent white. You kind of see through it, like, say, wax paper. You can kind of see through it, where as opposed to a white board. So that's very important. If you don't own zinc white, that's something you really want to make sure you put in your palette. You can't make it any other way. We suggest you get it. We don't sell paint, by the way, but we suggest you get it anyway. And titanium white. So those are our colors. And we're going to start off with in Georgia, and then we're going to go to Malta.
kind of going backwards here, aren't you, lady?
Well, we're sort of doing. I tried to do these paintings in the order of the colors we're using in them, so we're skipping all around, not necessarily.
Yes, the companion piece from this came from where?
Malta.
Malta. There you go.
So this is the first picture we're going to be doing here. So these are 9x12 Pro canvas boards. These are not just cardboard. This is a little masonite. It's been treated with several coats of canvas that's been adhered to that and then sealed, and they're called Protunes. Jerry's Artorama makes them. They're very easy to frame, and they're very, very nice quality. And we're going to a little bit 6x8s, and this is a photograph that I took. We were married just around the corner from this in this little park. Now, something I want to mention is you'll notice that the tree that comes across there, this is one of the tip I'm going to give you, number one. Just because it's in the photo, don't put it, okay? Because that just kind of makes, it's not a big X, like don't do that, right? Yeah. So what I want to do, we're not going to trace this on, but we will have the reference photos in our Academy on our website for orange. Let's see, what's members and above, John? Orange, right?
Yeah, this will be orange.
Yeah, and then there's like a little creek right here. And then the rest is there's some trees like this. kind of like that. Like that. That's what you got here. That just pretty much, that's our bake. Okay,
You
but what's
don't have to be
interesting,
overly precise on landscape, guys.
not so much. And you'll notice, look at the light. See, the light's coming from this direction, and it's hitting this tree here and this one. So this tree is casting a shadow. See that? Okay. So everything's good, right? So while I'm getting started here with that, let's go ahead and start. Now we already have a photo, so we're going to try and be a little more artistic. These are some new brushes that Cinnamon gave me. I don't know anything about them. They're the newest ones from Raphael, and they never made these before. And you can't buy them yet, but we're going to try them out. And she said I could give my honest opinion. They sent them to me for my honest opinion. But we think they're kind of neat. Cinnamon has a set too. We don't know. So
It's a D shape. Is what it is.
It's a D shape. It has a very nice spring to it. I'm going to try it for the sky. So I'm going to start with white and a little tiny bit of phthalo blue and a tiny bit of like a drop of magenta. Let's come on up here like this, and I'm doing this little X pattern. I'm going to do little X's, kind of overlapping X's. Yes and yes. So we're going to do that again.
We'd like to thank Mary Mitchell for the donation that came in through Super Chat with a guy with a cup of tea, it looks like.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary.
That's wonderful. I'm so glad you're here. Who's one of our mods are here, I hope, some of them?
No moderators are here today. They goofed off today. No,
Okay.
just kidding. We have moderator Liz 1 and 2, Judy, and I believe I saw Miss Mona is in the house.
Yeah, and what's cool is that this year is the first year we ever did calendars, and
we'll show this to you a little later.
We'll show this a little later. And Mona got hers because the calendars are made in Europe, and we thought it was crazy to
ship it over here and ship it back.
To ship it over here and then ship it back when she had a much better chance of getting it in her, if we didn't do that. So now we're going to get in a little zinc white here, and we're going to add a little bit of white here, and we're just a little bit of wispy cloud. See what I'm kind of doing that? Kind of a little bit of texture here. Just kind of here. Let's see. Where's my paper towels? Do we have paper towels and rags and stuff?
Ooh.
All right, here's a little zinc white because that wasn't bright enough. Or rather, titanium is zinc white. All right, so you see I'm using the side of my brush and just suggesting some swirly clouds. I'm just using the side of this, you guys, just like this. See that? And just barely touching it. Kind of making like little U shapes, but not kind of at an odd angle like that. So there's our kind of Van Gogh kind of sky. What do you think? We'll bring that down. And remember, one of the things about landscapes is the sky gets lighter down toward the horizon than it is up at the top. So that's the sky, okay? So now normally I would dry that, but this is going to be a little bit different. I'm going to rinse the brush, and I think we'll come down and we'll do the ground while that's drying, okay? So what you want to do when you're doing the ground is what's the color underneath the color underneath the color, and that would be kind of a dark purple. So we're going to take a ultramarine blue and magenta and a tiny bit of burnt umber, and we're going to come up here like this, and doing the same fun little brush strokes. We're going to do that, and that's ultramarine blue, magenta, and a tiny bit of burnt umber. And I'm just going to say that that's our, that's going to be kind of where the dirt is.
The dirt.
That's what's on the ground, and then the leaves. See, the dirt, and then the leaves are on top of it. So this has to be happily drying. See, it's supposed to unhappily drying, right? So we have to tell you that we learned some things when we were traveling, because we ended up going to Greece and Spain and Italy and Portugal
and France.
And did we go? I don't think we went to France.
Yeah, we did.
Was that France?
That was France. The one guy that we took took us around to the big fountain and everything.
Oh, Marseille. Was that France?
They said it was France.
Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry.
You were there, weren't you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude, you're right. That was France, right? Oh, yeah, and I remember speaking French to him in the car because I remembered a little French from
Right.
school.
That's how we were able to
Oh,
communicate.
gosh, that's right. Well, I just blocked that out. It's just don't know why, but France, yeah, we went there too. So, and we learned a lesson because, you know, the thing of it is if you go to a new place and you've got a limited amount of time to go, your tendency is to try to do every day, do something. Every day you got to do something. Well, about the fourth day of that, and you're thinking, oh my gosh, I don't think I can do another thing. I can barely move. Getting up at 6 in the morning and tromping around old ruins and stuff, you know, was fine the first day, and the second day it was getting a little more challenging. By the third day, I kept looking for benches instead of landmarks. Where can I sit now? I kept going on the trail going, where's the next place to sit? No kidding. Gosh, you know, maybe if I limp a little more, maybe these people will slow down. Why is everybody walking so fast? It was that kind of thing, right? All right, now I want a little dark green, so we're going to start with ultramarine blue and yellow oxide. We're going to come up here a little bit more, and maybe a little bit of magenta, ultramarine blue, and let's try yellow. There you go, that's good. Now, a little more blue, a little blue maybe. I want something blue. Oh, there we go. This is sort of a dark green. This is our darkest colors. We're just putting in the darkest first. Maybe a little bit more of this color. All right, so there we go. So it's the same kind of funny swirly brush strokes. A lot of times when you start paintings, they look like nothing. And then you're thinking, well, how is she ever going to make anything out of all of that? But the secret is you always start with the darkest colors first, and you layer on top. It's not like like a watercolor where you do just the opposite. You know, it's very confusing to try to do watercolor and acrylics at the same time. You know, like one day you do acrylics and the next day, I know Cinnamon can do it, and I admire her for it, because the tendency is to just get it mixed up. I mean, I can barely remember what country I visited. I can't get too crazy with I can't switch stuff too fast. But anyway, maybe you can. But that's my personal advice. And, you know, since you're here, you must want a little of it. Any questions, John?
Any questions? Yes. Can we see your ring?
Yes. Here's the rings.
Oh, should we zoom in? Wait.
Yeah. I wish I could have gone and got a manicure and done something perfectly awesome, but I didn't, so.
What were we going to do awesome?
Well, the thing of it is that the minute John and I got back, we went and got that flu shot, and I spent the day in bed yesterday, that last flu shot. I could barely move.
We had to have it 14 days before we take off on the honeymoon.
Yeah, because we're leaving in Australia in less than 2 weeks, and so anyway, these are emeralds and diamonds, and this one is the emeralds, and this one is the emerald and diamonds. This is the actual wedding ring. That's the engagement ring, and we got that in Colombia.
Yep.
So I just dropped the brush, but do I still have a picker upper?
Yeah.
Oh, I've got one up here. If you guys don't have one of these, they are so handy. I have one by my bed. Well, I used to have one. Cinnamon's moved into the house, and she took mine, but that's all right.
It'll magically appear again.
It'll magically appear if I whine. She'll bring it back. Oh, did you want that back? Well, I don't know what you thought. Maybe.
I was thinking about it.
You know, things roll off. You got to bend down to get them.
Right.
I remember
Keep
my
track
mother.
of where you are, because I got to go get the Donkey Hill picture.
It's so funny because my mother, when I was a kid, she'd say, would you bend over and get that? And I always thought she was just lazy, but now I get it. You know, just going, oh, yeah. So we're going to bring this up here. I'm not going to make this as thick. Just kind of turning this a little bit dark. See, like that? And this is, now the thing is that if I want to do anything else with this, I could do a little of the lighter green, which I could do. I could take a little cad yellow light, for instance, and a little bit of, that is zinc white, right? And I know that I want something lighter up here on these bushes where the light's hitting it. And because this is wet, see, I'm not just using zinc white and cad yellow light. I'm mixing zinc white, cad yellow light, whatever color I have underneath this, because it's still wet. Does that make sense? So you got to think about that when you're doing that. I want the darker colors underneath, and I want something a little grayer, so I'm going to take some white and phthalo blue. I want something a little more gray-green here than that, as opposed to yellow-green. Pay attention to whether something is a gray-green or a yellow-green. Okay? So that's our bank here.
I need a bigger table.
Yeah, and then just going to come on up, and this is our first layer here. And like that.
All
Okay.
right, Sammy, how are we going to do this?
So now if I want this even lighter, I'll take some zinc white and do that. Let's see, I want to, the thing is if you're doing that, and then you got to wipe the brush off, because it's like mopping a floor with dirty water, then you just spread dirt all over the floor. So every once in a while, you've got to make sure your brush is kind of clean. I don't want to rinse it, but I can just get some, maybe just a little bit of white here.
I'm liking how that's looking already.
And I'm going to lighten this up. And if I'm not getting the results...
Ooh, there's flooding going on in Australia.
Oh, no.
Hope you're not going where the flooding is.
We're going to be in Sydney, and we hope we get...
Yeah, we keep going to Sydney.
We have the cruise that keeps going back to Sydney, so we hope at some point, if you're anywhere near that area, we get a chance to meet you. We know I think we get off on the 9th of January, and we'd love to, we have a day before we have to get to fly home, and that'd be a perfect day to meet some people, too. So, all right, let's just get a little bit dark.
How long did it take you to drive home from Georgia? I did it in 12 hours. It was all downhill.
Yeah. And if we hadn't been in such a hurry, Judy, we really thought about stopping by and surprising you, but we had to get back. And but our thought was there.
And thoughts do count. They
count, Judy. So we really gave it some serious thought. I said, maybe we could surprise Judy. But then, I don't know, maybe that's not a good surprise. Hello, we're here, hi. And you're going, oh my God, they came, they didn't tell me anything. So you probably...
Yeah, that's how we are.
Probably figure you had a lucky escape. All right, now that has to dry. Now that could be drying with a hairdryer, or we could just put it away and go to the other picture, see, which is what I tend to do. So our next picture, again, this is Malta. And we were driving around, and there's this beautiful tree and kind of a view of the water through the bushes and these branches and everything. And I thought, let's paint that. So,
I love those brush strokes of this layer.
I like this brush, by the way. It's a very nice brush for
now,
this.
You do have the other one.
Yeah, there's another one, but I just sort of was playing with this. All right,
that's all right.
So this one is, I want a little bit lighter, because you see the sky's kind of light back up in here. So I'm going to just take I'm just going to kind of do something like this. You can't see that, can you?
I can. Can you see? You're the one who needs to see it, but yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, I'm just going to kind of do... Well, I can't see that either, so hooey. Well, I know what I'm doing. Enjoy. Let's see. Let's get a little bigger brush for this. Here's one of my angle brushes. I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to start off with not a wet brush, with a damp brush. And I want to have it a little bit of Payne's Gray, titanium white, and a little bit of ultramarine blue. And I want to come up here like this. A little tiny bit of phthalo in that. There we go. That's sort of a nice kind of a grayed sky color, isn't it?
Judy said if we came by, we'd have to clean her condo. So we dodged the bullet on that one.
Oh, boy. So, anyway, here's my little bit bluer here, the Payne's Gray. There we go. And then we're going to come on down here like this. Just I already start off with a blue canvas, so I don't have to do too much. And let's try a little bit of this zinc white over here. How about titanium? As I come down in this area, I'm just going to lighten it up. Okay. So there's not a lot to the sky at this point. It's just we want it lighter. Now here's what I want to do. We're going to do a little color surprise here. So a little phthalo blue, tiny bit of yellow. Make like a robin's egg blue. Okay, and then white. There we go. Let's do that. Ooh, that's pretty. Now, that's a lot of paint on the brush. I'm going to wipe all that off. And now, also I'm going to use is the whatever's left. That's a tiny bit of this on here. And I'm going to come up here like this. And I'm just going to add a little bit of this color up here.
Ooh, Black Diamond says, Ginger plus Don. Yeah, Don, that better be good. Ginger plus John equals joy to the heart.
Oh.
New math. Without numbers, you could do that one.
Oh, that's cool. You saying something about my math skills again? Wait.
The art Sherpa is in the house.
Hey, Cinnamon!
You can hear you yelling downstairs.
I know. I know. Okay, so here we go. So there's the sky. Let's take a little bit of this light color. You really don't see much of the water, but there was some water down here. This real pretty water. So we're gonna change brush direction and say that's water. Don't you think that's cool? We're just gonna say that because we've changed brush direction, we're now suggesting that's water as opposed to sky.
Well, I like that.
And then I'm going to do is I'm going to wipe the brush. You see that? Now I'm going to come up here and I'm going to cement the idea of sky more because I'm going to using the side of my brush.
Is the happy couple still traveling?
Yeah.
Well, now.
Now we're home. That's why Cinnamon's
We're
downstairs.
home for a couple of weeks, and then we're off on the honeymoon.
Yeah, we're home for
going down under.
And let's just put a little bit of this in the sky like that. We've got a lot of dark in this because of the trees and everything, so we're just gonna. There we go. So we're just gonna say that that's the dark area. All right, so down in there. Now, this is an interesting picture. See this right here? This is interesting. And
wait! I didn't get to see it.
See this right here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, why is it interesting?
So the reason this is interesting is because it's got all these greens in it. If you're not doing this, you ought to. How's that? And you're going to do what, Ginger? Well,
yeah.
What you want to do is you want to sit there and say, I know, I've got some greens. What are they? So I know I've got an olive green, which means I'm going to take ultramarine blue and cad yellow medium, and I'm going to make an olive green. All right. And that's kind of this color in here. Do you see that? Now, I want to go lighter than that, so I might take a little bit of white and cad yellow medium with it. And I know I'm going to want a lighter green. Do you see that? That's slightly lighter than this one. See that? Yeah. And then I know I'm going to want a darker green. So if I took some burnt umber, yellow oxide, and ultramarine blue, there we go. Let's do a darker green. See that? You guys see that that's a darker kind of foresty green?
Yep, very much so.
See? And then there's one kind of sort of in the middle with that. So let's take a look at this. There's one that's kind of this color. There's a little bit of that color. I think I want one more green. So let's take yellow and phthalo blue this time. And let's take a little bit of orange and put it in there. Cad orange. More yellow. We need a lot more. We need to dump a lot more yellow into that. Let's try yellow oxide. All right, so there's another green. If I put a tiny bit of something with a little more red in it, there you go. There's another. Those are the greens that you're going to want in this picture. So take a moment when you're painting something and notice what the colors are, before you start. Kind of, and I guess this is against purple, but you see what I mean. So you want at least this darker green. You want some of these other greens. That's going to be your highlight color. So if you know that, that's going to be helpful. Yes, yes, and yes. So that being said, the sky is kind of a bit wet to do much of this. Let's see what we can do. We know we're going to want.
We've got a couple questions here, boss. I can slip in.
Yeah.
Has Ginger stopped using Salvador paints? No, we use those when we travel now. Yeah. Thanks for asking.
We don't give those away anymore. We really haven't heard from the rep in the longest time.
We're not sure she's still with us. We don't know what happened. Ginger, do you sand those Proton boards? Ginger can say no, she doesn't, but John does.
Oh, you do?
Yes. Yep.
Yes, John does.
You got to knock them down. I thought Cinnamon was in Ireland shortly. She's shooting for January.
They had to make sure they had all the correct paperwork.
They need all their ducks quacking.
And so what they needed to have happen there, let's see, I think I can use a bigger brush for that. As you notice, I'm making my darkest green right now, so a little bit of blue and brown.
Where are you? Oh, you're over in the corner. I see.
Here, I can move this over there. Part. Here, I'm doing all the dark colors, see?
Yeah.
Because I know all this is dark.
I was losing you for a second.
And then, because everything is built up on top of this dark base, because remember I told you that's your underpainting color? And since it's all going to be dark in here, I don't have to get too crazy, but it's really kind of I'd almost like a little purple in that. So let's take a little ultramarine blue and magenta and put a little of that color in there too. That's pretty. Okay, and then how about up in here? Okay, all right. So Now, more has to happen. Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, but this is still wet, so we can't do that, right? So we're not to get you too confused. Some people hate that. If you want a straight step-by-step lesson, go to our academy, and that's how we mostly on a marathon we do all kinds of painting.
We do two at a time.
We do two at a time. So you gotta kind of
hang in there with us.
Kind of hang in there with us, right?
It's not hard. I mean, we try to get two pictures that are very similar.
Yeah, so that we can be playing with the similar colors, right? And I've got my iPad so I can kind of see what I'm doing here, right?
Hopefully.
So, let's see, it's this picture right here, okay? So, again, I'm doing this one, this one, that would be this one. I'm doing that in the Van Gogh style. And if I turn this, will that flip around? Yeah, look at that. I always use an iPad so I can kind of blow up areas and see what's going on.
See what you're doing.
All right, so...
Another question, was the Australia trip always a honeymoon trip? It was the first time we tried this, so yes.
We just couldn't get over there.
No, last time we were scheduled to go, then COVID hit.
Yeah, and then we weren't... the Australia trip was kind of... was one of those things where we just thought we'd have to really wait to be able to do it. And then we're going on a Carnival cruise ship, and we got an email from them, and they said, how would you like to do 12 days in Australia, New Zealand with a balcony and $200 onboard credit for $4 a person? And I said, oh, come on, John, read this. That's not what I read. I said, that's for like the 10 days. It's $4 for each of us. And he goes, yeah, that's what it says. And we called him up and said, is that what that says? Because it was like, sometimes people type things and God knows they meant $400 or whatever.
Yeah, didn't really mean to do that.
And it turned out that this Australia trip was it's like practically free. And I said to John, and then we got to looking, and they had the same ship had another cruise, and they were all there wasn't one that was more than $200. And we're talking inside cabin on some of them, but that's all right. Just you
don't hang around.
We don't do it. We don't. Not a balcony for all of them. And I said, I wonder if how many of these would, the big expense is getting on the airplane, getting over there. So we were looking at that, and I don't think anybody's heard this story, but we were looking at that going, because sometimes things are too good to be true, and you just think that can't be right. So we started calling Carnival, their website, and said, what's the story with this? Is that right? And the lady said, yeah. So I said, well, so between the two of us, we were able to book 7 cruises all back to back. Some were 3 days, some were a week, a couple of them were 10 days, like that, right?
It's a big mix.
Like 48 days.
It's over the holiday.
Over the holidays. Then Thanksgiving through Christmas to go on January 9th. And then we started figuring out, so basically, we really just had to pay taxes. And, not even port fees, just taxes. And then we discovered that if you own Carnival stock, for every cruise you go on, if you have 100 shares, they will give you anywhere between $50 to $200 onboard credit. So, I'd kind of known about that before, but I wasn't sure how that would be, and so we checked, and their stock was down to like $10 a share, and we figured out that we'd get most of the money back if they just gave us the money on all those cruises, which they did, and so basically we've gotten all over $800 back from just buying those shares. We've already got that back.
Yep. Okay. We'll have the rest of it by the end of next year.
The rest of it by the end of next year. So, we weren't buying stock because we don't own any stock. We weren't buying stock for any other reason that it looked kind of free, right? And this is that light yellow and a little bit of green cast to it. So then we're going, well, this is cool. So we applied that. Now, we have been using the same, telling you all my secrets, you guys. It's just,
Doing the same way?
I'm telling them all my cruise secrets, right?
I can't believe you're doing that. You're writing a book.
Well, I am writing a book, and I will detail more of that in the book. But basically, if there's a Cruises Only is the only travel agency I know of that says if you stay with them for several cruises, I think you do 10 trips with them, any kind of trip, could be something. If you book 10 trips with them, then for every cruise you do, you get $100 on board. They guarantee the price to be as low as ever, and they give you $100 on board credit. So by the time we figured out how much this trip was going to cost us, they practically paid us to go there. Out of that, we had to just get there on the airplane, right? So that is the genesis of how we ended up going to Australia, which I think is kind of neat. Don't you guys think so?
I think so. I like it.
Okay.
So that's how we get into Australia. And we did the airplane. Did you do that one with points? No, that one we had to pay. We had to buy the airplane ticket.
We had to buy the airplane ticket.
But now we have points to get over to Europe for next year.
So that's how John and I, figured that we want to.
Why we still can.
Well, we still can.
I mean, it's so often you see, on these cruises, different people, we just see them single. And they always say, well, my husband was going to bring, take me, my wife and I, we were going to go, and things like that. And
yeah, by myself. It's all very sad because, stuff happens. I mean, you don't want to say anything, but stuff happens, right? And so we just, that's, you can always stay home, but we've got enough painting material now to be able to stay home. See how I keep adding the light on top?
Apparently, your daughter did not use these brushes, so you're the first one in the world to be using these live brushes.
Oh, this is a nice landscape brush. I don't know, just really nice.
You might say, what's the brand?
This is a Raphael, and it's a Textura, and
it's called a D.
A D brush, and it's really cool.
Now, there's two of them. She'll bring out the other one a little bit later. It has more furries. I bet it'll come out with the animals, would be my guess.
Yeah, we'll be doing a couple of cats later on. If you want to
we have a cat,
if you want a sneak peek about what we're going to be painting, go to our auction site because John's put up the reference photos.
GingerCookAuction.com. And speaking of that, we need to thank a few people that have sent in some donations through the PayPal system. We would like to thank Joan and Catherine and Miss Judy. This is a wedding gift. Enjoy a nice dinner out while home in Houston. Love you both. May you have many happy years together. Thank you, Miss Judy.
Thank you. Thank you very much, you guys.
And Sharon, and I think that was the last one for now. Those all came in through the PayPal system. Thank you very much.
All right, so now I've got this background. You see the forest is kind of getting in there, right? Then I want a little bit of this darker, maybe almost a darker reddish brown.
A lot of people say just leave it now. We'll take it like it is.
Okay, that's a thought, right?
I don't know. I want to see the trees go into it now.
Yeah, here's some trees that are starting up in here. I'm just putting it in. This is a fun brush, Cinnamon. I got to tell you, if you're still watching, this is a fun brush.
Now, are you using just a flat side, or have you been flipping it both sides?
I kind of been using the edge and just mostly the flat side, and I've just been sort of, kind of rocking it back and forth as I touch it.
What you've got is it's flat on one side, and it's like a filbert on the other. It's puffed up.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a dual purpose.
This was not quite that white, but we're going to keep adding the lights here as we go on up. You got to just kind of keep layering it. All right, so that's, and I like it because you can do some very impressionistic brush strokes with this. And some of these leaves are they're kind of going to be fitting in back between the trees here, like that. So I'm just going to put that up there like that. Let's get something a little more green. There we go. Remember, you can mix colors on the canvas too. It's all right to do that. All right, so let's leave that one alone. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, let's start with this one. Okay, so this is dried enough where we can now go ahead and draw in our tree, which it's going to end about here and start about here. And do I need some thicker chalk, or what do I got? Here. Now, the disadvantage of using like a new pastel chalk is it's like trying to paint over sand, so that's the disadvantage. But the advantage is you all can see it. So here's our tree. Remember, the trees tend to be wider at the bottom, thinner at the top, right? There's the tree is the main part of the subject here. It's coming up like this. Then there's this going on here.
Where can we get the brush?
Well, Cinnamon will have them
soon. It's a brand new brush. Factory fresh.
And they're experimenting and aren't we the? Wait a minute.
Like Cinnamon said, you're one of the first to even do it live and in person.
I need this to curve this way, kind of like that. There you go. All right. So now I'm gonna. Again, this is my tree. Well, obviously it's my tree, but. No. All right, let's take some ultramarine blue and some magenta and paint it purple. Okay, so we're going to start with the purple tree. When you're going, wow, well, I want that color in there somewhere. Might as well put it in here, right? So this is just using this brush here. Okay, so there's our purple tree. You're going, huh? Well, I know. But now I'm going to wipe the purple off, and then I'm going to get some burnt umber, ultramarine blue, because that's probably my darkest color. And I'm going to tap that over it like this. One of the things you want to remember is try to avoid outlining. If you've got, if you've kind of drawn something in so you can see it, then be sure you're covering that up. Let's take a little bit of burnt umber with that. Get some redder colors in there. Just using the side of the brush now. And it's really the darkest right up like this. It's doing that. Then it's got these neat branches going up like this. There's one that's coming up here like this. Can I tap that in? Let's just see what, I'm kind of lazy. I always like to see if I've got a brush I can do everything with. I'm the first one that'll go, oh, great.
Look what I can do. It's not going to give you fine as a line as the angle brushes.
No.
That's not what you're going for on this one.
No, I really don't need that, see? I just need to have kind of a knotty old branch.
Deborah would like to know, how long is this supposed to be?
What, the marathon?
Yeah.
Till I drop.
Yeah.
I'll just keep painting stuff till I drop. Wait, I'm going to take you around Europe and tell you about our stuff, right? So this is kind of what we're doing.
Now, where
here.
do you think this is? Because we did not go to Malta. That's that other M word.
Wasn't Mallorca?
No.
What's that island thing?
Well,
I can't remember. We went to France. Where was this, John? It should say on the photos. Is that supposed to say that on the photos?
I would have to bring it up. If I'm right in the middle of doing the Donkey Hill thing, I need to do the Donkey Hill thing.
Okay, so I'm going to sit there and say I've got some other branches coming up here like this. I'm just going up and down and tapping now to get this. I'm not drawing the line. I'm just tapping it in to get these lines in here. Okay. Because and then I'll use some other branches.
It was Malaga.
Malaga. Well, there you go.
Liz too has a whole schedule. So she would always she'd say, "Where are you?" Go. You tell me.
Oh, is that how it happened? Oh yeah. Well,
Liz kept me, I had no idea where I was.
No,
all I know was get up before the sun, go on the excursion, get lots of pictures, and tell me about it.
That's right. And what happened is that I needed, on a cruise ship, they understand people have these problems. And so what they do is they every day they change the elevator and they tell you what day it is, which was helpful.
But didn't tell me where I was.
No, we didn't know where I was.
Which would have been more helpful.
Would have been, yeah, I didn't know where I was anymore. Just, where are we?
But it was fun.
And, but this, I have a kind of a long history of stuff like that. Even when I was a kid, I took this teenage trip to Europe when I was 14. We'd gone for a couple of months. I was the one they always had to say, does Ginger even know what country we're in yet? Has she figured out where we are? Ginger doesn't even know. Is she paying attention? I needed to know back in those days because the money kept changing. I had money for one country and didn't work in another country, and that was before visas. Not that they would have given a 14-year-old kid visa card anyway, I don't imagine. But anyway, that was the story with that. Now what you see what I'm doing is I'm tapping in the branch. It's kind of the bushes here, see? So we're starting to get this in here. Let's see, let's get this a little more green. Let's a little bit more green, dark green. There we go. Now, I don't want a straight line. I want odd little uneven. I don't want little lumps of bumps. I want everything should be kind of uneven. And you can always come back. If you get too much, you can come back with blue and poke some holes in your stuff. But we want to suggest that the tree all came down like this. There you go. So we've got it's kind of bringing us down. And then there was something kind of dark in here. That was just trying to make smaller.
Tammy says, if you two were on the Amazing Race, you would lose the memory challenges at the roadblocks.
Oh, yeah, that would get us.
No doubt.
Oh, then they'd want us to eat worms or something, and we'd still be sitting there staring at the plate because, I don't know. I think in the we would follow directions. We're very good at that. At least we'd find the places because it would say take train A, and we would take train A. We're good about that kind of stuff.
Part, but don't have us remember where we've been.
Yeah, I don't know where we've been.
We have phones that do that for us.
Yeah, we do. All right, so you see now we've got that sort of laid, that's sort of laid in for us, right? Oh, good. So we're going to leave that, yes and yes. I want this to curve more this way. As I'm watching, I'm looking at my, oh, no globs, please. I want this to curve more this way. There we go. All right, so we just tap that in. Now, leaving that, coming back to this. Perfect. Now, this is where we're going to go probably do an angle brush because we want to put our other trees in. So switching places. Now, got some Payne's Gray here with a little more ultramarine blue. And what I want to do is I want to tap in my tree, not drawing it in, I'm tapping it in so that it's a little bit more wiggly. We're just going to suggest some trees in here. Then we've got a main one that's right here. Now, one thing you can do is you can kind of put like a dot, and then you can kind of say, I want it to end there, and it's got to kind of go there. So sometimes you can put a few marks where you need something to go so you don't get confused. And we're going to say, there's our bigger tree. And again, I'm just tapping that in there. And then it, up at the top, branches out a bit. Just again, tapping. There's a tendency to want to just, draw it in, right? Like use your brush and just draw it in. But sometimes the tapping can be pretty effective. And particularly if you squish your brush occasionally, reshape it. Remembering that trees have shoulders that the branches get thinner as they go out. So you want to make sure that you've done that. Now I've got another tree that starts here and comes up
PJ
this
would
way.
like to know, would gel be a good choice to be using with this painting?
Gel?
Yeah.
I don't know, because I think the problem would be, PJ, is that it would take, you'd have to just come back every once in a while. You could do it with gel, but you'd have to come back because it takes a long time for gel to dry. So, but it would be very interesting if you had the patience to do it with gel, sure. You know? So here's this tree here comes down a little lower. And then we've got over on this side, we've got a suggestion of trees up over here that they act as sort of a block to your eyes going this way, and these trees bring your eyes back. And then there's kind of on this one, there's some branches that come back that way, but we're not going to talk about them too much. I'll tell you, this is Liz Clark, who did our wedding. This is this paradise that she lives in there in Georgia. And it's impressive. That is the most, it's like their house is like tucked in. They don't see the neighbors. It's tucked into like a campground, and everywhere you look, there's gorgeous trees. And then also, when you're doing trees, make sure you're coming to the top, all the way off the canvas. Okay?
Liz married us, not Bob.
Yes, Liz is the ordained minister.
Bob was the chauffeur, guitar player, cameraman, sound man.
And cheerleader.
And my bachelorette party buddy.
Oh, yeah, did the bachelorette party. Which consisted of one cute waitress at lunch, which both of them were very enamored with.
Amber.
Seemed to me.
We liked Amber.
Yeah, everybody thought that.
She was smart.
Yeah, because she knew how to flirt with you two. She was brilliant.
Hey, paid off.
Yeah, sure. What's not to like, right? Okay, so I'm going to let that dry for a minute, and then I'm going to go ahead and put in the leaves and stuff, right? So we're going to tap on
A little fall colors.
some fall colors here, and a little bit of burnt sienna rather. I don't want this too bright, but we're going to go ahead and tap in some leaves and just keeping it. Brush direction is everything. So you don't want things going this way. You want everything sideways, like Morse code. And let's take a little magenta and red. Let's take some leaves and alter the colors. I'm going to weave those in. See? Already it's getting prettier, right?
Indeed.
And leave some of the other colors showing through. Like a little bit ultramarine blue and magenta is a pretty purple color. Take some zinc white with that. There you go. So we'll put that in there, and this will all kind of go sparkly. We got there just in time before the leaves started to turn brown. They had peaked a little bit the day before.
Yeah, but it was really wet.
Yeah, it was really wet and lovely. There was a deer that joined us for our wedding. Well, two of them. He had a friend that didn't want to stay, but there was a bunch of deer. And that was really fun. And
it was a good time, was had by all.
It truly was. You can kind of see how we're doing that now. Don't want anything that bright up top, but I could get a little bit of, say, burnt umber and yellow oxide, and put a little bit of this color up here, just in these trees, not too much. Don't take away too much, but up there like that. And a little bit more of the yellow. There you go. This is yellow oxide. And I want to come in front of this tree a little bit too. Remember, branches grow in front of trees too. They just don't stick up with branch. You got to suggest.
Is that true?
Yeah, it's true. Well, people don't think about that, John, when they're painting. They don't realize that the branches are coming in front too. I'll tell you what, when Cinnamon and I, some years ago, we went to France to paint, and it was fall then too. And fall is one of my favorite times of year to paint things. because everything is so vibrant and beautiful. Okay, so we got that like that. So it's coming along, yes and yes. Now, it was in dark colors. I want to go into a few more light colors. So I want to pull some light across here like that to suggest that this tree is shading that, right? And let's see now, I want some light color here on this trunk. Let's see. Let's see, I'll put a little bit of that color, and then don't want it to be all that same color. So here's a little dark brown, that's like burnt umber color. Here's a little zinc white. And I think I'm going to change this a little bit and put the light over here because that's where it's coming from, on this side of the tree. And then we'll put there's a little light coming on this one too. What we're doing now is just turning on the lights. Yes and yes.
Gwen would like to know, have you purchased any interesting art stuff lately? Equipment.
No, we've been traveling. We've been in Europe, Gwen, we've been gone for almost 2 months, and we've been, and we just said at the beginning of the show that we've just been gone a long time, and we've been doing all this fun stuff. And now we got to lighten up this up in front here like this. See how we had to let some of this dry first so we could get the really light colors.
Hey, I'd like to thank everybody that's been wishing us well wishes and congratulations. We have been a little busy since we got back to greet and thank each of you for doing that.
And like I say, when we got back, the first thing we did was go get a flu shot.
Not the flu shot, the next
not a flu shot, the COVID shot. That one.
You have to have 14 days before you take off again.
So we had to get that. And I didn't really get sick. I just got tired and achy, and just spent the day in bed. Just did a little bit and got really tired. I'm going to go up here with a little bit of brighter yellow now. Green. Now my brush is kind of dirty, so when I want to.
10 p.m. in Scotland right now.
What time?
10 p.m. It's 3:20 in India.
Do we have people from India and Scotland?
We have Jan and E.
Hey, guess what? Well, in India, but what about Scotland?
Lynn Robertson.
Lynn, we're going to be in Scotland maybe next year.
Yeah, we're supposed to.
So we'll talk more about that. I'm adding a few more just background trees.
This is really coming really along nicely.
Yeah, it's kind of it's sort of a fun painting, isn't it?
Yeah. It was a good start to the marathon.
The marathon, huh?
10 p.m. in England. That's Nikki. 11 p.m. in Sweden. It's 11 p.m. for Lorraine down in Malta that we thought we went to, but we didn't. One of us thought we went there.
Yeah,
well, we kind of did.
But we got to spend some time with Lorraine.
That was
She
wonderful.
met us in Cestoviccia, just outside of Rome. They flew over from Malta and they met us there, and yeah, we didn't go to Malta. She'd been really annoyed if they came there and then we were in Malta.
How influential she was. We thought we were there just spending time with her.
Yeah, we thought we'd gone to Malta, but actually we didn't. So, it's a lot of M words. Kind of starting with my. Where have you been? Where y'all been? I don't know. Somewhere. How soon do you need to know where we were? We think we were somewhere.
I think we would.
Yeah, okay. there we go. So play with this, and I'll add some more highlights to this, and let's go back and work on this one, right? And don't forget, I'm going to need some little 8x10 frames, John, to show people what these look like.
Well, I have 6x8.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you know what I meant. He's so particular, isn't he?
Have you been to Portugal? We landed there.
Yeah, we landed in Portugal. And,
but we also went back there on one of the stops was there, on one of the islands, because we had to go through customs because we went to Portugal.
It's true. All right, so let's put in some of the lighter colors now.
Germany's 11 p.m. Seems like the whole big section is all in the same time zone.
Well, one of the nice things about cruising home, which is what we did, we took a Valiant Lady, brand new ship, and we had
a wonderful time.
Cruised home, and we had, back during COVID, they had sent us an advertisement for that cruise ship. This was not built yet, and we're thinking, God, will anybody ever cruise again? So we right during COVID, I think maybe for more to give us hope for the future, we bought that cruise thinking that, well, we put it on a credit card, and if we'd probably get our money back if it didn't go. Because it was more likely it wasn't going to go anywhere. They wouldn't finish it, or they'd you never know when it's a brand new company. I think anyway, they were very nice. They gave us a great deal for taking a chance. So now this is burnt sienna down in here toward the bottom, and I want a little bit of cad red with this. Well, it's actually orange. Want some orange color down in here like that, and let's get some of this darker color here, and then maybe a little of this color over here. Let's see, I'm looking at this when you're going, where did she come up with all these colors?
I don't know why, but I haven't been getting the Gazette. I even checked the spam. Use the contact us, as Liz 2 tells you, and we will look to make sure you're still active.
What do you mean by still active?
Some people accidentally sometimes get our email and hit spam, and then it'll knock them off our list.
So they don't.
They'd have to delete them, and they'd have to re-sign up.
Yeah, because it's so expensive to send out these newsletters. That's not free. Every person, there's such a cost involved that if they're not getting opened after a certain amount of time, the account's closed.
That could be true too. I'm not sure if they monitor that or not.
So let's. Okay, so we're doing into the light stuff here. Starting to put the light into the leaves here on our view.
Oh, we have Jan and Eve's boyfriends in the house as well.
Oh, awesome. What time did you say it was in India?
3:20 a.m.
Oh, gosh, you guys are so brave. We,
well, how can it be 3:20? Do they do half hours? Some countries do half hours. That would really mess with my mind. Now that things don't already mess with my mind. My fiance and longtime boyfriend.
That's so awesome. Oh, incidentally, it was your birthday the other day. It was Janity's birthday the day we got married, so happy birthday.
Was it really? Well, that's why we chose that day, Janity. Exactly why. This one's coming out really nice, too.
Well, we hope so, but thank you. That was the intent, man. I'm glad you like it.
Well, these are really... You didn't lose any of your skills while we're roaming the world.
You don't think so?
Nope. I think you are still the queen of color.
Thank you. Well...
Newfoundland, Canada does 30 minutes? Are you kidding me?
Really?
Well, that's what Vicky says. That's strange. Oh, for those who don't remember, if you're in the U.S., we're setting the clocks back. Fall back this tonight, 2 a.m. Well, it's really this morning.
So,
So we get an extra hour of work. Yay!
all right, so I want a little bit of purple color. Come up here on the top of this branch.
Which one's a Van Gogh style? This one or the other one?
The other one.
I think the other one is.
It's just a little bit of
Let's see.
okay, so it's just kind of, well, now we've got kind of a straight line here. Do you see that? I want to make sure I break that up. I'm going to come up here like that with my plants and break that line up right like that. And some of our lighter colors here, and then right next to the tree here, it's all very light. And you can now that's got to sit. We'll do the final touches on that. We're pretty close to done on that one. Not quite. We have more tree branches, but we're close.
We're real close, though.
We're real close. Now let's finish this one. How are we doing? Probably an hour into this, aren't we?
Let's see. Yeah. Oh, that's 2. Yeah, you're on schedule. You're doing fine.
Let's see, I want that in white.
Don't you fret her up out of my little queenness.
Okay. Again, this has had a chance to dry, so I can add some of these lighter leaves.
That's why we do it the way we do it.
So that you can, here's some of the lighter ones in here, like that. And then we've got some dark. Just a few little blue ones. Break a hole in that. Well, you can see why deer would love living in these woods, can't you?
Heck yeah.
Because
I'd move in.
well, John and I were so impressed. You know, we want to move to Georgia. Just beautiful. Liz lives in a little spot of heaven, I'll tell you that. Okay, now we just need a few more of these fun blue trees back here. The Payne's Gray really is a blue-black. It's ultramarine blue and black, but it's mostly blue, so you get this really nice blue-black color. So you can suggest, you don't have to put every tree in to suggest trees just because it's in the photo. That's one thing to kind of remember is that, you know, oftentimes, you know, writers will, you know, if they're published authors, they'll have what's called an editor. That editor will go through the book and say, this was great, we're taking off this passage and that. You can't get rid of that. This was important. Everybody's got to know about Aunt Martha or whatever it is, right? But they do that for the ease of reading, and you've got to be your own editor on something like this and just say, what can I take away and not ruin the effect? That's what you're going for here. What can I take away and not ruin the effect? Right? That is the main thing. That's what you're doing. And remember, wherever there's a light, there's a dark. So you want to build up the lights, and the lightest colors go on last. Yellow is going to probably bring you the most attention. Sometimes you can come up with some pure color a few places. Don't overdo it. And let's see, where's our, that's what we started with, okay? And this is how we are seeing this, this painting. That's how we see it. So now we're going to come back up here and add a bit of blue. And I think I will call that one finished. Where's our little frames, John?
Well, no. Can't have little frames yet. Are they both finished?
No.
Okay.
All right. Then we'll put this away. Let's just finish this one. I think we're pretty close though.
Yes,
on that one. Yeah, that's kind of nice, right? Just a nice day in the woods, right? Day in the woods.
Day in the woods.
All right, so this one we're just you probably never see me do this because it's off camera. What I do is I do this and then I want a bright brush. Now that's so flat. I want a bright one, an angle one. So I want one like this for one like that for my branches. And I'm just using the toe. You don't want to get carried away with that. You just want to suggest that that's what's here. Okay. Then flatten the brush. So you only have paint on one side. And we're going to come back to our really light stuff because this has had a chance to dry now, so now I can come back. Now the nice thing about it, if you have trouble doing small branches, what you need to do is just come back and then thin them from the other side. You see what I mean? See what I'm doing? Just coming on the other side and making them smaller. So you don't have to actually be able to paint anything that thin. You just make a line and sneak up on the other side of it and skinny it up. See? I did that. So this particular painting had more.
Anyway, I'd like to thank Jules for the donation that came in through the PayPal system. Thank you, Miss Jules.
Oh, thank you.
Speaking of all these donations, I think our quarter should have ended.
So Monday we'll
have to look at that.
I'm just adding a few more clouds to the sky now that I see where my tree is, where I want it to kind of He's standing out here a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to go back to my reference photo and just suggest.
Interesting comment made by Tammy. I have that problem trying to make the painting look exactly like the reference. Janine agrees, and you're showing no. Interpret it. We've already got the photograph.
Yeah.
Tell us something different about the story.
Yeah, you know, there's so much you can you can say. And then one of the things you can do too is, I think I've talked about this before, is if you can go back and punch holes in your clouds. If you got a little bit too carried away with the greenery, you're more than welcome to go back and do something like that, a little cloud or something right there. And I'm going to just pull some light down in here like this, maybe with a little zinc white, and just suggest there's some light down in here. So to give a little more depth to the picture. Now my tree's standing out, which is fun. So here's sort of what we're working with here. Didn't really say there was a cloud there, but I just sort of implied it, right? That I don't want to get it too busy. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to start pulling some branches down like this. And you don't want to put too many in either, because that's not the idea. The idea is to suggest some branches, and that's it. Vary the size of your brush. Have some little tiny marks and some big ones. But don't use the same. Some people just use the same brush over and over, like they're stomping with their feet. They've got their shoe as a brush and they're just going stomp, stomp. You want to vary the size of your brush, and when you do that, then you get this sort of fun, mystical looking painting. And let's get a little bit of this brown color in there. Nothing is ever just one color. I think everybody wants to do a little bit too much of one color. And it just isn't the way it is. Turquoise and orange are complements, and you add a little bit of that. So where was this, John? I forget. What did you say this was?
The place that Liz said.
I spent so much time looking for a bench, I can't remember where anything was. My whole trip was, where's the next place I can sit down? How far do we have to go? And are you kidding? We got to walk up that? Wow, really? I thought they said the stupid tour was easy. There's nothing easy here at all. Who are these people? Who makes up this easy stuff?
Where was
easy
the one that
who?
we had to...
Easy for who?
We had to catch the train.
Oh, no, that was
an easy walk.
Yeah, the lady said we got off the cruise ship and we had this tour, and the lady said that it was only going to be 20 minutes. We walked to the train. It looked pretty flat. I looked down the street. It was everything flat, some tree lines. I thought what was the train station down. Little did I know, but it looked like the train station down there, right? So I'm thinking, okay, I can do that, right?
Yeah.
And guess what? That wasn't the train station. That was just not even close. So I get down there, and then we cross the street. And then I'm going, okay, we're crossing the street now. The train station's going to have it. Because she said this would be easy. No one would have any trouble. And then we kept going on and on and on, and then we went through some sort of village with all these shopping things and stuff. I think, well, there can't be a train station here in the middle of these stores. So then she said, on the way home, if you want to, instead of taking a taxi back from the train station, you can come back here and go shopping. I'm thinking, not on your life, lady. Where the heck is that stupid train? This was supposed to be an easy tour with a train, 4 stops.
I love it.
You know, just so then. Then the ground changes. It's no longer level shops. Now we're going uphill, and the train station's way up at the top of the hill. And then they would wait for us. And then as soon as we caught up,
as soon as we caught up to them, they'd take off again.
They'd take off again. So Ginger never got any time to rest. And I had to tell you, the closest I have come to tears on that whole trip. Well, there was another time, but we'll talk about that later. But the second time I came close to just weeping, just going, surely this can't be true. Just can't be right, you know? What's wrong with these people? So anyway, she had mentioned there were taxis at the train station. I'm thinking, there's a taxi at the train station. As soon as I make it up there, I'm taking it, man. I'm taking that taxi. I'm going right back to the ship. And quite frankly, and I say this not with any kind of love, but really, really malice, was almost like, screw you, lady, and your 20-minute walk, because it was getting close to 45 minutes by then. And so I said to John, who looked totally shocked, right?
What was that one? That wasn't the Mallorca one, was it?
No. And
it's the one that I got off the first time we went through and walked the little park.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm just kind of skinning up my tree here. Do you see that?
It was a fun one.
Well, I took the cab back, and it was a 20-minute cab ride back. What does that tell you? Right? It took the cab 20 minutes to get back to the boat, right? Her and her 20-minute walk, right? So
it was a long 20-minute walk.
You know, when it was no way a 20-minute walk. So then, I know there's a then, right? So then, I find out that that wasn't the end of it. Where I took the cab,
that was just warm up.
That wasn't even the train station. That's where I just died quietly and went back sobbing home.
The first station we pulled into, because I was back with Jenny and, well, I guess Linda took off on her own. And we got separated for a little bit. So where everybody's mad, gobs of people. I mean, literally hundreds of people trying to get on these trains. I thought we were in the right spot. And finally, somebody came around and said, no, come on down. It's further down, the train station that you need.
There was more walking involved, yeah?
More walking. They had to go down there, then you go down underneath the train tracks, come back up the train tracks to get on the train. Then when you get off, you go down the train tracks, come up the train tracks to get out of there.
And steep stairs, too.
La Pisa. That was it. According to Janny. Janny remembers. She was there struggling.
Well, she made it fine, but, you know, she made it fine, and I congratulate her. You know, I wanted to get in shape for this trip. So John and I swam every night for about 30 minutes every night for 3 months. So, because I want to make sure I could do the excursions. That seems reasonable, right? You know what that got me, friends? That got me enough energy to get from the taxi to the port, from the port onto the long, because they've got you walking 4 blocks once they check you in to get onto the dumb ship. It keeps going up these ramps and zig back and forth, right? That got me that. And also from the when I got off the airplane to baggage, because there was like miles of stuff before you got to baggage. So that's all that got me. That, you know, I was it was distressing. Can you tell? Hey, Janny, I hope you're feeling better. If you're on.
Yeah, she's on.
All right, so I think we're done, you guys. What do you think?
Well, I don't know. You're holding it in such a place. You have the screen in front of you where you are.
Oh, yeah. What do you think? I think I'm done.
I go through all this trouble to give you the pictures.
Yeah, good. You did great. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, you say that now.
I do. I just said it. Said it right now, right?
Let me finish with this one.
Okay.
I'll get you your frames.
So anyway, that was the, that was something. I was really mad, actually, because, I mean, if they had said strenuous, I wouldn't have booked it. You know, I understand that if they said strenuous, lots of walking, but, I mean, it was just totally misleading what this lady had said. Just totally. These are Posca pens. They're fine tip.
Totally.
Haven't been used in a few months. I think we'll have to shake them a little bit. But we did other excursions too. Wait, I see something I have to fix here. This little tree trunk comes down like this. It comes down. This little branch comes in here like that.
Jenny had her issues. To friend was not easy. What does that mean? Oh, we don't have anything delivering, do we?
No.
No. Okay. It must be those other people.
Yeah.
So now you want me to get out of here. You think that's going to be...
Yeah, I will sign these as soon as I get the Posca pen to get going. But I think I'll put the two of them together. I think they're painted differently in different styles, but they're similar, right? So maybe...
Can you drop them down? Here, hold on a second. No, hold on.
Like that?
Wait, I got to back out a little bit. Where's my controller? Oh, you did it. Oh, see, look at that. You are paying attention. Am I going to get my slidey guy? Oh, they look very similar.
They're similar. They're painted with this sort of they're painted with this sort of dot pattern.
All right.
Now remember, these pieces are at our auction. The auction is starting is on now. This Posca pen seems to have seen better days. I think this pen is not going to cut it, you guys. But I've had these for years, so I just can't complain. I got to find a different one.
Sure.
Well, I can always complain, John. I'm good at that, but well.
Where's the pen? Let me see it.
No, I put it away somewhere, and now I'm confused. Just get another pen. Why are we? Let's have another pen. Don't we have other pens? Just white. You just need a white Posca pen.
There's a white pen.
Is that a fine tip? No, it's a big fat one. That's no good.
Yeah.
That is no good. Everybody knows this. They're no good. Where's
this one?
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay, what's the difference between that and this?
It's a big fat one. That's no good either. I'll make it work. All right, so now, where's the frame?
The frames are right there on your right.
On this right? Which right? That way? That way? Oh.
You want that one or gold?
I don't need gold, but let's try this first. I'll have to put them separately now. They got to have the big tra-la here, right?
The big tra-la.
Ooh, that's kind of pretty, though, isn't it?
What? Look at the one they're seeing.
Oh, sorry. Well, you have to back out.
Here, let me leave you alone.
Yeah, did you, oh yeah. Well,
no, I didn't do anything about your pain. You told me to go do this now.
Keep up, John, keep up.
I'm doing the best I can. Doing the best
Keep up. It's fun being married, isn't it?
I'm telling you. It's so different now.
The reality's starting to set in, right? There you go. Look at that's kind of nice, don't you think, guys? Because that kind of picks up these tones in that tree.
Can I see the gold too?
Yeah, well, yes,
Put the gold in the other one. The other one's got more.
All right. Well, let's just put this down for a second, and you can see the gold. We'll do the preview. Got to take a break here. Look here. Gold is nice, but I think on this one it's a little overpowering. Could be nice. Not bad.
I think you might be right. A little bright.
It's okay, but we don't have every frame in the world. We just have a couple, so we just.
No, we do not have every frame in the world. We might be able to have them if we had every frame in the world.
Well, you know what I'm saying. I think that's too bright too. No, this gold one is not the deal here, you guys.
Not for that particular painting.
No, but sometimes it's helpful if but you can see how nice little 6x8s. They're easy to frame. They just go in there and. Yeah, this is nice too. The silver is nice. I think I'd like a different one for this, though, different color. This is too dark, that's too gold, but you get the idea. Don't we have just regular ones? Those are the only two we got? We had others.
No,
It's been
that's
2
all I
months.
had, though. Fine.
See, there you go. See, well, use your imagination. Imagine it's better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's not bad.
This one seems empty.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That, like I said, we've been gone a long time. And,
Not that long. Have a possibility. I think this is empty. This one seems empty.
well, yeah. So, what's this one doing? Oh, gosh.
This is gonna be too fat. How about this one? Brand new.
Oh, I like it.
Touch.
Let's have a brand new one because this one's too fat. This is like Goldilocks and the Three Bears, but that pen was too fat. Can't use that. All right, so we're going to sign both of these. And again, acrylic. What is it? What's our auction site number? I don't even remember the countries we're in, yet alone our auction site. What is that, John?
GingerCookAuction.com.
That's it.
That's really a tough one.
It was. Well, it's been a while.
Pretty much everything has your name in it, kiddo.
Yeah, well, I like that. Now, I think the question came, did you take John's name when you got married?
No.
We kept separate names, but you all know.
She's going to go by Smith. I'm going to go by Jones.
Okay, where's the rest of this? Now I'm confused. How did I get to this?
Go to albums.
Albums, I got it. Albums, and then
Go to the 3 and 4.
It's small. With this one?
Yes, this is the next one in the list.
Okay.
It's going to be your tough ones.
Okay, so the next two paintings that we're going to do are, one is in Santorini, and I think they're both in Santorini. One was a boat that we saw that we really liked, and this is a bell, it's kind of a bell, part of a church that was really kind of cool. It might not have been a church. Hard to tell what it was.
I think it was a church.
John thinks it was part of a church, and it's got this neat bell. It's really pretty. We're going to be painting those next.
This is one of those. This is.
All right. Well, we'll figure out how to sign these a little bit. We'll come back and show you. We're not going to waste any more time on that. So I need a blue one here, and I need a blue one. I need 2 blue ones.
You only did 3.
Well, let's see. You only did 3. Well.
See, I was going to go darker on that.
Oh, yeah.
That was the boat one, and that was going to be.
Well, that's what I had.
Well, that's what I had vision for.
Yeah, that's it. So
Okay.
these are kind of dark, right? All right. So one's a vertical, one's a horizontal. Yeah. So now next.
Yeah. Okay, now wait. Before you start, I want to start a new recording. So then we go up on the website. We'll have them pairs of 2s.
All right. So we're
no,
going.
don't talk. Take a breather. Take a breather. Stop the recording. Stopping and start. Okay. Now we're back on the second, 3 and 4. Numbers 3 and 4.
Okay. So here's the picture. You guys see? Isn't this pretty? That's this.
Oh, I think it's going to be great.
This is this beautiful bell and this kind of neat tower. I thought it was really different with the water behind it.
Wait
the rock.
until you see what she's going to do to this, though.
And then I've got this nifty boat, which I just like. I think you can't have enough paintings of boats. So, well, maybe you can, but we don't think so. So, but these required a little bit of tracing on to just make this simple. So we've got some white Sorel paper, and that's your transfer paper. And
Make sure you test the which side, because I didn't mark them for you.
Oh, yeah, okay. And then we're going to do something like this.
That was
the wrong side. Yeah, good point. That was the wrong side. Let's try
So
this.
you had a 50-50 shot.
Well, I did, right? Ah, there it goes. So I'm going to just tape that down. So can I answer some questions, John? People must have
Absolutely.
While I'm doing this, because I'm just chatting away here.
Well, if I had a question. Congratulations on hitting 100,000 from Vicky. Thank you. Arizona thinks you should hyphen it, cook little. That won't work.
Yeah. Ginger Cook is my painting name. It was never my... When I was married to George Cook, I never took his name either, but we ended up with Cook because it was a name people could remember. So when I started my professional art career, I took the name Cook, but never as my married name. I always kept Cinnamon's dad's name. Interesting piece of trivia. So,
So she's keeping that one.
So we just didn't do that. Okay, so there's my boat.
We're being invaded. There's a young monster here.
Who?
Oh, really? Hey, they're going to buy us P.F. Chang's. Is that what you said?
Oh, yeah.
We saved some for Bear Ginger. Do you want any?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, that's the doorbell.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's so quiet walking in and out. Love that kid. That was Spider. You didn't get to see him. He was off camera. Okay, what else we got? Did she paint on this trip? No, not on this particular trip because we had so many sites and places we were going to go. But Australia,
We're
yes.
taking the paints.
The
We'll
paints
be
are
painting in
coming out.
Australia. And we're taking the paints, but not on this trip. I'm telling you what, every day we had these boats, there was a new port every day. You had to get off and look at something.
Yeah.
And we had made all these
And then on the way back, we had the crossing, and that's when we designed all the paintings so we could do these. We had to go through literally thousands of photos. Somebody kept shooting pictures.
Yeah, so it was quite a thing.
Quite a thing. And that's what we're going to do in Australia is keep going through these and come up with more paintings. Because that's what we do.
A little piece of land back in there. What I liked about this photo was all this light reflections from the boat. I thought it was pretty. And
Hey, should we give them a picture from the wedding? Let's give them the let's do the bachelor party. While you're tracing that, I'm going to slip that right over for you folks. That's the bachelor party. It consisted of two. That would be Bob and me.
And Liz and I were there. We were having our own party.
Yeah, they're on the opposite side of the table. It was wonderful. Now what's he doing? The kid's back again.
Would you like it right now or do you want it after the show?
We will do it after this set. That's when we're going to do our video.
After this set, we're going to show
do
the
our
wedding video, so we'll do it then. Right?
Yep. We'll be doing I think the Stuffy staff says about a 13-minute video of the wedding will be coming up after these two, so stay tuned. Boy, that's not a leader.
Okay.
What was your favorite food you tried? Well,
I could give you more list of the stuff I couldn't believe anybody ate. Oh, my favorite thing was when we were in Barcelona, we were eating at this darn little restaurant across from our hotel. I got to give a shout out to this is Continental Barcelona is the name of the hotel we stayed at. Just loved it. If you're ever going to Barcelona, highly recommend them. And they're right.
and don't be freaked out.
And they are on a main. I guess I should trace this one on too, as long as we're tracing on. They're on a main, one of their main streets, and so it's all just people walking up and down the center. There's trees, tree line, kind of a boulevard thing, and restaurants and shops and everything. And so we just walked across the street from the hotel, and we got this really cool dinner. And I appreciate this restaurant. I've been in there for 50 years. This restaurant.
Been there forever.
Forever. And let's see, is that the right thing? Wasn't the right one? Shame on me. Anyway, they had fried artichoke chips, which I didn't know what that like. Thought that maybe they're potato chips or whatever they were. I had no idea. But they were little pieces of, kind of artichoke heart that was individually, I think they did some sort of cornmeal batter on them. And, okay, so I just put the tape down. What do you think I did with it?
Uh-oh. Adult supervision.
Tape. Couldn't.
Oh, while she's looking for the tape, let's do another photo of Ginger and myself with the flowers. I mean, you don't need to see her trace. Come on. This is simple stuff, guys. Now, it's been questioned, where did you get that lovely colored, jacket thing you have on?
Oh, isn't that the coolest jacket? I got that at Macy's this year. And it's like a vest and it doesn't wrinkle. Imagine that. Doesn't wrinkle.
Great for traveling.
Great for traveling. It goes over anything. I had it over a gold shirt, but it could have gone over like a black shirt too. Got a lot of brown in it. Goes nice with brown pants.
So that was a happy couple there.
Yeah, that
Here's
was
the
it.
background of our scene. This is the backdrop of the chapel, I guess we were in, right?
Yeah, we call it chapel because the forest, kind of was like a cathedral the way it was, and that waterfall.
Yeah.
And that waterfall is just stunning. And
It was
again,
a little loud, but you'll see that in the video. Some of it, when you're a one-man show and you're in the scene,
John had all these cameras trying to
capture the special moment for the Queen.
Yeah, it was kind of neat. He had 5 cameras set up and all these tripods and
Oh, here's one of us at the altar. That's what it is, right?
our picnic table.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And you got Ellie there with Admiral Andy.
Yeah. Admiral Andy was given to us by Lorraine when we were in Italy.
Yep.
We had the best time with them. We stopped and the part of our Mediterranean tour. We were met by one of our viewers, Janie, and then her friend Linda. And then we arranged to meet Lorraine, who's been watching us for probably 4 or 5 years, and that's pretty good. And that was really fun.
Did you? Whoa there, Missy. Did you get the whole top there?
Good enough.
Okay.
I didn't, but I wouldn't have any way to put that back now. Do you understand?
I do understand.
I can imagine how it goes.
I'm just letting you know that you might want to.
Yeah, but I can't put it back. You see, once that's on there, that's
I'm
just
with
it.
you.
Are you? Because you
Just an observation.
Yeah. Okay. It's good to observe.
Observation from the peanut gallery.
Okay, so there's this rock behind it. Santorini was just beautiful, and we'll talk more about that. But anyway, Janian went with us she did a one week with us on the Wonder of the Seas, and then she came home with us on the Virgin, her and Linda, and so
she's tired of us by now. 21 days of us is more than enough for anybody.
Exactly. So, but anyway. I'm just going to start on this one. Now, because most people would think because this is that this is white, but there's actually the background on this is really kind of a gray-blue color. This is not really a white. This is not really a white stone. There's this blue in it. So I'm going to cover that like that, and it's just a little zinc white and Payne's gray. And we'll just do that. But anyway, so they have a couple of things when you're cruising. They have a couple of things where usually they have docks. And I think that there was one tour that we were supposed to take, and I got off the ship and I looked down the pier, and about 3 blocks away was the bus. And I said, John, you're on your own. I don't think I can. That's just too far. But that was because a couple days before we had our Donkey Hill drama. And
you guys are going to really enjoy the Donkey Hill story.
So the thing of it is that before we left, I made a point of seeing my knee doctor, and I got these magnificent shots in my knee. I went once a week for 3 weeks, and I was like, my right knee, and it was just great. I could go up and down stairs, popping along. I was doing great, wasn't I?
Oh, absolutely.
John? Just like I was 30, just great. I mean, it was pretty impressive. All things, I was impressed with it, right? And anyhow, the upshot of it is that after Donkey Hill, my knee was never okay after that. And so the story begins like this. Donkey Hill is that when you go to Santorini...
Well, wait, let me just slip it over there real quick so they can see it.
You go to Santorini, they have... you don't pull up at a dock. They call it with tender in, as they take little boats. They can take about, 50 people on a boat.
About that.
off the ship, and then they ferry you in. It's about a 20-minute boat ride, and then then they let you out on the dock, and then they pick you up, and they say, we will be back at X and such a time, and if you miss the last boat, good luck, you're on your own. Don't wait to
Catch up to us at the next port.
catch up to the next port, because we're out of here.
Now, they're out of their time was at 4:30 p.m. and we started at 10 a.m. We got plenty of time, nothing to worry about.
We had this tour, and it started at 9 o'clock. Well, the first thing that, the first challenge, I would say, was that there were 6 cruise ships in port. Now, the average cruise ship has anywhere between 3,000 to 6,000 passengers. And everybody there apparently wanted to see Santorini like we did. Now, when you dock, there's like a little kind of bunch of little shops and stuff, but the real Santorini is up on top of this cliff, which is this giant, huge cliff. And the only way to get up there on top of the cliff is to either ride the donkeys up, walk up 875 steps, or take a little gondola.
Now, let me interrupt you for a second. Is on the screen, if you look on your screen, you can see it. The green line it's like a ski lift. And you had 3 carts that would go up at 6 people per. So you had 18 people going up and down the hill at a time.
And you had thousands of people that all wanted to go to the top. I'm going to show you that picture
in a second. And then the red line you see, that's Donkey Hill. It weaves back and forth going up and down the hill. Okay? So now you have kind of a premise of where she's going with this. Okay. All right, my queen, has continued.
All right, so, and my donkey riding days have probably passed, So, the gondolas look good, right? So we got in line for the gondola, and we realized once we were in line, having not understood they were only taking so few people up at once.
Oh, you had no idea till you got up there.
That everybody and their uncle wanted to ride that stupid that gondola, and so the line, the line wasn't moving. Okay, there was just no move in that line, and I was really worried. I thought we were going to miss the whole tour, and just coincidentally, and I think this is just amazing. One of the people on our very tour was standing right in front of us, and she somehow had the ability to call them and say that we were stuck and we wouldn't get up there on time. And she said, "Everybody's stuck. We'll just meet you up there." Okay, so that was the premise of the whole thing, right? That's how that was supposed to work. So then, we finally get up to the top, and while we were trying to go up there, some guys started crowding in front of us and saying, "My friends are up there. I have to get up there." And people around us are going, "No, you're not going anywhere. Get in line."
They're getting pretty hostile.
Hostile.
Here's a shot. Here's the crowd as we were looking back that was behind us. We started back that far and finally got up this far into the line. So just so you have kind of an idea of where we're going on this trip.
Yeah. And the line kept getting longer because as they let more people off the cruise ship, the line got longer. And so anyway, nobody was letting them through. The hostility for cutting the penalty, if there had been a cliff, they would have thrown them off of it, right?
I think so.
That's the hostility for that people felt if you tried to cut in line. Okay. So that being said, I'm going to get out my phthalo green now and add that to our pile of colors. We finally got up to the top. Now, the guide was there up at the top, and we had to wait for some other people. It was really busy. All these little shops and stuff. Maybe he's got a picture of that. All these little shops and stuff up there. And finally, everybody showed up, and then we had to walk down quite a little bit of hills and steps and down to get to the bus. So we get on the bus. Again, this is not one of these supposed to be easy tours, right? Using a little phthalo green now. And so far so good. She said there's a little bit of a walk here. We got out. I mean, her idea and my idea of a little bit of a walk was so far.
I love everybody's definition of a little bit of a walk.
Yeah, it was a challenge. Sounds like I'm whining, and I am a little bit, but yeah, come on, you guys. It was a thing. And so anyhow, let's see, where's my white? So, and it was really pretty. It's gorgeous. I mean, it's why there's a line, because it's one of the most beautiful places in Europe to see it. And John was able to go down and get really good pictures. It was pretty hot. I borrowed his hat. I think pretty hot is a mild explanation for how hot I thought it was getting. And like I say, I borrowed his hat, and which was a good thing to do, because I keep adding blue as I'm painting here. I'm layering the blue on here like that. And, we were fine. I mean, I made the day, and there was a couple of times where they all got in front of me, and I was the last straggler up the top of the hill to see the church or whatever it was we were looking at. But I made it, and we were good. And then she dropped us off, and we still had to walk back up to where we got the gondola. We're almost there. And then to come to find out that there's 2.5 hours worth of line to get back down to the where the little tender boats are. There's that much of a line. Okay.
This is after a wonderful tour. It was a great tour. We saw a lot of good stuff. And she drops us, like Ginger said, at the bottom of the hill. You guys just go on up the hill there, and you can get on your little gondola and go back down.
What she said.
So we got up to the first corner of it and saw all these people, and the lady said, well, you're 2 hours from this point. And I go, where's the line? She goes, it's back down around the street, down the other street. And I go, okay.
Now
we were at least 3 to 4 hours, and it was already 3:30?
Yeah.
So we had an hour to get back down, which we thought was more than enough time. Well, it wasn't.
So, so anyway, the upshot of it was that
we had to get back down to the boat.
We had to get to the boat. So I said, John, there's nothing else we can do. We got to walk down. And he says, I said, it's walk down or spend the night here, right? And I was pretty hacked at that woman too. I don't mind telling you, because I felt that was very misleading, what she did.
Well, I don't think she knew.
Well, she does this stuff all the time. That's what she does. It's a tour. We were at the first tour that summer, so give me a break. She knew. She knew.
Did she know that we had six ships in at one time?
Well, I don't know, but in any event, it was a thing. So it's 884 steps or something down, and they're cobblestone steps with the cobblestone's about the size of a half of a cantaloupe and buried in chipped cement. Okay. We're adding a little yellow oxide to this, and we're just kind of putting in these colors. That's what it was, and it was hot. And did I tell you how hot it was?
It was hot.
And
let's bring that over one more time.
It was hot.
So see the red line? We walked down the red line.
And I could go about, wonderful thing is I have this Apple Watch, and I'll show you. If you do this, it's
not that one.
Not that one.
No.
No, something. Well, you do one of these things.
Okay, no, stop.
Anyway, it tells you your pulse.
Right.
You can find out what your pulse is, right? Now my resting pulse is like, I don't know, 75, 73, something like that. And it was getting up to 140.
Yeah.
And I said, I have to stop. I can't go anymore. Because it was so slippery, because the donkeys go up and down that cliff all day long and keeping people up. And what happens is they're pooping on the steps, and then the poop dries, and it becomes like kind of recycled hay. And it's
Slippery.
It's slippery. And so you start to slip and you're going, oh, so I'm grabbing John's arm with my left hand or my right hand. I've got my cane in the other. And I'm trying to get down this hill. And John slipped 2 times, trying to keep from falling down. And we saw other people slipping. So we could go a little ways and I had to stop. We didn't have any water. Some
And
people.
there's no toilets going down. Once you started, you're committed.
Yeah, there's nothing.
There's nothing.
Yeah, there's nothing. Once you begin
Once
this
you've
journey,
decided to do this venture,
you're committed. But I mean, we didn't have a choice. But I didn't think I could get down in time to meet to make that ship. And
and the good news is
we made it. We made it. But people saw us, and one lady thought, "Are you okay?" And of course, I was about ready to pass out. And she goes, "Well, let me give you." So they gave me the rest of their water, and
yeah, people were very nice on the way down.
on the way down, there was me, and there was another lady about my age that was really struggling, and that donkey fell on her, coming up, knocked her down, and
one stepped on another person's toes and broke their toes.
yeah, because the donkeys are running up and down this hill, and there was no donkeys to ride. I mean, I really was at that point willing to ride a donkey down, anything, The guide, the donkey, I didn't care at this point. Piggyback down on us with somebody, whatever, right? And but alas, there was no way to catch a donkey and ride down. So
This is in Greece.
this is in Greece, and yeah, that was like I say, that was a thing, and like I say, John slipped a couple times, barely fell on his butt, and really, I was afraid he was going to get hurt. But he hung on to me, and I hung on to him, and we made it down. Obviously, we'd still be up there, donkey old whining about it. But
no, we're really not here. This is all virtual.
Like I say, we made it down. But you guys, that was such a thing, and you just can't. I appreciate the fact that things are popular and it's fun to see things and everything, but for them to allow that many cruise ships in the harbor is just greed, man, because they can't tender in unless they have permission, and so that's just one of those things. Now, it's true that if you had booked a cruise a tour through the cruise ship, they would have waited. They had to wait, right?
Yeah.
And I think.
But if you went on one of those tours, you would be. Their groups were 70 people.
70 people in a group. You're not seeing
Ours was
anything.
20 to 25.
Okay, so this, you can see I've got a good start on this, yes?
Yeah, it's a great start.
It's got a
Totally different than the last paintings you just did.
It's got
How do
a
you do
rest,
that?
and so we're going to do
How
the
do you
next one.
switch gears like that?
So I give up. How do I do it?
I'm not sure.
I've got some phthalo green, which is really a beautiful blue. And we're going to come across like this. Where's that fun brush that Cinnamon had that she gave me? Let's just try this one. This
trying the
is
new
perfect
furry
for
one?
that. Yeah, the new one.
Oh, not the furry one yet.
No, I'm going to just try this. So I want to do little dashes of going back and forth, letting some of the darker blue show through, right? And I'm going to vary this between phthalo blue, phthalo green, and ultramarine blue. Okay, and we're just going to come back up here like this and do lots of little level brush strokes like that, and just put this boat in. And we'll just vary the colors. So anyway, we got down, we had 10 minutes to spare before they took off. And have you ever had the expression, I don't know if any of you skied or done any mountain climbing or anything, where you kind of wear yourself out and you literally have no legs to stand on anymore? You've just lost, Apparently 20 minutes of swimming for 3 months in the pool wasn't dog paddling around. Wasn't it, right? Dog paddling back and forth.
Note to self, that's not enough.
That is not enough, right? And So then after that, it was just like one of those Humpty Dumpty moments where my knee was never quite the same again. This was way before this happened. So
Yeah,
then
that was in the first 10 days of the
trip.
whole trip.
I was doing so good with the ruins and all that before then, but then
Until we hit Donkey Hill.
then we had Donkey Hill. But you guys, did you show them a picture of all the donkeys? And they come up that hill, and they take up the whole path.
And they have the right of way,
Yeah.
meaning they can't really steer themselves.
And they didn't even make any places for you to sit. The whole time there wasn't like a little place where you could maybe rest or something.
Take a breather? No
Take
breather.
a breather. Nothing like that. There's nowhere to sit. It was hot. There was no shade on this thing. It was just full sun.
Are you whining more?
Yeah.
Okay.
Full sun.
No, I really didn't do. Once we were on the hill and you were struggling so much, I really did not take the cameras out.
Yeah, it was just all he could do to get me down.
I was focused on you, my queen.
Well, I kept taking my pulse. One of the things I learned from competitive trail riding is that you've got to be aware of where your pulse is. And then if you rest, what is your rate of recovery? And within 10 minutes, you should be able to get back to normal. And if you can't, then you've got to race. You've got to wait a little longer. And finally, it got to the point where John says, "We're going to miss the boat. Can you keep going?" We can't. So we couldn't, wait any longer. And
one more shot. This is a great shot here.
We just had to keep going. And
yeah, I pushed the envelope a little bit with you, but
well, I mean, it was
I knew you could do it though. See, I was your cheerleader.
Exactly so.
Not a good
he was.
cheerleader.
Well, these things. These are the kind of things that happen when you travel. You got to be, just take it all in stride. I would have. The one thing about it, though, I was getting my hair trimmed a couple days later, and my hairdresser, who was probably in her 30s, there on the ship, she had got stuck on Donkey Hill too. She couldn't get the gondola, and she would have missed the ship. So she walked down, and it was so hard on her, and she was slipping and falling that she took her shoes down and came down barefoot, and totally tore up the bottom of her feet. So it wasn't. And then every once in a while, people have been there said, "I can't believe you guys walked down that." Yeah, I said, "I can't believe it either," but we did. So we got down, and that was okay.
And after we got down, we heard that there was 30 people got left behind.
Yeah, that they left, that they couldn't, that they just plain left.
There is a schedule, and I got one more shot here I want to share with you guys. This is a shot of Donkey Hill looking down on some of the terrain we get to do. This is before we realized that we were going to be walking down it.
Yeah. Huh?
So you follow that around, you can see all the little white, all the way down, all the way, way, the little baby spot all the way to the bottom. That is where we were ultimately getting to.
And as we went, I kept thinking, it's going to get
better.
How much farther is it? And then there'd be a whole nother, it zigzagged all the way down the hill, but it was unbelievably, unbelievable. I'm sorry, I keep going on about it, but it was unbelievable, right?
Yeah, but it was fun. Come on, you got to admit it was fun. Was it fun?
No. Why? Look,
come on.
Some people are into S&M and stuff like that. I find torture less fun than most, maybe other people are into torture, but I find torturing myself is just not the thing I try to I've lived this long because I've avoided torturing myself whenever possible.
You're taking the fun out of it. Oh, here's a shot of the donkeys. Here.
Oh, what happened to our camera?
Oh, wait.
Camera's having a heart attack.
Mayday. Okay. You can see where you are in the shot, right? Where's our...
Yeah, I've got the angle brush to make these littler lines. This is a camera kind of going out a little bit. That's the noise you're hearing. Sorry, John's going to get up. Oh, did you stop it?
We gotta probably move some brains out.
All right, little pause in the action here, folks.
Well, I'm still painting this. You can kind of see it sideways. If I tipped it this way, you'd see what I was painting, right? So just, if I'm tipping it up, you can kind of see where I'm just sort of using the angle brush and allowing some of these other colors underneath to show through.
Everybody does that sometime. The camera flipped over a second here, folks.
You'll flip it over, but there you can see where I'm kind of layering in the colors.
See what we got.
And then I've got,
All right, here we go. There we are. Okay, we're back.
there's this dock up here
I
like
lost
that.
one of my zoomers though.
Think your zoomer's gone?
One of them is. The side camera.
Yeah. It's,
Oh, there it is. I got it. I'm good. Thanks for worrying about me.
oh, John. I know. Aren't you having fun yet? Isn't that fun? Torture yourself a little bit, have all your stuff break. That's fun. You know.
I hadn't done that in a while.
So here's the trick. If you find yourself going to Santorini and you happen to be on a cruise ship and you discover that there are 6,000 other people trying to see the same thing you are, my suggestion is don't book any kind of tour. Someone later told us there's a boat you can rent, like a little taxi, that take you around to the other side of the island where you can then take a bus back up to where you want to go, all for the price of the boat ride.
Yeah, there's other ways to navigate that.
There's other ways to get up to the top if you're kind of research it ahead of time, but don't get caught into that. We figured that our guide kind of knew. I mean, I certainly figured she did. And I couldn't understand why she didn't.
PJ's asking, John, do you have a tutorial on resizing with the rasterbator.net? Yes, it's over on the Tech Bear channel. One of the mods might be able to get a link over to it. There's a couple videos over there. I would go for the shorter one. Liz 2 is on situation. Ooh, sneeze is coming. I'm okay. Don't worry about me, babe. Don't worry. I'm good.
Oh, what? Me worry? I mean, anybody that can
Walk down
squeeze
Donkey
down
Hill.
Donkey Hill. Well, who would I worry? You're just like Superman now.
You know it. Oh, I want to get those donkey pictures over to you. Did I do that?
You got to see this. I mean, honestly, they're. What I was relieved to see that they weren't really vicious donkeys. Nobody was kicking anybody that I could tell. We heard about one guy from another cruise ship that had fallen off his donkey and had a concussion, but I don't want to get too dramatic here, but just. This is a trick to paint an all-white boat because you want to kind of vary the white a little bit, so the white up on top is going to have a little bit of gold in it to distinguish it from the side of the boat, since everything is white. But I tell you what, Santorini was one of the prettiest places we were to. I really liked Tuscany, and I really loved Santorini, and
I liked them all.
well, I liked them all. I mean, they were lovely, honestly.
Some were better than others, but all in all, it was fun.
Yeah, the back of this boat's got a little bit of a shadow to it. See, it's one was a kind of a green color.
Donkey.
And then this is kind of light green in here. Okay, so you see, you got to build this up a little bit, and you can see what I'm doing here, and like I say, all the brush strokes are going back and forth. If something's dried a little bit, I can.
You guys not getting over there.
I can add it. This was all dark inside here. I'm just trying to keep this pretty simple. Okay, so that's kind of where the well, maybe I can do a little more here, where the I want to put the reflection in here. But these, I loved all. There were so many beautiful boats,
Oh,
and
that
I
one,
just
where was that one? We did that one tour.
yeah.
With the Jeep. Did we stop at? They got all those boats. Be a lot of paintings coming out of that one.
Yeah, they just were so many really beautiful boats. Now, white doesn't really cover the first coat, so it's just holding a place here for this. That's all we're doing right now is holding a place up here for this.
Here's a quick shot of the donkeys.
Oh, you're showing them. Can you see how you're just totally crowded in there, right? There's just nowhere to go. Can you see what I'm talking about with the steps? How rough the steps are?
Even they were slipping on them.
Oh yeah. I saw one fall down.
That was our competition going down.
All right, so we're going to let this one just sit here and percolate and dry a little bit.
That sounds like coffee talk.
Yeah, okay. Well, maybe it is, but just...
Donna would like to know, are these new brushes as stiff as the Bristol-on brushes?
No, they're just sort of different. When you need sort of a soft brush strokes, I think they'd probably be pretty nice. When you needed
Not quite as stiff, but they're stiffer than I think the angles have been lately.
Yeah.
On this particular one, now the other ones that are more furry, they're going to be a little bit softer. We'll bring those out when we do some animals.
So a lot of times you won't see me drawing anything, but you'll see me just wiping my brush and then starting again. Because got to get all these little light bits of water in here.
So that's the Trials and Tribulations of Donkey Hill.
Yeah. So do we recommend Santorini? Absolutely.
We recommend doing it differently.
Yeah. Just
Or don't try to do the whole tour. Just realize what you really want to see is all up at the top there. But we toured a good portion of the island.
yeah. Which we didn't care about at all.
I wonder if they give the donkeys a break or water. Yeah, they do.
They do.
They don't go nonstop up and down.
Yeah, they do.
They have some in rotation.
All right, so we're back to this one now. We're going to put the boat away. We're back to this one. Then we're going to go back. Kind of fun, though, you guys. Do you think so? This is sort of something different. And
Let me show you when we went to meet Lorraine and John, her husband. We had a little, I'm going to say, what do these things called? Look up on the screen there.
Well, they're like a scooter motorcycle with a cover.
So the guy was taking us all through the little town because he had no idea where he was going.
We gave him an address, but he had no idea.
He didn't know.
He was the last taxi, and we said we'd pay anything because it was raining and we didn't know how to get to where she was. We couldn't find any taxis, and so this one guy.
He said, "Y'all crawl in here, and we'll take you."
And John sat up in front, and the three of us, Linda and Janny and I, sat in the back. And this thing was, every time we went around a corner, it was almost tipping over. And we were laughing because it was so scary.
It was a Disney ride.
It was funny.
It was a Disney ride.
It was scary, in a lot of ways, but
Yeah.
fun too, right?
And here is the four of us, me, Lorraine, Ginger, and Janny. The artist in tow.
Did you get the one with where we're in front of the pencils?
I haven't come across that one yet, boss. Still going through them. It was a good time. Yeah, tuk-tuks. Yeah, tuk-tuks.
Yeah, okay, so
That's what they are. Julie's from Scotland. She goes, there's lots of waterfalls and rocks to paint in Scotland.
Okay.
I probably have to move in. What stop was the tuk-tuk? That was the one, that was the...
That's over in Chesnovicia. I finally learned how to say it.
Yeah, that one.
And
the one that's the Rome one.
yeah, it's the port that you cruise out of from Rome. And
It's the pencil one. Oh, we should show Lorraine's fashion shot.
oh yeah, she looks.
That's the
Well,
one right there. Yeah.
The one thing I will say about when John and I travel, we never shop. We're not shoppers. Somebody said, "What'd you buy on your trip?" Nothing. Why? We just took pictures. Why? What? We don't.
Did we miss something?
We did. No, you didn't buy anything. No, we didn't buy anything. We didn't buy anything. We save all our money so we can travel, right? We didn't buy anything. So that was sort of funny when
Janny's born to shop.
Janny is a shopper. I don't know if she doesn't get any shopping in Canada or what happened.
Oh, they don't have things in Canada.
They have nothing in Canada, I guess, in the way of shopping.
No.
Because she was the shopping queen there on this trip. And hi, Janny. I'm just going to still tease. Well, she was. But, not that being said, yeah, she was a shopping queen.
She had fun.
She had fun. Everybody had fun, and Janny was able to. I got to hand it to Janny, right? She's had 4 heart attacks and just gets type 1 diabetes, and she was hanging out with. She was keeping up with John. We never lost her at all. I mean, as far as the tours went and stuff. She never faltered at all, did she?
Nope. Here is Miss Lorraine in her fancy coat. If that's not an artist coat, I don't know what is.
She made such a good model that when she tried it on, the owner took a picture of it and
So
she put it on her Facebook page.
Yep.
Which was sort of cool, right?
Yeah. That's a fun time. Still looking for the pencils.
This was like some decoration they had on it. Just going sideways with the brush.
You're still using that new one?
No, this is the angle brush for this. Something like this. This is an angle brush.
Get a little sharper edge.
Yeah, you just see how I'm just pushing it and going sideways, just pulling it sideways.
Did you buy any art while you're in Santorini? No.
No.
We create our own art.
We didn't buy any. I tell you what, we bought nothing anywhere. Hey, listen, we didn't even have any money for toilets. These people charged to go to the bathroom, and John didn't give us any euros. And I'm going, what is the deal here? I'm sorry, do we sound disgruntled? I had to borrow money from other people to use the John, because my John hadn't
I didn't see any sense in buying money to go pee.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, he just forgot to change them.
Yeah, I did.
And then this even gets better. So then we went to an ATM machine to get euros, and neither one of us could remember our passcode to get the money out. We don't remember if we even made one because we never
No,
used
I
that.
thought I did, but I think it's the last one I thought of, and I didn't want to do it the third time because they may cancel the card, and that would not be good.
Yeah.
They'd lock the card up. Here is Lorraine and her husband, John. A lot of Johns in the world. Wonderful man. Another sweetheart.
Yeah, they were such a fun couple. And I have to say, we really enjoyed meeting them. And so you can kind of see where we're getting, this is coming along a little bit, right? You can kind of
It's
see
come
where
along quite nicely.
there's this old, that bell's got to kind of just sit there for a little bit. And what we need to do next is lighten the blue around it so the bell shows up. Yes and yes?
I think that'd be a good idea.
So, remember, there's this thing, wherever there's a light, there's a dark.
I've heard that before.
So if you want something to show up, either make it darker or make whatever's around it lighter. Then you can kind of see it. So it's something to keep in mind when this kind of came up like this. There you go, this is the shape of that. And again, acrylic's dry a little bit darker. So one of the things you want to keep in mind when you're painting is that that's what happens, and so you want a little bit of yellow in that. There we go. And yeah, then when we'll take a break after these, so I'll show you the wedding videos, and I'll take a break, maybe go eat something while you're watching that, and then we'll
It's going to be a premiere of the wedding video. It's 13 minutes long, according to the Stuffy staff. And we'll be back after that, once you get these done. So don't panic.
And then we'll be back to paint more. This is what we call our marathon. And all these paintings will be auctioned off this week.
GingerCookAuction.com. They're going to be running until the 14th. We're going to try to get, if you pay it right away, if you're a winner, pay it right away. We will try to get it out before next year, like post haste.
Yeah, we wanted to make sure you had plenty of time to get it if you, okay. So, there's the edge of this side is a little darker. There's the edge of this thing right here. And then there's, this was actually, these were these little rocks back here. Kind of neat.
Cliff through there.
And then I'm going to let that dry, come back to the boat. Just moving along here. So now we've had a chance for the this to dry a little bit. I can do the second coat on the on this. I need new titanium white, so we'll just put some out here like that. Just put that up there. All right, so I want the boat to be pretty white right here. So I think it's had a chance to dry enough to go ahead and do that. And again, these are, fun little, this is the thing that if you can do this from your trips, make some nice little memories on small canvas or from where you've been. Maybe one painting will strike you as being particularly interesting and you might want to do a larger one later, but we always encourage you when you're painting from your photos to go small first.
Work out the design.
Yeah, work out the design. Let's just
work out the colors.
Yeah, let's just do the top.
Send it in for art coaching.
Yeah.
Say, Ginger, what should I have done?
Yeah, you can do that. You know, send that in. Let's see, changing the boat.
When is the Australia trip? Is that a cruise as well?
This if you catch us at the beginning of the show, we explain how we ended up with the Australia cruise.
It is this month. We start this month.
Yeah,
and it is a cruise.
It's kind of exciting, really. I've actually, we figured out that we have done a few, mostly people sit there and they'll watch us because they'll say, well, why are you working on vacation? I said, we actually never take a vacation. We keep working. People bring us coffee when we cruise, and then we come up with exciting new things to teach and paint, and gives us a chance to see the world where we're still in a position to see it. But if they don't have good internet, we can't.
It was a challenge on the last one. That new ship, it was using the European satellites, which apparently aren't up to snuff, and it was a challenge.
Yeah, it really was. It was.
We'll be flying over to Sydney in Australia, so we're not going to be cruising over. That was the original plan 2 years ago. We were going to cruise over, and that was like a 15-dayer, but nobody's running that yet.
Yeah,
we had to go the old-fashioned way.
You can go over, but then it's hard to get back. So I mean, it's just we either fly it over. You've got to fly one way or the other. So we're in this case we're flying both directions. Okay, that brush is too big. Try a smaller one.
This would be a great 12 by 16. Oh, yeah. A couple of these could go bigger.
But, this way you can kind of work out your design.
Can't imagine on a plane that long. Well, surprisingly, with the movies going and things like that, the time flies.
How
long is the flight from Sydney to Houston? We're going from Houston to L.A., then L.A. over to Sydney. So it's broken up in two parts.
It's a 5 hour.
Yeah, it's a full day of flying.
It's a 5 hour.
5 hours to get to L.A.
Well, to get to L.A., and then it's
I think another 8 to get over to Sydney. I haven't really looked at that. I know it's weird, though. We get there 3 days later than we took off. That funny international dateline thingy. $12 to Aussie? I don't think from California it's 12.
John tries not to tell me these things so I don't freak out. So you don't want to.
Some things need to be kept quiet until she's on the plane. How long are we going to be on here? Oh, 15 hours. What? Yeah.
I don't know what any of this stuff is in the boat, so we're just going to put some stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, it's a fishing boat, so it's got to be like the gears and the machinery.
We're going to imply stuff in the boat without ever having to do that much, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to test the old theory. Does the water really flush down opposite in Australia? We'll have this video of that. Compare. Hey, I really appreciate everybody joining us this evening. If you pop in and out, these will be up on the Academy Give some time to get them there. I'm doing them in segments. We're stopping the recordings between the segments, so it'll be a little bit easier. So you have 2 paintings at a time you have to deal with, just as Ginger's painting them. So if you want one, you don't have to go through the 5 hours of video to find the one you want. Now, we had a good time when Tara's talking about going over to Japan. Her son wants to go, but she doesn't want to go too long of a flight. We did that over to, what was it, Shanghai we went to?
Yeah.
And got on a cruise ship into Japan. Japan was wonderful. I'd go back there.
Yeah. People were so nice.
Yeah.
And it was just a totally different experience, wasn't it?
Yeah. Wonderful people there. And that was, what was that? That was a 13-hour flight to Shanghai? I think it was 13. I really didn't seem it. Don't know why.
Yeah, this has to dry a little bit before I get too far away, because this has stuff. Well, I can maybe do this. This has got kind of a...
Would you all do a trip to the Orient? We got that scheduled for 24, don't we? It's got some of that in there.
I don't get too much detail in here, but on the other hand, I know that, for instance, from this point here to about this point, there's a boom thing like that. And then there's a... goes across like that. And this is almost straight up and down here. It's a little different angle, like that. And
oh, I like the food. I think Japan had good food.
oh, didn't they?
The
They
scenery
really
was wonderful.
Yeah, that was not.
Just
That
the
was really
history of it.
nice. We had some very interesting food on the Virgin ship.
Yeah, we did.
Some wonderful food. They took a whole artichoke heart with the stem and everything and deep fried it. One of their restaurants.
And for those that like
that was like my
artichoke hearts, it's
favorite thing.
perfect.
That was my favorite thing. It was even better than the artichoke chips. It's just, artichokes are just sort of a luxury here. You get them a few times a year and that's it, right? And
People are questioning, are you planning on adding all the little birds in this painting?
well, it could be.
Never know.
Right now,
If
just
there's a bird, there better be a tractor somewhere. It's got to be a new rule for 23. I'm thinking.
keep thinking, baby. It's always good. You who thinks going down Donkey Hill was fun, just
Yeah, it
keep
was fun.
thinking. Just keep thinning, Baba Louie. I like what the guy says. I'll do the thinning around here, Baba Louie. Don't you forget it. Just kind of a happy reminder how life works, but There we go. Let's put this side in here. This is kind of fun. Painting this boat's been kind of fun, right? What do you guys think? It's kind of cute, right?
That was the food in Italy. My grandson wants to go eat real Italian food when I come down to the Houston area. Well, Italy food is a lot different than what we get in the States. I thought it was quite good. The pizza's very good.
Yeah, pizza's pretty good.
Castrovella is the artichoke capital of the world.
We went to an olive grow where they make olive oil and stuff. When you saw that, and John, we went to a couple of them. John went to one on his own, and then I went to one. And there is a huge difference between Italian olive oil, and what you get in the States for the most part. Well, you'd say that, right, John?
Yeah. Yeah, I ended up going to 2 different farms. One Ginger couldn't go because of Donkey Hill, so I did that tour, and then we did another one, and it was strikingly different. Really different on how they presented their merchandise.
Well, just yeah, it really was, wasn't it? So now I'm adding a few highlighted colors. And want something a little darker here, this side of the boat. You can kind of get a sense of how we're doing that. And if you're having trouble doing these buoy things, what do you
They're
call
called
these?
tires.
Well, they're tires, but they're to keep you from hitting another boat. Or if you hit it, to just
is to protect your boat.
You might find it easier to just, let me show you one. Do the oval completely and then put the hole in it. Rather than try to draw the circle. Just a little tip.
No, you did pretty good on the first one.
I did, but I want to show you how you could do either way.
They're called fenders, according to Miss Lorraine, who lives in the boats.
Okay. So, I mean, that's just
I thought they were bumpers.
Well, they have probably different things, but... so
how many cookies is this boat? Oh, 20. 20 cookies.
Well, look, what's a part of our marathon? We wanted to show you something fun for the...
this is probably going to be the most complex one we have. We debated about doing this one.
We did. The black's not dry yet, so I can't really do much there, but I can put another one up here. Like I said, you could do these, and we're just suggesting these. They're at different heights.
Different sizes.
Depending on what they're trying not to bump into, I suppose. So, I still got just some small little things here. We don't have to put every,
that looks like a bird. Can't fool me.
I think that's kind of a nice touch, don't you think so?
Oh, absolutely.
This is one of those little detail brushes that are just nifty to have. They're really for models, I think, but they're very nice.
Oh, the little brushes, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Lorraine's starting to get sleepy.
Well, I mean, I had a hard time staying up for our shows, so thanks for. I know she wants to stay up and see the vetting video, so you take a 10-minute nap and come back. I figure I'm about 10 minutes from this, but well, not even that. Probably about 5 minutes. What do you think, John?
I just got a commercial in the middle of the live. It's been, yeah, we've been live for 2.5 hours. That makes sense.
We don't
Will
have any
these be on
control
the
over that.
Academy site with references? Yes. It will take us a few days to get it all over there. Flying tractors. Ooh, that's a good idea. I can do a flying tractor. That can kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Oh, you're so clever.
Well, Tent mentioned that. I think it's a good idea. This is a good-looking painting, too.
Well, you know, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you've got this interesting water that almost has a little bit of a glow to it with the,
Get a side view on that.
yeah, it's a little bit of a glow to the water. It's not really white. And that's what was sort of interesting to me, was that on this was so the boat is sort of a combination of this, you know, it has a pretty good shadow going across here. And then there's some sort of red, we'll just put a little bit of red something here, just because we can. And then what's this? I just want to make sure I have it all in here like that.
All that equipment.
All that equipment is kind of in the boat, but you get the feeling of there's no more fishing, just easy. Everything's got radar and sonar, and they all fish with
Ginger,
technology.
Mary would like to know, what is your favorite brand of paint?
Really like Golden and Holbein so far, my favorites.
Yeah.
Just for me personally, that's what I like.
What color blue did you use for the water?
That's really phthalo green, and phthalo blue, and ultramarine blue. And it's pretty, isn't it? Just that sort of that bright color. And
Kind of the Blue Brothers. Blue Brothers is green coming over.
okay, and there's your boats and we're going to take these windows out. Okay, so that's kind of nifty, I think.
Yeah, I'm liking that one.
Remember I told you could skinny up anything with just, you got the lines too fat, you could skinny them up with just a tiny bit of, now it wraps around here. Our water reflections kind of wrap around, and then you go down here and then like that. And then there's like a little dark green shadow. That's here, off the back of the boat here. It's causing a little bit of a shadow. There's a shadow here. That's kind of what gives these things depth, is to put some of your dark back. And let's lighten this up here, which is a little dark. Light like that. We'll just come back here with some little, too much paint on the brush, but that's all right. We know where the darker colors are. So if that happens, don't panic. You know where your other colors are. I didn't want it quite that dark right here. Kind of green, but not that dark dark. There you go. So then you've got this other little light pier over here on the top, and it's just.
Oh, what is that back? That's a dock?
Just like a little dock, you know what I mean? Just like
yeah, it is a concrete dock in reality, with big things on it, big bumpers or fenders, as the case may be.
Yeah, it was just back there, and
Yeah.
I don't know whether I like that. Let's just get rid of this. It's not. I don't want to say too much about it. It's just back here, part of the water, and let's put some light. That's one of the things you can do, like just put a little light around it, like that. There you go. That just kind of gives the boat a little, place, right, to be. And then let's take the little bit of dark under the wing of that bird. There you go. So you kind of see those birds. That's kind of cool. Okay, so we're gonna.
That guy's pretty much done.
Yeah, I think that's kind of fun, right?
A lot better than the photograph.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that kind of worked out. We did, there's some others. You could have put a lot more detail in it, but I didn't want to get.
Well, again, you're doing it small, giving an idea if you want to do it bigger. In the bigger one, you put all kinds of detail in it.
Whoops.
I don't know if I would on this particular size.
Yeah, so you just don't want to do too much. In fact, I don't even like that, so just take that out. All right, so now let's finish this. Let's finish our bell. And put a little highlight on the bell. And a little light blue. Kind of. So you see that bell a little bit more.
Yeah.
And then you've got some water here. And I want this to be bluer. And just one of the things that it's kind of nice on something like this is the layering, because you've got to you're trying to layer your lights and darks on here like that. And I think I like my water here, so I'm going to go ahead and put my cross on top. Kind of cool, right?
That's looking good.
One place we really enjoyed was Turkey.
Oh, yeah.
Loved Turkey. So I didn't think, quite frankly, I'd like it. And
no, you were opposed to it for quite a while.
Well, I don't know, but I just didn't know that I'd like it. But I apologize. I loved it.
Yeah, it was really nice. A good tour there. That was a semi-private tour, and then we took a photographer's. What do you call it as?
It was a photographer tour.
Yeah.
And he was a professional photographer. You know that guy that's on PBS all the time, and he he's your travel guy, Rick or something. Our guide was his guide when he comes to Turkey. So when this, and our man was so knowledgeable. And what's interesting about any guide you run into on a tour in Europe is that they're not kidding when they say they're professional. There's they have to be, and in order for you to just lightening this up in here. You can see where that one might want to do that, right? So wherever there's a light, there's a dark. So if it's not showing up, you got to lighten something.
Rick Steves.
Rick Steves, yeah, he's his tour guide, and the man was a professional photographer, and even though John is too, and has gone to college for that and all that. There, look at the. Let's just play with the lights on this thing. He was quite great, wasn't he?
Yeah, that was a good tour.
And he was very mindful. There were only 10 of us in the tour, and not that I quit looking for places to sit down, but this was before Santorini, so I wasn't totally wiped out yet, right?
I'm still good to go.
So I could keep up, which makes a difference, right?
But he kept track of the crowds around us, and if he wanted to tell us something about where we're at, and we tried to stay in between all the crowds. So he goes, we got a big group coming up behind us, so let me tell you what we're going to go see next. And so he'd give us the spiel about what we're going to go see, because he knew by the time we got there, we'd be bombarded with a sea of people that was coming our way.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't that just great?
He was very, very good at what he did.
Now I'm just using that brush that Cinnamon gave me. I'm just tapping this on here.
That's the new D brush.
Yeah, that
D brush by who again?
Just tapping it. Yeah, that D brush, and I'm just sort of tapping it on.
Was that Raphael?
Now, if you wanted to get a little bit more technical.
Uh-oh. Now your paint is wet there, lady.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be okay. Let's see. If you want to be a little bit more technical, like hold the paint tight like this.
Hold it taut.
And then
now remember, after this one, we're going to be taking a break. We'll be playing the premiere of the wedding video. The Stuffy staff finally got that done for your amusement.
if a crisp line, sometimes on stuff like this, a crisp line can make a difference. This is just artist tape. It's kind of the thick, wide stuff. And I'm going to come up here, pull it tight again like this. Come right to here.
About like yay.
Burnish it down. Yeah, kind of blend it in a little bit. Kind of nifty, right?
Really brings it together.
And then I'm just playing with where there's lights and darks. This is almost an ultramarine blue, light gray color. Right in here between these two posts like that, top of this. And we'll just do that. Oh, all right.
Yeah, I'm liking that one too.
So, I mean, that's just a memory of Santorini, I guess, is probably maybe the title for that, huh?
The D brush is not in our store as of yet. There's a new brush just introduced by the Raphael people. I'm not sure if it's out. Cinnamon will give us more details on that. We'll find out and let you guys know.
So I feel like we've got the feeling of that, don't you think? So let's take a look at those and let's get our frames back out. See what we got here.
No, that's pretty good in that one.
Oh yeah, doesn't it? That's just kind of nice, right?
Yeah.
I think I could have something a little bit lighter on this rock now that I see it in the frame. This doesn't show up very well, so that's one thing. That's a good hint. Put it in a frame, see what you see. Sometimes it gives you just enough of its view where your acrylic's dry a little darker than you wanted. So you just, let's just lighten this up a bit. Like that. Just do a little more contrast.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, so just, I didn't need much, but just that. Let's see. Oh yeah, huh? What do you guys think?
Just enough to make it stand out.
Just enough to make it stand out.
I'd said that.
You did. I said it again. All right, so there's that. Let's see what it looks like in the other frame, just because we're fun. And sometimes this one might be the thing.
No, that was I like that one with that one.
Yeah, there's just something about it. It's just, you know, it's a
old
kind of a
world.
quiet moment in Santorini, you know, kind of old world.
It looks old world to me.
Yeah. Not saying too much, but there it is. Now, let's play with our, so again, let's play with our ship here, little boat.
Our ship's ahoy.
Oh, that's sort of fun with this one. Kind of good depth. Let's see, we've got another one.
I thought we had a silver one of those frames.
We had a silver frame somewhere, but you know, we've been
during
gone.
the break, I'll see if I can find it.
We'll look during the break, yeah. Oh, I like the gold a little bit. Really makes the boat show up.
You like it?
Yeah, don't
I
you?
think the silver would be better if I could find it.
Well, silver would be good too. You know, it's just, you know, so many people always say you really want to try to pick up a little bit of the color in the frame that's in the picture.
Right.
It's one of the tricks to framing it. But I think this boat is sort of fun. Fishing boat, right?
Yeah, gold kind of gives it a little warmth.
Yeah, and I like all the light turquoise around here. And if you think about, here's the photo.
I
and I think we took a photo that I think we kind of, you know, take a vacation photo that, you know, something that, you know, that you thought was sort of cool and expand on it. And I hope that's fun. So I will, again, you shook up the new Posca pen, or you didn't have a Posca pen, or what?
No, I don't have one. We have to find one.
We'll find one during the break.
God, we're going to be busy during the break.
And then we'll see back. We'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy our wedding video. It was in Georgia, in the Shanti Mountains, and Elizabeth Clark was our. That's moderator one, by the way.
We were in the Blue Ridge Mountains.
Yeah, Blue Ridge Mountains and Georgia, and she is an ordained minister, and she was the one that performed the ceremony.
All right, now we're going to try this off. I'm going to stop this recording because this is the end of this. This is 2 and 3, 3 and 4.
Okay.
So I'm going to stop the recording. And we're going to try to start the video, and hopefully it will play.
Oh,
Here
wait.
we go. And we'll be back after it.
Hey, John, come on over here for a minute. Take these to your bride.
Thank you. Hey, Ginger. Come on over.
Surprise! For you.
These are beautiful.
Yes, they are for you. Do you know why you're here?
Oh my gosh, it's a wedding?
It's a wedding.
Oh,
Finally,
wedding.
we've
I
got
love
a wedding.
weddings.
Yay! We've had so much fun in the planning of this. And I want you to just know from my heart how amazing, what an honor this is, that you, of all the things you could have been doing, you decided to do it here with us. And for that, I thank you so much. It's an honor. Well,
We thank you, Bob, tremendously. It's
just
been
wonderful.
So fun.
And I hope whoever sees this will feel the love and enjoy the fun and the craziness of this moment. It's certainly an unorthodox event,
Yes.
but nonetheless more holy and sacred. That's what we've got that too. So I'll just open in a little prayer if you don't mind. Father, we thank you so much for this beautiful day. You have given us perfect weather. Yesterday was rainy and cold, and today is just perfect. You've kept the leaves on the trees, and I thank you for that. And you've given us safe travel. So, Father, have your way. Jesus, be the unseen guest of honor among us right now, in Jesus' name. I have a couple of scriptures I thought would be nice. Okay. One's from Ephesians 4:2. Be completely humble and gentle. Be patient, bearing with one another in love. And I know that is a very personal way that you live out your lives together. And I don't see why that will not continue. And 1 Peter 4:8 says, above all, love each other deeply, because love covers a multitude of sins. And we know we're not perfect. And thank God when we found somebody, a life partner, who covers our sins with love. I found a couple of little poems, and I just thought they were kind of neat. I want you to be thinking that this is you. I thought of you when I read this poem. I belong in your arms. Finally, I have found a place into which I fit perfectly, safely, and securely, with no doubts, no fears, no sadness, no tears. This place is filled with happiness and laughter, and yet it is spacious enough to allow me the freedom to move around, to live my life and be myself. This wonderful place, which I never believed really existed, I have found, finally, inside your arms, inside your heart, inside your love. And John, this one I thought about you. This day I married my best friend, the one with whom I laugh as we share life's wondrous zest, as we find new enjoyments and experience in all life's best. The one for whom I live because the world seems brighter as our happy times are better and our burdens feel much lighter. The one I love with every fiber of my soul. We used to feel vaguely incomplete. Now together we are whole.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Now we're going to do the exchange of the vows. I'm going to say some things, and then you can, affirm them. Now we're going to get formal because this part is traditional. So it's not Ginger and John, it's Virginia and Jonathan. Okay, for those who don't know.
Okay.
Uh-oh, now it's out.
Jonathan, do you intend to take Virginia, whose hand you hold, and they're doing that, to be your lawful wedded wife? And do you pledge before God and these witnesses to love, honor, protect her through sunshine and shadow alike, remaining loyal to her alone unto death shall separate you? If so, answer, I do.
I do.
Virginia, do you intend to take Jonathan, whose hand you hold, to be your lawful wedded husband? And do you pledge before God and these witnesses to be to him a loving and supporting wife, through sunshine and shadow alike, remaining loyal to him alone until death shall separate you? If so, say, I do.
I do.
John, please look at Ginger and in your own words express to her what your vow is as her husband.
Virginia, you have been my undying love. My closest companion is you. I pledge to be your husband starting now. I promise to encourage and inspire you, to share in your laughter, and to provide you comfort when you're going through difficult times. I pledge to love you through good times and bad, when it looks like life is easy and when it appears to be difficult, when our love is effortless and when it requires work. I swear I'll always love you and have the highest respect for you, today and every day of our lives. I give you these things.
Ginger, please look at John and in your own words, express to him what this vow is as his wife.
John, I take you to be my husband, my best friend and partner. I want to create a bond of honesty, respect and acceptance, and gratitude. One that withstands the test of time and changes and glows along with us. When I first met you, I thought, I bless the day we found each other. And it's only growing more and more, and I love you so much.
Now we're going to do a blessing of the rings, and I thank you. I have to have them right here.
Ellie has them.
Ellie's given them to me, so that's nice. You have chosen to seal your vows by giving and receiving the rings. The ring forms a perfect circle without a beginning or an end, and is thereby a symbol of eternity and signifies the duration of the commitment you are now making. Bless, O Lord, these rings to be a sign of the vows, for Jonathan and Virginia have bound themselves to each other in your presence. You can place the ring, John, on her hand. And say after me, Virginia, I give you this ring as a symbol of my vow.
Virginia, I give you this ring as my
symbol of my vow.
vows.
And with all that I am,
And with all that I am,
and all that I have,
and all that I have,
I honor you.
I honor
in
you.
the name of the Father,
In the name of the Father,
and of the Son,
and of the Son,
and of the Holy Spirit.
and of the Holy Spirit.
And Virginia, you'll give Jonathan your ring and say after me, Jonathan, I give you this ring as a symbol of my vow.
Jonathan, I give you this ring as a symbol of my vow.
And with all that I am,
And with all that I am,
and all that I have,
and all that I have,
I honor you.
I honor
In
you.
the name of the Father,
In the name of the
and
Father,
of the Son,
and of the Son,
and of the Holy Spirit.
and of the Holy Spirit.
Now we're going to do a little traditional thing about lighting the unity candle. Okay. And the neat thing about this is the candles, the tapered candles, they represent you, of course. Uh-huh. The unity candle represents now that you're man and wife. So I'm going to light this, and we're going to hope that they can stay. I should have got battery ones. They would never go out, would they? Now, you're going to each one take one and then light the candle together. I'll just keep this handy. What I don't want you to do is blow it out.
Or catch the woods on fire.
Yeah.
None of that, right?
Because what we're doing now is we're coming as one, but never losing our identity as individuals. There you go. Blessed are you, O Lord, our God, for you have created joy and gladness, pleasure and delight, love, peace, and fellowship. Pour out your abundance and your blessing upon John and Ginger. I get to say that because I'm your friend now. and the next season together. Let your love for each other be a seal upon your hearts and a crown upon your heads. We bless you in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. By the authority invested in me as a minister of the gospel, and in accordance with the laws of the state of Georgia, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride.
Yay!
No.
Forever.
Bob,
Forever.
you may, yep. I would like Bob to do a closing prayer for us. Would you like to? Okay. Whoops, you got to back up a little bit, honey.
Back up to that microphone will hit you.
Yeah, to the microphone back there. Yeah. So,
Lord, I thank you for this day. Thank you for the privilege of being here today. Thank you for these cool people that are so serving of others. Bless them as they minister and as they reach out to other people and help them. Help people that need help, receive from others the help that they need, and just bless them. Bless them, bless their life together. And I ask, Lord, that you, in your way, help them more and more draw closer to you and closer to each other. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
amen. Amen.
Amen.
And all God's people said, Amen.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you very much, Liz. Thank you, Bob, for everything. It's been
Beautiful.
the best wedding ever. Woohoo! Yay!
And if we captured it on film, it will be
It will
hopefully.
be wonderful
Hopefully
if
we
we get
got
this
it on
on
film.
And thanks for the wedding party.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look at the candles are still going. That's wonderful with this breeze.
Yep. Doing good.
John, let me start playing for you. And then we're gonna leave the magic dragon lives by the sea. And then we're gonna leave. Whoa! That was special.
And we're back, Queenie.
Oh my goodness. I hope you guys liked the video. We sure want to give a big thanks again to Liz and Bob Clark for doing that for us. And there's a lot of thought went into that wedding, even though it was pretty short and sweet, but a lot of thought went into it. Thank you very much, you guys. Great love there from John and I for you guys for doing that. So we're going to go on now to our...
Okay, wait, now I got to start recording. I didn't re-record that. Okay, and we're back after the wedding video. If you didn't watch the wedding video, it is up on live on YouTube under Ginger's channel. Go look for it.
So anyway, hope everybody liked that. If it, again, did they not hear me about Liz and everything? What I said?
No, they heard that. I just didn't get that recorded.
Okay.
You want to thank Liz again?
I want to thank Liz again. Thank you, Liz and Bob again. Thank you.
Bob's my buddy.
Yeah.
Bob's my buddy.
And we now, I don't know if you have the nanny cam hats that she gave us, but we are now official campers at her house, official campers. So these are the last two paintings that we've done.
Oh, we got to get you all set up again.
And then we're going to go ahead and start the next group.
Whoa.
Switch back to albums here. And
There should be, what are we doing?
we're doing
5 and 6?
5 and 6, right?
Yeah, that usually comes after 3 and 4.
Yeah. So that's next, you guys. And
I like to throw numbers around.
so we're going to be doing, this was a lot of, even in the ruins, we saw a lot of animals and at places, and we thought this was a pretty dog. And sometimes you want to do a dog portrait, but you want to do it fairly quick. You don't want to spend forever doing it, but the dog. And then this was an old urn that we saw. It was in one of the ruins that was in Greece. And it was still in pretty good shape. Pretty impressive, isn't it? So we're going to be painting that. So those are the two things that we're going to be doing now. And I've got two little canvases. I've got one with a black background and one sort of with a dark ground background. Probably John figured we'd do the dog with this one, and then we'd do the urn with this one. So we'll just we'll start tracing this on, and we talking about it. Somebody had asked where I got that kind of neat vest coat that I wore for the wedding. And I found that at Macy's earlier this year. What I liked about it was it doesn't wrinkle. I'm a big fan of things that don't wrinkle.
Especially when you travel.
When you travel, and it. All right, there. That's the right side up on this, and again, we'll have these. This is a painting marathon. If you joined us late, these are all the paintings I'm doing today. They're on Protone canvas, which is a board which is a masonite, which has been sealed and then covered with a couple of real canvas, and then a couple of coats of gesso, and then we've given it a coat of paint too. And these are very nice because they're nice and easy. It's easy to frame, and I think you'll find that these are fun to do. And again, we tell people when you're looking to paint your photos from your trips. These are all from our trip. You're looking to paint your photos from your trips. Try to. Guess I didn't get that on right. Let me just move Yeah, I got the paper down, but I just didn't get the picture down on here right. Try to do it small first, and then see where you are, right? Like I don't want to just line that up like that.
And ideally proportional to what you want to end up with.
Yeah, and if you're not sure, we have a chart on our website, Acrylic Painting with Ginger Cook, and it shows you the different sizes. If you've got a little 8x10 photo and you want to 8x10 canvas and you want to make it larger, we showed you what size canvas to buy so it's proportional. If you want to make something bigger.
Same with the 9x12.
Same with 9x12. 9x12 is a very common size. What things can 6x8 be, John?
9x12.
9x12.
Everything we do. That's why we do the 6x8. Have a signature pen.
Oh gosh, look at that.
I know, I'm wonderful.
I was just trying to do this tape. I'll tell you a little secret about tape, artist tape. In my experience, I can't scientifically prove it, but it feels like this to me. How's that? Is the older it gets, the stickier it gets. I wouldn't buy like 12 rolls at a time, because you just use it, just have it one spare roll and kind of date your stuff. Do you date your art supplies? Like if you're buying something, you date it?
Well,
because I like to, because you want to use the oldest stuff first. Yeah? Just to tape this down a little better than it was. There, all right, that ought to be good. All right, so
all right.
testing. Yeah, here we go. So this will be a fun painting, pretty easy. I think you're going to find this is an easy painting, but sometimes easy paintings can be simple but elegant. The trick is to get the correct shape of the urn. Here's some rocks. We want to get those pretty good here. Rocks have a light and a dark side to them, just like a box. So you want to kind of look at where the light's coming from when you're doing rocks. Usually there's a dark shadow side. Like I say, here's the this is the, did that do pretty good? Let's see. And the bottom of this is all kind of hidden in the grass, you see. So there isn't a whole lot to this. Let's kind of fix that a little bit. Maybe there's a rock up here we'll put. Let me kind of center everything, figure out where it goes. All right, so that's what we've got on this one. That's going on, and then let's just do the dog at the same time. So we're gonna go ahead and do our dog. And this is a great tips on doing something like this, because what you want is to keep it simple. Not a lot of detail, but you still want to know that you have a dog in the picture. You don't want to miss the fact that it's a painting of a dog. And
the wedding video will be up at 11 p.m. tonight on its own. So if you subscribe to us, you'll get a notification.
What do people like our video, John?
Yeah, it seems to be a resounding yay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, that's quite a thing for John. Had like, how many cameras did you have?
We had 5 cameras, 1 film, and I could not get the film off of it. I tried everything. It was a different angle. There's a couple shots in there I wanted, but I just couldn't pull it off. No big deal.
Well, I think you did pretty good, don't you guys?
Yep. Oh, thanks.
I think you
It was
did.
fun. I mean, you had 3 different microphones running, so you had to mix, plus the camera microphone, so you had to mix all the sounds separately. We didn't go through a mixing box or anything. It was a challenge. I like a challenge. If it was simple, anybody could do it.
Yeah, well, there you go. So,
It's a keepsake for all eternity.
and the interesting thing, when we went to the courthouse to get the marriage license, it's
there's
a
a
little
story
town. They were so nice, these people, at the courthouse. And Liz had gone in, last week. We've been planning this for a while, for about a year, haven't we?
Oh, yeah.
We've been planning this for about a year. We just kept it secret. And like I say, Liz went in ahead of time and to see what paperwork we needed and everything. And then John sent what we needed to Liz. And then when we got there, we were missing the piece of paper that the judge signed. And that was almost we weren't going to be able to do it. But fortunately, John had another copy of everything with us in a folder. And
Being a sock folder.
and being a sock folder, he had everything we needed with us. And
Yeah, the interesting thing is the probate judge was going to call Houston and get a hold of Harris County and make sure that these young people are going to get married right away.
I think the fact, because we're older, people think it's kind of cute. I don't know. I think we're cute because we're older.
That's what it is. We're cute.
You know, I don't know. They think it's kind of sweet because well, you know, at this time, and you know, it's not that common. It's common, but not that common. How's that?
Was that Cleveland? I don't know. No, was that Cleveland that we were in for the town hall?
Liz knows if she's still awake.
Well, Liz is still awake. Everybody's still awake.
She would tell you. But anyway, we're very happy that. I think I got a good thing here. All right, there we go, you guys. I think we're okay.
Got the booch.
I think we got the pooch. And and also people say, well, we got there. We got off in Miami, and this is some things I want to give a shout out. So you're getting the story of our trip here. When we got off in Miami, we thought we were so clever, so we booked a Hampton Inn about 4 hours from Liz's house, and thought we'd spend the night there. We would arrive late because we were going to be house guests with her. And anyway, when we got there, about I think it was about 10:30 at night, and they said, "I'm sorry, your reservation is for tomorrow night." And we're going, "It's supposed to be tonight." It was, well, whatever, is for tomorrow night. Now, what had happened was we do everything with credit card points, so we probably ever have to pay for a hotel because everything's done on points. So money that we were going to spend anyway on a light bill or pay for the TV, if we put it on our credit card and then pay it off every month like we were going to, we get points for that. You add up enough points, it's like a little piggy bank, and then you can exchange those points for airfare, hotels, and stuff. So we had decided that we would use our points and get that hotel. So anyway, somehow, but we were on a cruise ship, pretty poor internet. The guy didn't understand us. But anyway,
the bottom line was we had it for the next day, which wouldn't do us any good.
Yeah, so we were gonna have to pay again to stay at this hotel, and John, I'm gonna make the dog blue first, and you're gonna say why, but
I'm going to say, why are you making a blue dog?
It's his undercoat.
Oh.
So even though he's a white dog, he's blue first, people. So John got on the phone with Chase Bank and their travel company. And, you know, it took us a while to get through. We sat in the lobby there for about 45 minutes. And then we'd just get somebody and they'd drop us and we'd have to call back. And you know how that goes. And then they said, okay, so then we understand what you want. And then, but we can't help you. This other people has to help you. And then they transferred us to them. And they said, well, that's not really us. These other people have to do it. You have to get them to change it. And then by the time we got to those other people, they said, even though we had bought cancellation insurance, so we'll just cancel this and pay for the night, they said, we can't do it. You'll just, basically they said, good luck. Didn't they? Pretty much, is that what they said?
Yep. Sorry, but no refund,
problem.
no exchange, can't move it.
And I mean, honestly, so the night clerk was just a night clerk. He didn't have any ability to do anything. And we just decided, well.
Oh, he gave us a good price.
Yeah, he did. And we just decided that's a lesson learned, isn't it? That was a lesson learned. We
don't bother buying the cancellation rights.
We wouldn't buy cancellation insurance anymore because then they were really crummy about it, right? I thought, just my own personal opinion, but I thought that they were pretty crummy about it. So anyway, it was a lovely room, and I really liked the Hampton Inn, and it came with breakfast. And so it's just one of those life lessons, and we just lost some hotel points. That's all. That's all that happened. Nothing terrible. No panicking, right? We just lost some hotel points. Yes.
So we thought. Until the next morning.
So then the next morning,
as we were leaving,
I went to the front desk and I said, I just want to tell you how much I enjoyed my stay at your hotel. And even though we had a pretty rough time getting the booking and everything, and your room was wonderful. The food this morning was great on the breakfast, and you guys are great. And the lady said, what happened? You know, I'd made it enough of a drama where she was going to have to ask me, right? And I said, well, here's what happened. I said and I told her the story. And I said, we were on the phone for like 45 minutes last night and finally just gave up and decided to pay for the room. And I don't understand what the big deal is. We're not going to be here tonight. If you guys, and I just was so sad about it. And it just shows you not to book through a third party. And she says, that's terrible. Let me talk to my manager. And sure enough, she came back and she said, my manager's going to just give you the room free for tonight for last night since you're already paying for tonight. Don't worry about a thing. Have a nice journey. Come on, you guys.
I didn't have to do that.
What town was that in? That was the Hampton Inn. I'm going to give them a shout out because they were so nice. That was the Hampton Inn in where?
Augusta?
Huh?
No, Macon.
Macon, Georgia.
Was it Macon?
Yeah.
I think it was Macon,
Georgia. So I just every once in a while, people. What's that expression? People do you solid. Isn't that what they call it? When people.
Yeah, that's what the kids say nowadays.
People
doing you a solid.
Do you solid, right?
And they did.
And they did us a solid right there. And we were willing to just chalk it up to experience, right? What can you do with something like that? You just chalk it up to experience. Yes and yes.
That's all you can do.
That's all you can do, right? And but lo and behold, they credit us our room. So I thought, John, let's be sure to shout them out on YouTube. Yay, Hampton Inns.
And we would go back there. We'd make a special trip just to stop there.
Yeah, that's how great we thought they were. I'm just getting some sort of color in here around the dog. This isn't the final color.
Is it ever the final color?
No, but...
Even when you say it's the final color?
Yeah, I know. No. I'm just getting something down here. I lost this back foot. Well, I'll put it back. I see that. My haste, I lost the back foot. It's all right. Okay, so see how we're kind of blocking everything in, you know what I mean? And
that's first step. Kind of get the lay of the land.
Yeah. So now we're going to put in the background.
Oh, we had a wonderful time in Georgia. Everybody was very nice in Georgia, even up there in the hill country.
Oh, yeah.
It was so sweet. I'm going to make sure you get this license. What do we need to do?
Yeah, weren't they great?
Yep.
This is just old burnt sienna and cad red. Medium. And then let's do a little bit of this orange color. Burnt sienna.
We need to show you our calendars. We got, you have that one tin cup there you can show me in your card holder. That's right next to you there.
Oh, I definitely will do that.
Yeah.
All right, so that's sort of this is kind of what we call roughed in. And you can see it doesn't take long to rough in a picture, right?
No. I call roughing a painting.
Just putting in some of your lights and darks. All right, so we're going to put that away. We're going to go to the other one. That's the fun thing about that. So that was this one, and then now we're doing
That's good. At least
one.
It looks like that.
Yeah, so that was that one. Now we're going to do the pot. And let's see. I think I want some more burnt umber.
Ooh, I gave you a new tube, right? That's what I gave you.
You did.
Yeah.
You gave me a new tube. Try to use the rest of this up. And okay. A little orange and burnt umber. We're just going to paint this in, kind of get an underpainting color over the black.
How many people are still hanging in there with us?
We got anybody in our marathon? Are you guys all hanging in there?
Close to 300.
Wow, okay, thank you. Like I say, if you know, for me, yesterday we went and got that final, well, we don't know
Not
about
the
final,
final.
but the last of the greatest of the booster things, right?
Yeah, the next one in the series.
The next one in the series. And yeah, we're going to get some dark around in here. Something dark. Something kind of dark up in here. Now let's try here's some of our rocks. Kind of a gray color, there's a little bit of Payne's gray with them. Move this out of the way so I can pull this up here. Payne's gray is a great color because it gives you the light. The light has almost a blue shade to it. So I'm just putting the lighter parts of this on first. I'm just kind of roughing that in, seeing where all this goes. And then I want some darker blues in here.
Okay, we have some new people have joined us, and they're not familiar with this funny brush you're using. Could you explain that, please?
Yeah, this is a brush Cinnamon gave me yesterday as I got home, and it's called a Raphael Textured D brush, and it's new, and I don't know if you can even buy it yet. And I said I would try it. I like it for just sort of, filling in landscapes and stuff like I'm doing. It seems to do a pretty good job of
I like the stroke it creates.
of that.
Was there any discussion about COVID in Europe? No, not at all.
No, not really.
It was not a big deal at any of the ports.
No, they were pretty nice. In fact, I'm with you. I was surprised, and get the blues out again. The phthalo blue and ultramarine blue are kind of keys for doing rocks and Payne's gray. So I'm going to just tap this in here. I'm going to start getting some texture by tapping something dark. And just going to tap this on here like this over the black, wherever my rocks are.
I imagine COVID and all the viruses will be on the rise for the winter again. Lorraine was saying that on the news that COVID is on the rise again in Europe.
Is it?
Yeah. Well, it's winter time. It'll be on the rise here too. We have that RSV, whatever that respiratory one is. It's getting the kids this time. It's the world we live in at the moment, apparently.
It is, isn't it? Okay, so we just got a little bit of a dark shadow there. So that's kind of all I'm going to do with this.
No, it's done? Oh, that's pretty quick.
No, but I'm just before I dry it, you know what I mean, before it has to dry.
Yeah.
This is sort of all I can do.
You have a vision.
So I'm just sort of placing in some stuff. Just kind of freckling in some colors. How's that? It's a good word, right?
Yeah.
So we don't have any lights or darks or contrast particularly, but you know, that can dry. So back to the dog.
Meanwhile, back at
Back
the
to the
ranch.
dog. And I think what happens is that when you get to painting, you may get to painting and then find yourself at a sort of a crossroads because you're it's magenta. A little bit of orange. Okay. I don't know what's with that tape. I know we have more tape. Why am I dealing with the bad tape?
I have no idea. I don't know why you're using that big stuff.
Because I can't find the little stuff. That's why.
Oh, well, you didn't discuss that with me.
No, I can't find the little stuff, man. And it's just
Do I need to get up?
no. It just is annoying when I can't find the little stuff. You know. I just don't like it. But you know, like I say, we've been gone for a couple of months. Who knows where anything is? Okay.
Ooh, a little texture.
Yeah.
Now, this little guy, I shot him when I did the tour of where was it? Olympia, where the Olympics were first played.
Yeah, John got to go see that where they first played the Olympics.
Yeah, that's Donkey Hill took out my bride-to-be that time.
Yeah. See?
And that dog was just down the street, just kind of visiting everybody. You never know when you have an opportunity. And also, I believe that pot is from the same place. if I remember correctly.
Was that from the Olympic Village?
Yes, it was. In the village.
That would have been in Greece, yeah?
Yes, it was. Even that brush a real workout, aren't you?
Well, it does make some very nice texture, right?
It does. It was in Athens. I don't have my iPad with me. I'd look it up. Athens was interesting. Athens was like New York City. I just did the hop on, hop off bus there, went around, and that was just.
Oh, where were we? We were totally missed. This was so pathetic, you guys.
Oh, Picasso.
We went to see the Picasso Museum on this island.
They said we just grabbed the hop on, hop off bus and hop off.
And we stayed on it for 2 hours and kept missing it.
Yeah, in our defense, they certainly did not number them very well. And we finally figured out we wanted number 12. And the young couple got off at what we know now is number 12. And I said, what number is this? They go, we have no idea, but the food looks good here, so we got off. And then we get up to the next one, the guy goes, well, here we are at number 13.
We didn't think we could ride it around 3 more times.
Well, we ran out of time. It's like an hour and a half trip.
Yeah.
It was fun, though. We got some pictures out of that trip.
Yeah. So
I can always find a picture.
now there's too much color on my brush, but there's still colors, and I'm going to just get some white and lighten up the color. You know, you could mix your colors right on the canvas. I'm just kind of laying in the background here. Okay, so you kind of see I've got everything kind of blocked in. Yes and yes.
Good start.
Good start, yeah. So now to do the dog, which is dry. Let's just leave that alone for now. Let all that dry so we don't mess it up. Let's just, meanwhile, go back to the pot.
Well, we want to take a second right there. That one still looks pretty wet. You want to bring over the little coffee cup thingy that I got there for you?
Oh, yeah. You guys, we've got a... you got to see this. We started something new this year. We've got all kinds of calendars and different products. And they're not Teespring. They're from a totally different company. And one of the things that we created were these images on tin cups. This is a painting we have with the books, and there's a gingerism on the top. It's a really neat little tin cup. You may have seen tin cups in some of my paintings. It's really cute, isn't it? That's in the store. And then one of the things that I really wanted when I traveled was a card holder. So this is one of our tutorials on books. And then here's your card holder.
And a little bit of a mirror in there too, if you want to check your lipstick and
stuff. Yeah, look at that, a mirror. Isn't that nice? Those are nice. So those card holders are available on our website. And if you're just looking for a little Christmas gift or holiday gift to give somebody, I think these are pretty reasonable, aren't they, John?
Oh, yeah.
They're really, and we wanted to have some small things that people could get. And these are lovely, I think, and they're just really nice. And so those are just a couple of the things we have in our store. So acrylic painting with Ginger Cook, and then you go under what store?
It's under whatever's the top of the page until we got our store set up separately.
Yeah, and right now you can find it, and then it starts with the T-shirts. You keep scrolling down, and we've got all kinds of other things. They're great. All right, so let's work on you're right, that happened there. Oh, man. Was that paint on my finger or what?
That pretty blue that you put in there?
Yeah, well, we're not finger painting this, so let's just take that right off. Okay. All right, so I want to just start on these rocks, and this is a perfect brush for this because I can do a little stomping. See how I can just tap in?
It seems like it's got a good spring to it.
I can just sit here and tap.
Well, yeah, on the website, if you go to the menu called Stores, then under you had Ginger Cook's T-shirts and more. Go to that heading and you'll find our current products. And I've got like another 20 to go.
We just haven't got them all up
Right
here.
now, some of the items are taking close to 10 days on shipping. So if you want something, I would not wait much past Thanksgiving because it's going to get worse and worse.
Because it's just not that they're any later, but then they're competing with everybody else who's
Right.
mailing. So you're competing with the post office is what you're competing with, right?
Yeah.
Not the store that
Not
can't
the store
do it.
itself. It's just everybody's going to start filling up the pipeline. I was really impressed with that mug. It came out absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, I love it. I just love it. I think it's so cute. And
so right now, things would make it by the holiday season. If you ordered within a week or two, I think you're still plenty safe.
And incidentally, because each place is different, so there's different shipping for each thing, okay? It's not like when you order on Amazon, put everything in a cart and then it goes. Because
Right.
every one of these venues, they're all different. Like our calendars.
Some of the things come together are from the same distributor, but like the calendars come from Europe. They're the best place we can find to get the best printing. We'll show them to you shortly when I get my little butt up again. And but a lot of those stuff is in U.S. based. And so the calendars is the only thing you have to look and order through. If you're European or not U.S. or Canada, you want to make sure you get the international version of it. Some of the people got it to go through before we had the internationals done, but then I got stuck on one of them. I think it was Lorraine's. In Malta, they go, no, we're not going to do that one. Some of them I could get away with, but some of the other ones, I think Sweden, I think I'd have the same problem. So
Anyway, we've got Mona's to her.
yeah. And Mona says it's beautiful quality.
Oh, they're studying this whole company makes the nicest stuff. We had the T-shirts with us, and I got so many compliments on the T-shirts, and they were so nice to wear.
Yeah, matter of fact, the one I have on now is a higher quality T-shirt than Teespring was giving. The actual shirt is better quality.
Well, it turned out that Teespring, from what we were told, Teespring was you couldn't count on it all being consistent, because if you weren't a bestseller, then suddenly you didn't get the bestseller T-shirt.
Yeah.
Then you got something else, which we weren't interested in having that happen, right? See how we're doing the lights and darks on the rocks? Anybody knows? This is for Becky, because she always says she has trouble doing rocks. And you want to just, tap on the texture there. Nothing's ever one color. All right, so we've got some rocks. Now let's do we could do a little bit more with the rocks here. We just need to set something coming down like this.
Do they say order international? Only if you're not Canada or U.S., you do international. If you're Canada, North America, you do not. You do the North American one.
They're nice calendars. I think they were really nice, and they're the European based, the way they do the numbers on them. So it starts with Monday, which is really nice because that's when our show is.
Even though I'm a Sunday to Saturday person. But that's all right. I'm different.
We thought that was kind of cool. We really like that. All right, so I'm going to rinse this, and then...
That's looking pretty good.
Then what I want is... we want to have some yellow oxide out here. We've used all that up. Okay. Now notice I'm just tapping it in to get the texture. Then you just kind of overlap the tap. See what I mean? You just kind of overlap it. Yeah, some of this color up in here. I really don't like this red, but I'll cover that up. So you can't really get this wrong as long as you get the pattern is more important than the lights and darks are the most important. So what you're going for is your lights and darks. Okay, so this part of the vase and down here toward the rocks is in shadow, and so these are going to be your darker tones down in here, and it's lighter up at the top.
I like the colors you're seeing in this.
What was interesting to me was when we were in Turkey, we were going down this, I forget the name of the city, Liz knows, she went there too, and they had a huge library, the building's still intact there,
Oh, I
all the
should get that.
scrolls, and it was, and Cleopatra and
You're talking about
Alexander,
the ruins?
yeah, Alexander the Great were there, and they had these, they had these outdoor toilets for guys, and they
Well, wait. They did have a ceiling when they were there. For the first part, little hangover.
yeah, and they had well, it's in ruins, but what was interesting is they had this sort of keyhole shaped toilet in the marble, and then because guys wore these togas, there was been a long row of like an L shape, right? Kind of and all these, and they could just wide enough so everybody could sit next together, and they have these meetings in the John, which is sort of funny when you think about
Most
it.
of the business of the area was conducted in the Johns.
Yeah.
That was Turkey.
Turkey.
There it is.
Was that a Fezia or something? Apparently it was at, Liz told me when they went that her husband sat on all the toilet seats so he could say, because he had heard that Apostle Paul was there, so he could sit on the same toilet seat as Apostle Paul.
You want to make sure he sat on the right one, right?
He wasn't sure which one it was because nobody apparently recorded that. So he sat on them all. So there's kind of this Goldilocks approach, right? And the three bears, tried them all out, right?
I'm not sure I would do that myself, but which
All
I
right,
didn't.
now I need to go lighter and darker with this, with some shadows and stuff, but this is still wet, so I would just be making mud, so this has got to sit there and dry. Back to the dog. See how that works?
So this is one reason to have two paintings going at one time.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good
Absolutely a good reason to have that. All right, so back to the dog. It's a white dog.
This started off blue.
Started off blue. I think I need to change brushes now to something a little smaller. My go-to brush is always my angle brush. Okay. So So if I want some of these blue tones to show, I wipe most of the paint off my brush. I'll put it on and then kind of wipe it off on a rag and you see how the blue's kind of showing underneath here?
Yeah.
And that's why we do it that way. People always say, I don't know how to paint the dog and get the color. You got to find the color underneath the color. This is more of a warm white here. And you got to make sure the blue is completely dry before you do this. I think we'll focus in on his face a little bit because that's always a concern, isn't it?
Let me share with you this. Ginger was talking about the library. There's the library. What's left of it, standing. And the thing that amazes me is how do they build it up so high? How do they do all that? Nobody knows. That never got recorded. And here's the potties. I found the potties. Hope you guys don't mind us taking you on a little vacation with us.
Sometimes you can just put a little dab of paint down and then work it in.
What color did you use on the tongue?
Just a combination of whites and oranges.
No crimson.
No.
We very seldom use that color.
And then we'll start layering more white on as we go. But you want to start with your darker colors first. This is an interesting angle this dog is at.
I
So,
couldn't really have him move. I was down the street. I couldn't really get him to move too much for me.
no. So we're just going to suggest it, and then if you you see if the painting works out, and if you like it, it's just sort of fun. These are, kind of meant to be, look, if you're doing this, these are kind of like 1 cookie, 2 cookie dogs. If you want to do this for a box of cookie dogs, use the reference, don't use my painting, because I'm deliberately doing this as a one or 2 cookie painting, because I think you can certainly express what you need to express here.
Oh, absolutely.
Without, making it photorealistic, and that's what we're trying to show. Okay, so you're just trying to indicate that there's your dog, and there's this light, and then I want to put just leave him alone for a minute and put the foliage in.
I'll show you the bathroom real quick, right there. That is what they used in the good old days.
Well, they had water running and everything.
Yep.
They had water, sewer. They had all that stuff. Very advanced, considering it was how long ago it was. Even back in the Egyptian times, they had more of an infrastructure, I guess. That's what you'd say, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
John?
I would say that. A very sophisticated one, too.
More of an infrastructure than you'd ever imagine anybody having.
And they certainly knew about the diseases and the byproducts and everything. I mean, they a smart group of people put this stuff together. That's all I can say.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's still standing today.
And really, what's kind of done them in is are the earthquakes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's probably the biggest thing that.
Yeah, if we didn't have earthquakes, a lot of stuff would still be standing.
Yeah, it would have. When you're using an angle brush, you've always got to shape it. Keep shaping it. Don't.
You want to keep that knife edge.
Okay, so we've got. Okay, so there's our.
Are you leaving the rear leg out?
I haven't put it in yet. That's all.
You're just gonna wait till the last.
Yeah.
I thought you wanted to get all your background done.
Yeah, you're still getting the.
That was my thinking.
We're not leaving anything out. No worries, people.
Nikki's leaving us. 1 a.m. She quit at 1 a.m.
What time is it now for us?
Oh, it's early. Goodness gracious. Only 8.
Oh, my goodness.
You're just warming up, babe. Oh, you like his tail, didn't you?
I did. Too much paint, and then we'll put a little shadow on it, and then put some white over that when it dries.
Mona says it's 2 a.m. here, and I'm hanging in.
Oh, Mona, you're such a trooper.
Oh, Lorraine's biting the dust.
Well, she stayed up for the wedding video, right?
Yep, she did. Not Lorraine, thanks for joining us.
We really enjoyed your company.
Oh, it's fun times.
Okay, so now we've got to start doing some whites on the floor. And that's too wet. So back to this one. Everything got too wet on us, you guys. So now we got to go back. Knowing when to stop and either dry or move to something else is very important. Okay, knowing when when your stuff is dry and when it isn't, and taking the time to really see that. And see how much lighter this is?
And now you're creating the roundness of the 3 dimensions.
Yeah. And since I've got a lot of texture down on this face, this pot, overlapping the colors.
No, your microphone might be giving out shortly, battery-wise. You turn the other mic on to you. Let me rearrange that mic.
I mean, pots are some of the easiest things to paint if you will just do that sort of technique where I'm tapping. Just tap the paint on and overlap it. Start with your darker colors and keep going lighter. Okay? And then it gets really... Don't worry about it getting too light. You can always darken it up. I need a nice shadow here.
Okay, gang.
What's going on?
I'm going to switch your
Microphone?
microphone to see what happens. So hang in there. You must be one of those 2. Okay. Bring those off. And okay, talk.
I'm talking. Can you hear me?
Barely. Do it again.
Talking?
Nope. Hold on a second. Crank you up a bit.
John's so clever to be able to do all that. Just John
Shut up there.
All right. Talk again.
talking again.
And one more. All right. How's Ginger sound now? I'll wait for a response. I'm going to stick with that until we hear otherwise.
You got some depth on this spot, don't you? This is where zinc white can be very nice.
See,
This little
it's garbled. Steve Lamb says it's garbled. Garbled, not good. Okay. All right. Go back. All right. You're back to where you were. Talk again.
talking again.
Okay. Now we're going to do another test. I'm going to plug in this. Let's let this run for a second. Like I said. All right, let's wait a minute. And we're going to try one more thing, 'cause I have to power up the receiver.
Okay, we can keep trying. I'll keep talking. See how we sort of nestled this into the rocks. A rock should have some sharp edges. If you hit your knee on it, you should say ow. So you want to make sure you've done that. So you don't want it to look like snow. So if you don't get some good straight lines in there, it's going to look like snow. All right, you don't want that. Sharp angles, no curves, no funny curves.
Some of you are coming in at different times, so.
All right, so you guys that are watching this is a marathon. We've been on since 4 o'clock. The paintings that you're seeing are on 6x8 canvas board Protone. And we're let's see, let's get moving I think I gotta have a different rag now. Okay. We're taking you on our trip to Europe that we just got back from. And this was in this pot was in ruins by where they used to do the Olympics, right?
Yes. I know you guys don't want me to touch it again. We're going to have to, because this little battery's not going to last.
Won't you give me a new battery?
It's one of the charging batteries.
Oh.
So I think if I put it in the charger, though, it makes it static. So we're going to, everything's fine now. And we're all good. I'm going to type that in there. We're going to do another test. We're going to plug in the charger part.
See how I'm kind of straightening up these rocks a bit so they don't look
You guys are about 60 seconds off from me.
Yeah.
Are you using an angle brush now? Yeah.
Angle brush?
Angle brush now. Sound is still good. She needs to talk, though.
Well, I can talk. I'm sitting there going, kind of focusing on this. I'm sorry, I get a little quiet when I do that.
Yeah, it's okay.
And,
I'll just try to work on the sound over here.
So
not a big deal. I can come back later.
I'm just putting on the grasses now.
Touch.
Something a little bit.
I think it's my new favorite one now.
What, this one?
Yeah.
That's what the angle brush is so good at. You want to be sure to pinch it so you don't get these thin lines here coming up these grasses.
I wonder if modeling paste would be a great effect on this.
Good.
I wouldn't go too crazy with it.
Might be hard to do the grasses afterwards, though they'd skip. You could do the modeling paste on the rocks, though, for sure. It's different though, isn't it? It's sort of a different kind of color scheme maybe than you'd think about when you were painting something like this.
A little bit. Well, you always surprise me with the colors.
Yeah, that's true. I always try to do something with the colors. That's sort of our trademark here.
Pretty much.
And
That's the first thing I noticed about you when I met you.
all the
And
colors.
that's why I called you the Queen of Color.
That's true. That's absolutely true. You did call me the Queen of Color. Well, I think we've got that tucked in there nicely. What do you think? John, what do you think? Think we got that tucked in there nicely?
Yeah. I think it's looking good.
Just sort of.
I'm really very pleased with this one. Haven't been disappointed yet tonight.
Well, we never want to disappoint.
Well, that's
Now,
good.
here's that new brush that Cinnamon gave me. Let's start lightening up something here.
This just came out magnificent.
Now, this is where you want the sharp line here. Got to have some sharp lines when you're doing rocks. Do a few sharper angles, and that's sometimes all it takes.
The new brush we're using is going to be from Raphael. Right now, she's using the angle brush. That's not part of Cinema's line. The other one's a Raphael.
Yes.
She'll probably go back to when she goes to the pooch, put the fur on. I'd like to see you try the other brush for the fur. I want to see if it works. I could be wrong in my thinking. I just felt like it looking at it.
Well, see, put a little grass down there to kind of, it wasn't in the picture, but I'll put it there anyway, just to have it. Now, if I had a little more time, I could do maybe a little bit more, but I think we're pretty good, don't you? I think we've got it. That's a very good study in
Oh, absolutely.
in the
Like I
painting
said,
of
I think
this.
that's a magnif.
All right, let's take a look at the. I think the gold frame would look pretty good on this, but I'm not done with the dog, so we'll have to wait.
Oh, yeah, wait. We're
gonna
going to
finish
zoom out and zoom in.
We're gonna finish the dog, but I think that's about done.
Let's finish that pooch.
Let's finish the pooch. Oh. Okay, so you're not letting.
you were going for that 3D effect.
Yeah, we're going for that 3D effect.
Brenda would like to say, Ginger, you are truly an amazing artist.
Oh, thank you.
So let's do a spur. And I like this dog because there's so many colors in it. You see that? There's just so many colors that it's a kind of a spotted dog, but there's so many colors in this dog. This tummy part here is one of his lightest parts right there. I'm loading that up.
Ginger's mic is gone. Yep. Try talking now.
I'm talking now.
No, you're gone. Hold on a second.
Take a quick break.
No, we don't, because there is no breaks. Try to talk now.
Talking now. Can you hear me now?
Talk again.
Talking again.
Yeah, I think you're back. When she sounded far away, she picked up on my mic. She should be back now.
Maybe you'd like to explain what we're doing, John.
What are we doing?
Yeah, why we're doing it like this, why we're doing a marathon.
Oh, why are we doing a marathon? We're a glutton for punishment.
But what's the purpose of the marathon? Well, we have an auction.
Well, yeah, it's mainly for the auction.
Well, then why didn't you say that?
Well, I thought it was a trick question. You know, we're married now. I have to think about my answers closer.
Oh.
I thought it was going to be one of those trick questions, you know?
Oh, no, not really. But go ahead. Keep going. Get a lot of worry. Do you worry a lot about trick questions?
Not usually.
Well, okay.
All right, we got a little bit of charge on the guy. We might be able to get through this. We'll see. It's fun. Ginger should be back now.
Can you hear me?
Do it again.
Can you hear me?
I can see you going up and down on my meter.
Well, that must be something, right?
That's what I'm thinking. Is John whistling? No, I'm not whistling. I can't whistle, though.
I might be whistling.
Whistle while you work.
Oh, that might be me.
I tell you, sound is the toughest thing of any video work.
Oh,
These
yeah.
guys that do that professionally, they're worth their weight in gold. So supposedly the daylight saving time has passed the Senate, and if they enact it, the bill will take effect in November of 2023. And it will
So
be
this
on
will be the
daylight
last.
saving time permanently. So we have to fall back here, then we're going to spring forward, and if they enact it, we don't do any more springing or falling. We're done.
Well, where do we leave it? Springing forward?
We're springing forward. Don't start fighting you two now that you're married. That ain't going to happen. It's not my vocabulary.
No. Absolutely not.
There's that missing leg. Missing in action.
Missing leg.
Well, I was upset that we had a three-legged dog.
Well, he would have got a leg.
This guy's looking pretty good, too.
What's that?
He's looking pretty good, too.
He's coming along, you guys. It just takes a little bit longer with the animals
Yeah.
than it would be for... We debated whether even to put him in because of that.
We debated on these.
But all of them, really, to see which ones we'd put in, because there's just a certain amount of layers that have to go in, because you can see that, right? Like on the top of his head. And he's got this little... You don't really see his ear, but it's up here. Comes down. And but I love all the little spots and stuff he has on him, and he's kind of, I think he must be a cross between a Dalmatian and maybe, what would you think, a Labrador, maybe?
I think so. I call him a mutt. Muttly.
Yeah, he's getting...
Was Ginger always good at drawing?
Yes.
Came natural.
Yeah, I was always good at it.
Did you draw a lot as a kid?
Yes. And did watercolor and painted. And
Yeah.
my adopted mother was a little bit like having Attila the Hun for a mother. And she was an artist, and I think maybe we got... there's a little... I could bond with her over the painting. Does that make sense? Because she was a tough cookie to be around. But she was very supportive of the art. Because she was into that. And I was good at it, so... So even though I painted in black first, or like a dark blue, you notice you don't see any of these outlines of the blue. That's important. I haven't left any. And I'm layering the white so that it, shows up nicely. And I'm using Payne's Gray for some of the shadows, because it has a bit of a blue cast.
I knew you used that color. I knew that one. I made sure you had that, because I saw that. I'd be learning. I'd be learning to be an artist.
Well, one of the things that one of my favorite places on the trip was the Amalfi Coast.
Which
we
one?
had Amalfi Coast.
Oh, that was great.
and we had a bus that the road was so narrow that you wondered if another bus was on there, you were almost touching. I swear, I think that people that rented a car and thought they'd do it on their own were sorry once they got going, because it was a very challenging, narrow road, and all the houses were built on these cliffs, and it was just absolutely beautiful, wasn't it?
It was. Now, one thing I have to admit, the Italians know how to make a tunnel.
Oh,
Boy, if you want a
gosh.
tunnel made, you go to those people.
Yeah.
They have tunnels. Where in the States, we seem to knock down mountains. These guys just drill a hole.
Yeah, they make a tunnel rather than just knock something down.
I was impressed with their tunnel. Their tunneling. Call them the mole people. They got that down pat. Yes, that tour we had that nice gentleman with us, right?
What's that? Saying what? Said it what, John?
The nice gentleman that was with us, that took us on that tour.
Oh yeah,
In the bus.
he gave John a special tour. He found out John was a photographer, and during lunch they went off and shot pictures.
I get special treatment.
And he let John sit up in the front of the bus, where the rest of us sat back and got car sick. I'm kidding.
It's all in who you know.
But
Yeah, we got a lot of paintings to come out of this trip. I know New Zealand's going to be.
we had to really pick some stuff that we could do for the marathon because we had so many.
Oh, I mean,
good
yeah,
paintings.
you know, if I do a search for workout for the academy, it was like 40 there already for that. So, yep.
I think the dog's coming along pretty good. What do you think?
I think it's coming along nicely.
You know?
Quite the pup. He seems like a friendly neighborhood type dog. One owner chased him off.
What?
That was Italy, was the tunnel country.
Oh yeah, it's for sure.
Yeah, those guys, man. When in doubt, put a tunnel.
All right, so I'm going to do a little bit of the cut work here. I'm not going to do too much, but just imply a little. Let's see if we
A
even
little
think that
wear and
that's.
tear on the building.
Yeah, I don't think it adds anything, so we're not going to do it. I think what I'd rather do than put that in, even though, yes, it's in the photo. Sometimes there's a tendency, well, it was in the photo, I got to put it, right? Not really. You don't.
No, you as an artist have to decide, does it add to the story?
And it to me, it's just,
Detracts.
it detracts. Just rather have it a little bit darker going up here on this side. There we go. See, just not talk about it too much and have this dark under here. And maybe a little bit lighter on this edge. That for the wall, and then there was. Okay, I can get my. I need to get my. A little bit of fur over that collar. This is a great fur brush, you guys. So we've got these nice kind of, plants up there let's just play a little bit more with the ground here. Okay, so what is this, only 4? You really think we were going to do that many, John?
What? You're on 5 and 6 now, are you?
That's
Or
just-
6 and...
So what is this?
Well, you have the cheat sheet. I don't have a copy of the cheat
I don't
sheet.
remember. How many have we done so far?
I think you're on 6.
Okay.
I does believe.
See, I know what I'm missing is Dazzling purple. And I think you put some out, and I just didn't put any
did.
out. I think you gave me
Both
some.
purples in there.
Here, I'll just use mauve. I like mauve. Holbein mauve is a good color. You can use purple too. I just don't want to take the time to mix any. I need some color in this picture, you guys. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Something that we need enough something to differentiate the dog from the ground. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And also some nice colors here. Normally, when you're painting this, you would be you wouldn't be doing the same palette for everything. So you start with a clean palette, so it'd be a little easier maybe to mix the colors. All right, what's next in this? I may have to let this dry, and I'll have to come back to it.
Ooh.
Sorry, you're gonna have to do 4 or something.
Ooh.
I can just get over it.
Ooh.
Because I have to be able to dry this, and you can either pause the video, we can dry
Well, no,
it.
we can dry it, and I can edit it,
Okay.
and they can deal with the noise.
I've just got to dry this right now, you guys.
Now, is the other guy all done?
Yeah, he's done.
Okay.
So I have to dry this because
You got to hit the dryer.
I got to hit the dryer.
It's probably going to need more time. You have to actually use the dryer versus showing the other product.
Yes.
In the auction, if you make a bid and you get outbidded, yes, you should be emailed. But that being said, your email may think it's spam. So you need to really get in the habit of going to check the site. I would not count on the email, especially when it gets closer to the end of the auction.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking our doggy here.
I think it's looking great. Another one.
Just, again, nothing's ever just one color. Everything's either lighter or darker than something else, and that's just really all there is to it. The thing about this brush is you can't get a lot of detail in it, so you got to be kind of careful. You're not going to get the detail in it that you would maybe with a smaller brush, but it will make some nice.
It's making a nice fur.
Makes nice fur, and you may have to cut back into this like that to reshape the dog. See how we kind of lighten that edge up a little bit so the dog shows. And there we go. Just needed enough layers of paint on this stuff. And I think for me, rather than have just this plain pot here, I'll lighten this back up again since we can't, on a wall like this, you really can't get too many colors. That's the nice thing about it. You just can't, you know, you can just, you just can't. Well, that's kind of a neat little picture now, I think. I don't want anything too purple in here, so just lighten that up. So what you're seeing me doing is just overlapping layers. Okay, so to change brushes, and well, see, that had a lot of water on the brush and just made a spot. If the brush has been sitting in water, you've got to really wring it out. So if you make 2 brush strokes and nothing happens, get more paint. Don't just sit there and keep working on something that's not working. You know what I mean? Just so the leg is back in shadow. Just a few little lights and darks make all the difference, I think. So then we want some darker. Again, probably shouldn't have done this on YouTube as a marathon, John, but you know, we couldn't find a lot of simple pictures.
No. But he's a popular one.
Huh?
He's popular. People like him.
Yeah. So we're going to put some shadows down there on the brick. And let's do
Sally
some.
would like to know, the white on the dog, is that mostly transparent?
What?
The white on the dog, is it mostly transparent?
No, it's all titanium.
It's all titanium.
But remember, it was over.
We had a very dark blue underneath him to get the undertone and the shadowing.
Yeah, that was it. We had a lot of dark blue underneath him to get the shadows. So that's why, that's what you're seeing here. See, and I gotta widen this leg up right there like that. See, sometimes you just have to do these small little things. And then, you know, so now I'm going over with a really lighter paint, trying to get it where I really want the white to show up, see?
A little bit more of dry brushing?
Well, not dry brushing. I'm tapping in real white paint on here. It's not dry brushing at all. It's,
oh, okay.
It's pretty solid white.
Gotcha.
See? I'm just trying to, you know, bring in some more white. It's white here on his neck. I'm kind of out of white paint. It's white here on his neck here, right in this area, because this is an interesting angle, so his neck's sort of turning. So you see how this part of his back sort of is in shadow. And And then you've got, it's white here again. It's interesting lighting on the dog. See what I mean? Just by doing a few things like that. Let's see, it's pretty close to done. We've got a little bit of a shadow right here on his chest, kind of in the golds and browns. Again, nothing is ever just one color. And that's why layering can be so nice. But I would say that here's our dog. And I think I'd say we got him.
I think you got him too.
There we got him. We'll call this one finished. And again, if you're just doing something like this, do it small first. See if you like the design. See if you like the colors you picked.
Especially before you go like a 18 by 24.
Yeah, I see that all the time. Well, I decided to do this 30 by 40. Really? Did you give any thought to whether you'd like it? Because 30 by 40 is a lot harder to
make
fix,
corrections on.
to fix than anything
Some
else.
of the packs that come in, I go, what size they do that? Oh, 30 by 40. Yeah. I don't know, me personally, I would do small stuff.
Yeah, I
Get the
think we're
feel
okay
for it.
on that. All right, you guys. Hey, old doggo. El Toro. What is it?
He's not a bull.
No, what did you call it? What's a dog in Spanish?
El Doggo. Isn't it always an O? Good old El Doggo. El Pucho.
I thought it was Perro or something.
Pero. Mona would know. The Swiss gal would know.
Because she speaks all languages.
And you probably have to roll those R's too, and that ain't going to happen.
No.
Brenda says, I did a 30 by 40 of starting 9. Now I don't know what to do with it. That's the other thing.
Yep.
El Perro. You got to roll those R's, people.
Okay, so that is our dog. Where was this doggy?
He was in the Olympia. With the
So
Olympics.
everything near Mount Olympus, right?
Yep. I got to look down the town a little bit before everybody else came back from the hike.
Oh, that's good, right?
So I got some street scenes.
You did. That's kind of fun now. Okay, so let's find our frames, you guys. See if we did a good job on this.
Yeah, get back
Here
up
we
a
go.
skosh.
Back it up.
Trying. There we go.
It's kind of cute.
Oh, I'm liking that. That's not bad looking.
Thank you.
I'm thinking you might become an artist yet.
Wow, that's so good
You
of
keep
you.
working at it, baby.
Well, I'll tell you what. I see one thing now that I've got the frame. Isn't that funny? You see, if you have a frame on, you see something different. This line.
You do that every time we do these.
Yeah, because I see something different. Otherwise, I didn't see it. That came up. I rounded that off right there. So
That's
you know,
better.
sometimes you just gotta, it's got to see what you see, right? It's profound. You got to see what you see. All right, so that's that frame, right? And then,
What about the other one?
there's only so much time here.
No, gold. He gets gold.
I think so. Just it doesn't
I think he gets
doesn't do that for him. But now let's take a look at this one. Our old pot in Greece.
Now that doesn't look bad because you have the gray. You got the gray, blue, gray, and the
Oh, yeah.
stones.
That's kind of nice, huh?
All right, throw the gold on. You know when to look at it.
Sometimes you just see something and you got to do it, right? But yeah, let's look at the gold. Gold might be very nice on this, though.
They could go in with the actual
There's a lot of gold in this painting.
with the pot.
So
Oh,
this is too bright a gold. You could do a gold, but not this bright. It is too bright. You wouldn't want to do that.
it
That's too
detracts
bright.
from it.
Yeah.
Or does
that's
it help
too
the
bright.
dog stand out?
Yeah, it helped the dog stand out. There's little tricks to all that stuff. All right, well, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll reset up and we'll be back really quick.
All right, so everybody go make a pee break, check your meds, all that stuff, and we'll be back. You're going to listen to absolutely nothing. I don't think I have anything I can even play, do I? Oh, I have one of your laughter ones. That always makes everybody smile.
Okay, play that. And this was my new Posca pen. I'll start signing some of these.
I got the other ones over too, but you need to stand and stretch your bones, Missy. Auction funny. Here we go. All right, we'll be back.
Good, you did it in 50, people. Look at her go.
Did I say everything?
Yep. I think you did.
Was that okay?
I think so. 20-second spot only takes 30 minutes.
Wait here. One of the features that is offered on our website and let's try again. Besides a certificate of authenticity on the paintings, which is really the best feature.
Yes, that alone.
Haven't done click on the thumbnail yet.
I did. I said click on the thumbnail.
Okay,
Then I said, because there's okay. Another great feature of our auction site is the robotic eviction. Start again. You'd think I drank, wouldn't you? All right, sorry.
All right, here we go.
Another great feature.
You want to go from the robot again, or
Yeah.
try to get that silly robot done?
One of the great features of our auction site is our robotic.
Robotic what? Oh, yes.
Is the option of, let me try.
It's a what they call it, an automatic bidding system.
Okay, that's better because I can't say robot apparently.
I
And
don't
bidding
know
at the
what's
same
wrong with
time.
robot, but let's go for the automatic bidding system.
To bid, register to bid. Okay, let me start again. All right. I don't know how I can't.
close. So close. Almost had it.
God, they couldn't afford to have me make a movie. Be there with a first.
Oh, we could never afford this.
We can afford this. All right, the budget bid for you, and then being able to walk away and not worry that someone has outbid you. Well, that's still good, but
By a quarter. Don't worry about that. What happened to hard hugs from John and Ginger?
let's try that again.
No hard hugs here, people. You're on your own. We had our hugs before.
Okay.
Just for a little hard hug. Just a little one. I'm not talking the times 10 one.
Okay. All right. All right. All right, we can just,
Okay, hold on a second. All right, we're gonna be setting up here for numbers. Who's next?
um,
Get your sheet there. I'm still looking for some towel for you.
let's see.
Knit's clean.
So that was oh yeah, here's the donkey and the cat. Yeah.
Oh, the donkey and the cat.
All right. I know you picked some colors that you thought would go with these, but I guess this could be the donkey.
Okay, wait. What do you think for the donkey?
Maybe that. But I think I want this for the cat.
You're gonna want that orange one for another one for your sunsets.
Well, what did you put for the donkey?
Do I have a light beige? I think that one.
Oh, how about the where?
The goldy one.
For the donkey?
Uh-huh.
Okay, what for the cat? This black one?
Well,
Yeah, why not?
okay. Yeah, I could go dark. That one. Yeah.
What's this print? There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no, could you, what you did back here?
Yeah, that's blue, but that's okay. I don't know. I'll do black. I'll just do black. Well, and this one I'm doing. No, okay.
Okay.
So, okay.
Well, I'll let you paint it your way this time.
That's right. So are we on yet?
Yeah, you've been on.
Who knows? Hi, you guys. All right. So we're getting ready.
Hello.
We got the next two we're
I'm trying
doing.
to find tub of towels to clean up the.
She'd like my hands to be cleaner, but you know what? They're all dried now. It's fine.
Okay, before you start,
Yeah.
let's show our bags and our, put that somewhere safe.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. For those of you who have not seen our 2023 art gallery calendar complete with gingerisms, these are made in Europe, and these are all painting tutorials. Some of these are still coming up in the academy. Some we've already done. You guys may remember the bunnies or the little donkey, but we've got some in here you've never seen, like the cover is one, and let's see. Right, this is going to be one of our December releases with the teddy bear and the paint tubes and so forth. So this is a neat calendar. The first 100, and I think we've got a couple spots left, right?
Yeah, we have a few spots left.
Well, the first 100 of these that are sold, you'll get a downloadable lesson to own forever of your choice of any of the videos that are in there. So, and you just have to contact us after you buy it and tell us which one you want. Then the other calendar, most of you have not seen this. We haven't had a chance to do a video on it. It's just the animals. And what's nice is this is just a little bit bigger. You can kind of compare the two on the sizes. And if you see it, it's got really big photos, really big pictures.
The pictures are 10 by 10.
10 by 10, and they've got enough of a space around it. If you cut them out, you could frame them. And these are some of our favorite animal pictures. And again, these are all tutorials of the Academy, and maybe you've even painted a few, but some of you remember our moose. We've got some old EGs in here. This elk is one of the most famous paintings of elk in the world, originally done by an English artist. We've got our horse, which is just recently released, this horse portrait, and then you turn it over, we've got Taz the tiger. So this is a really beautiful calendar, and this little symbol here on every page takes you right to our website, and then
Well, that one goes to YouTube, and the bottom one in the lower right goes to the website.
Oh, YouTube and the website, how convenient is that?
Well,
and then every one has a gingerism. This one, our painting tip, always asks, what can I take away and not ruin the effect? All right, so these are, some helpful reminders. These are collector's items. These, my friend Janny said, well, won't you do another one like this for next year? I said, no, these are sort of one-of-a-kind
That's what we're doing for this
calendars, and that's what we're doing for this year. Next year will be something else if we do another one. But so anyway, that's our newest animal calendar. We won't be doing any more calendars this year, just be these two. So that's called the Ginger Cook 2023 Animal Calendar with art tips. And this one is our
That's the gingerism one.
this one has all the fun little gingerisms. This is a new painting that's going to be coming up in the Academy, and one of my favorite gingerism number 19 is "You're never too old to learn to paint."
That's so true.
And I thought that this old car was a good fitting with that saying. So we hope that you enjoy these and have fun painting with these, and we'll show you some more stuff later. But thank you for hanging in there with us, all of you who are joining us at this marathon. We've done 6 paintings, and we should really show them, John.
Well,
You know what we've done so far for people who came in late. Even if you have to, we'll move them and keep
okay,
them
well,
safe.
we'll do that after these two. We'll show the first half.
Okay.
How's that sound?
So
So we have plenty of time to draw.
will be our donkey, and
Donkey and Putty Cat.
and our cat. And we're just going to go ahead and do a quick trace of these on to get those out of the way. These are on Proton canvas masonite boards, and they're specially treated masonite, and then they're covered with a
Canvas.
with canvas, and then couple coats of gesso. These are really nice to paint on, and they're easy to frame because they're good quality. It's not like they're finer quality than just say a canvas board that's made out of cardboard with canvas glued on top. This is really Jerry's Artorama sells this, and they're excellent.
They're the only ones that we know of that have.
I don't know. I think they designed and had them made. Which is what I would tell you on that. And so this is just something that we feel is just if you're doing a small painting, these are really nice to do that on. Okay, let's see. Let's make sure I got that down before I get too carried away. Did I get it? Yeah. Okay. All right. So this is from Santorini, our donkey. This is Donkey Hill.
Yeah. Donkey Hill. Yep.
Donkeys always have a little bit longer ears than horses, if you want to know. Some donkeys are, some people call them burros. These all had little English saddles on them, little blankets. They were cute as can be. They were just sweethearts, and they didn't mind people petting them. I mean, they were wonderful, weren't they, John?
Absolutely.
But again, if you were trying to walk down in the heat and this donkey was trying to come up, donkeys have the right of way, and let me tell you, friends, they know it. Yes? They absolutely know it.
Yeah, they do.
And here's the little stirrup up here, but I don't know if we'll put that on. Nobody was riding this particular donkey.
Oh, he was the leader. He was going up and down, where they hawing or whatever they do, telling everybody to follow him.
Yep.
He was the old master. If you go to our website, look under store. I think, is that what I said?
Mm-hmm.
Look under stores, and it's the very first item, which says T-shirts and more. And scroll down that page, you'll find all the products we currently have, and we are adding a bunch more.
Yeah, we've been trying to add stuff every week. We've got some wonderful little purses that we didn't have a sample of. They didn't come in time.
Might be here Monday for Monday's show.
I love it. I'll tell you what was prompted those purses. They're just a cell phone purse that goes over your shoulder. And
Over your shoulder, across your chest, so you can really hold on to it when you're traveling.
Yeah, they're just nice. You can put just a couple things in there. You don't have to have a lot of weight when you're, sometimes that's not so fun, just to have a lot of weight on you when you're trying to walk somewhere. I saw one of the crew members on the ship have one, and she had her phone on it, so a couple of pens, a little notepad, and I thought, and she wouldn't give me hers.
We tried.
But we noticed that in our we went on the internet to see if we could find one we could make, and we found these, and we've put together some beautiful designs. We have one that's an ocean. One of our Oregon coast is one, and then we've got this sort of abstract, and then a third one was the jelly beans, I think. So if you guys like those, we can design more too, but that was it. Let's see if that's writing. Yeah, okay. So this cat was just living among the ruins. And
most of the ruins had several cats.
Oh, everywhere there were
all
kitties.
Over the place.
And he was just so cute, and he had these beautiful eyes, these eyes that were just glowing. And I imagine a mouse saw those in the middle of the night. He'd be scared, wouldn't he? These are mouse scary eyes, right?
Very small pupils, really bright. And look how small his pupils are. Oof. Scary dude.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot to this. I picked this out because I thought if you wanted to paint a cat and do something, and sometimes black cats can be a trick to paint because you just want to paint them black. And of course, that's probably not the best thing to do.
Oh, there's tons of color in that guy if you look at him.
Yeah. All right, that's all there is to him, too. You wouldn't think there'd be a lot to have to trace on, but that's it, just to generally get him in place. And guys ready? Shall we start this? This will be sort of fun. It's so great to be back. I'm glad you guys are here. So you're hanging this marathon. I know marathons can be a little exhausting. They certainly are for me. Fortunately, I was able to spend some time. Let me try one of that other brush you gave us. Here's the bigger one of that bigger version.
Could you use wait. Could you use the other one?
What?
The light-handled ones. I want to see what they do. Yeah, one of those.
Yeah, but I don't want to use that one. It's the wrong brush for this. So, yes.
We'll use it sometime tonight?
Yeah, but no, I don't know when, because it's not, I don't want to use that right now. I might use this one. Okay. So, all right. So what we're going for is sort of a blue-green. You remember this background here, which is very distracting? We're not going to do that, all right? So what we're going to do instead...
What can I take away?
We're going to just... This is one of the secrets when doing portraits of animals, is if somebody gave you a picture of their dog and they took it in their living room, because chances are he's lying there and they caught him, right? Or their cat. Don't put in the furniture. Give them a different background. The animal is the subject. You want to make that the center of interest, and so everything else is sort of it just doesn't matter. You just don't want anything else.
Here's a question for you. If there wasn't YouTube, what would Ginger be? What does Ginger think she'd be doing?
Well, I still have my art academy. I just advertise differently, I suppose.
Well, if there's no internet, ooh.
I'd be going to art shows.
Yep, old school.
And just,
What you did before the internet.
Yeah, I'd be going to art shows and art expo and stuff, and finding galleries to do my artwork.
We'd be doing more selling than teaching.
Yeah. Wouldn't be doing any teaching, probably. You guys, for years, people asked me to teach, and I said, it's a little bit like Groundhog Day. If I can teach everybody at once, I might consider it. And they said, but would you please, I just don't want you to give me lessons. I just want to know how you do it. And I said, well, someday, maybe. I'll take the time. And now we're doing it, but I'm telling you, for years, and then we... some time ago, and there was these painting parties. I got Cinnamon started on that too. I got one of my friends that owned an art gallery to do a painting party night, and pretty soon he had 4 venues, and I was designing most of the paintings for that and teaching that at night, and then teaching in an art store during the day for a while. And how that helped me a lot was that it helped me understand. See already how much better that looks than if I'd put that silly background with the just like what was in the picture, right? So I'll just, put in some fur here. A little bit of blues in here. The cat doesn't just kind of rough in some color here. Nothing is ever just one color. Okay? So when you're thinking about that, when you're thinking about, painting something, it's just keep that in mind. Nothing is ever just one color.
That's a gingerism.
Yeah. And the more paint you get on it, the better, because,
Makes it easier to work with.
yeah. So we'll just get something on the body here. Now this brush is a little big for this, but you get a little bit lighter on the nose. Now there's a good layer of, see, we've already got a good layer on this cat. And then we can put, we're going to do now is because we want his eyes to be light. We're going to paint the eyes white. Then we can layer them. Okay?
Mm.
Yes and yes. So, even though it's a black cat, there's lights and dark areas to him. Nothing is all really just one color. Okay, so we leave him alone. Now we'll work on Donkey.
Donkey.
Here's Donkey. Okay. So now this donkey is going to be fun. So we're going to take lots of colors. Do something with the background.
Remembrance of Donkey Hill. For those of us that just joined, if you're going to want to watch the first part of this to see what Donkey Hill's all about. Because that was trials and tribulations. And
Oh,
they
it
say,
was. Right now, just getting in, blocking in color. So we're gonna just put some fun background back here. All right, so there's the. All right, so now that has to dry before we can do anything else, but we could probably do something here. Yeah, that's too wet. Can't do anything with that. That's all right. So, but then here's a general idea of what we want to do here. Okay, so let's paint our donkey. That's the fun part, right? So we're going to paint our donkey kind of a orange-red color. Kind of orange and magenta. Got to get something covered. It didn't have to be a gold background. I don't know why John thought there ought to be one here. No idea, but it didn't need to be gold, but we do need a color on our donkey. So we're going to start with this base color of kind of red.
So you think that's his underbody color?
Yeah, this is sort of his underbody color. That's what we're going to go for here. And this was all sort of green. Okay, so there's our I'm just tapping over this over. I'm just tapping this over the wet brown.
Looked like you order, I'm not sure what Deborah got, I think in a calendar, you can get it by November 21st. So they're pushing them out there already. So yeah, you do not want to delay if you're thinking for the holiday season.
Okay, there's our hill. And this is probably too wet to do this, but we're just taking white paint and trying not to make globs of it and tapping that on the dark for our wall. All right, so now, it's kind of cool, isn't it? This is the donkey of many colors. All right, that's fun. What else have we got?
He looks very festive already.
Doesn't he? That has to dry. So now back to cat. That's all we can do with that. Sometimes you just got to know when to dry stuff. So we're going to go back to cat. I could use the fan now, John.
Okay. Let's think
So
about that. Oh, I think we can do it from the phone. That was on what's her face?
All right.
Yep.
All right. We're going to be doing greens. A little bit of water, a little bit of glaze. A little bit of water on this brush. We want kind of a little bit of orange on top, right like that. Okay, that's good, right? I love painting cats. I don't know about you guys, but I love painting cats.
This is the old-fashioned way.
What? You can turn my fan on the old-fashioned way?
Yeah. I gotta go turn the power switch.
Yeah, I'm using Payne's gray here, not black.
Which is a blue-black.
Notice I'm coming around here on the outside, not outlining it all the way. But this is my next layer of color. And I'm just following the pattern. So,
That got you?
yeah, that's wonderful.
That's me, Mr. Wonderful.
Now I'm working on the shape of that ear. And the back of his head. And the highlight on his ear is sort of light, kind of a light blue. The blue is a very good highlight for black.
Did Ginger own any cats? She seems to love cats.
Yeah, I did. I had cats from the time I was about 5 years old. And I had one cat that was with me for years and then went to live with my sister when she got married. And I had moved to Colorado, so I didn't have any way to bring him. But we had cats. I had cats that used to, I was one cat and it would just wait for me at the school bus. And then, every day it would walk with me to the bus stop, up the long driveway, and then it would wait for me when I got home. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. And it was a great cat. Great cat. My mother didn't believe that cats should sleep in the bedroom at night. They could come in the house for a while, but then they had to go outside. And my cat would go, when she saw her coming, she'd hide in the closet. And then
Blend in with the stuffed animal.
Then, yeah, when the stuffed animals, she'd hide in there. And then when my mother was gone, she'd come out.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd say, quick, hide. She'd go, yeah, right. Then she'd go hide. So I thought it was sort of cute. Now we just want to slide it because we don't want too much of that light line showing, just to suggest it. Again, this is a fun painting because there's not a lot to it. You just try to keep it simple. That makes sense? Yeah, let's see. You know, the color I don't have is Cad Red Light, but I think I can make something like that. I'm using kind of a little detail brush now to just suggest this ear. And his edge of his fur, like here on his face. Yeah, if I get something too wide, I can just take some blue paint and skinny it up. All right, so I want something kind of light around his face, right up in here. So I'm going to go ahead and do that a little bit. This is my second coat of paint, but I want something light around the face so he shows up good. And particularly this little area under here. So there's a definition. Bring this little nose down. And John and I don't have any pets. I'll tell you why. And the reason, it's not that we don't like pets, but we really, our goal in life is to be able to travel as much as possible and teach and see new places. And that's a little more difficult when you have to board out a pet. It's not as easy to do.
Really not fair to them. As much traveling as we do.
Animals miss you. They're very smart creatures, and they miss you. That's a cad yellow light and a little bit of blue to make those green eyes. They're pretty. Because now you're really seeing it, right?
Yeah, it's really got a nice glow to it.
And
how'd you get those colors?
that was just cad yellow light and a little bit of blue.
Wow.
Okay. Now that has to dry, so let's go back to donkey. All right, so fun. We just switch back and forth, and now we need a donkey, and that's okay. Now, here's our donkey picture. All right, so what do we know for sure? We know we've got a lot of dark on this donkey. Up here like this. And on his ear, we got some dark. We got something a little bit dark right under his chin. Under here. Kind of around in here. And then we've got like burnt sienna and orange, kind of an orange color. As we know on a patchwork quilt, we want all these colors to kind of melt into each other. Okay. Put some purple here going. And as you layer the colors, you'll find that they get stronger somehow for you. They work more. And that's the trick. You can't really accomplish this type of painting with just one color. So you should start putting your here's our nose coming down here like this. My highlights are sort of a light purple. Dry brushed on there a little bit. And we know that we've got something dark right there behind the saddle. We've got something redder here for the donkey. We start layering on the colors underneath the eyes and so forth. This to me is the fun part of painting, when you can paint like this, the kind of loose and not fiddly. You just start layering colors and just now I got to tell you, before we got home, we picked out all these paintings we were going to do, and I thought about how I was going to paint them. I didn't wait till tonight to see what we were going to do. Okay.
It would be next to impossible with as many as we have.
So that was the main thing, was I really took my time to see how we were going to do it. And the effect I was going to try to have to get.
Let me see if I can find the original photo for this for you guys. It had some distractions that I removed for Ginger. Let me see if I can find that little guy.
You see, as we come around with this, as I start layering this in, Get the feeling of Santorini without saying too much. That's the trick. How can I express this? This is some lighter blue greens up in here, like that. And there's our wall right here, coming down. Lucky this isn't giving me nightmares, man.
What?
Said you're lucky this isn't giving me nightmares, man.
Yeah.
Telling you what.
Let me share with you what the original photo is. Notice how it had a telephone pole in there, electrical pole, and a guy's head. And I removed those from Miss Ginger so she didn't have to even be distracted by them. Either that's something you'd want to remove. You would not want either one of those in your actual painting. You add nothing to it.
Okay. So something light next to the eye. Something kind of light on the nose. Then we got a little bit of something light right here on the saddle. Okay, so now we got to start lightening it up even more. So this fur has had a chance to dry a little bit. So we're just going to take a soft brush.
It's looking good.
Well, you know, he's kind of cute, isn't he?
Yeah, but boy, he's in charge of that hill. He needs some talking to.
Look at his little ears shaped.
The Art Sherpa just popped in again. 100,000 subscribers, Mom. Congrats.
Thank you, Cinnamon. Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate you popping over.
Saying, hey, you just see we're still alive. Still
Just
awake
saying,
up here.
She can't believe we're just still doing it. Because she knows yesterday I was in bed all day. I was so tired. That COVID shot really put me on my keister. Is that a good word, keister?
Yeah.
Really, really put me on my keister. So that's okay. We persevere, right? That's sort of the edge of that hill here. Donkey Hill.
Yeah.
Hmm?
There's a hill never to be forgotten. It was a challenge.
It was. But that's all right. Right?
We won the battle.
We won the battle. Hi, Cinnamon.
You just broke 100,000 subscribers.
Oh, no, we did that like 2 weeks ago.
And you didn't call me?
What'd we do?
No.
What'd we do?
did it. No. Just.
Come up here. It's gonna be a big moment.
Of what?
Downstairs. I thought you just broke 100,000 subscribers.
Oh, that was that's before we left on vacay.
No, we were on vacay when it happened.
Well,
Why wouldn't that be a text?
No, we were on vacay when it happened.
You text me about everything.
do you not pay attention to us? We pay attention to you.
You do not pay attention to me. That is not even a true story.
Well, could you kind of pretend like we did?
No. I don't think I can pretend like you do. Well, at least you told me you got married, so I'm just going to take that.
And you got to see the movie.
I got to see the movie first.
First, you got to see the movie first?
Sorry, but I was so excited I was going to be like,
Well, we're excited about it anyway. You can still be excited for us because we're excited about it. Just happened while we were gone.
oh, I'll help you apply for your silver button.
Thank you.
Okay. Before
Um,
I stop doing it. All right, I'll let you get back to it.
thank you. That's Cinnamon congratulating us on our 100,000.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. You can come up here and
We'll take it.
come around to the thing and say hi to anybody. Feel free. You know, just Cinnamon says hi.
Hi. That was going to be a moment. It was.
There was a moment.
Super excited.
It was a
we were.
moment.
We are.
Well, yeah, not the moment I was going for. Go down and share that with John. He's going to find that funny.
Oh, I don't know. Just the kind of how we do things here, right? In this family, we just muddle
Go with the
along.
flow.
I didn't remember we'd gone to France. How sad is that? And I was speaking French to the cab driver, feeling very proud of myself.
Wow.
Just,
Thanks for visiting.
but who's counting? See how we just keep playing with the colors? Isn't he cute? Yes and yes?
I think it's adorable.
This was just a really pretty place, and one of my favorite spots in all of our travels, except for how I exited it. And a lot of flowers everywhere, which we can just simulate, right? Yes and yes. Now, on him, what we're going to do is go ahead and put the top of the saddle. All right, let's put his bridle on.
We get our frames at, someone wants to know where we get our beautiful frames. We get those at Jerry's Artorama.
They really do have the best selection of frames, and they seem to arrive in one piece. Would you say those are two important factors on frames?
Yeah, I think that's pretty key.
Yeah, they're a very good price, and they arrive in one piece, which we're very fond of. You know, you hate to have the hassle of
Having to deal with busted frames.
yeah. And Oh, he's already cute, isn't he? Kind of sweet. I'm kind of happy with our donkey, you guys. I hope you guys are, because I think he's kind of cute. All right, here goes our halter. They were pretty lax as far as their stuff went with him. He didn't have a lot of harness or anything to keep him doing his thing. He just did it. He was a very good donkey.
No, he was, like I said, he's the guy in charge. Hey, I'd like to thank Alicia for the donation that came in through the super chat. It says, keep it up. Keep going. Don't stop now.
Okay, you guys, I appreciate the encouragement, because it's just, I'm painting in a couple months, and you can see we've got a very cute little donkey here, I think.
Yeah.
There we go. There's some of our lighter colors. Let's put that little highlight under the eye. I would say he's pretty close to finished. So we don't have to do a lot more with him.
I really like how you did the background on that one. Give it that out of focus look.
Thank you. Yeah, I like the background on this too, right?
Yeah, that's good.
And then what we want to do is just have a little highlight of that eye. And I think we got him, so we're going to leave him alone. And let's see, we got to make that. This has got us a little bit wide here. Okay, there we go. What a fun. That certainly does remind me of where we went. Yeah, that's Santorini for sure. Okay, back to Kitty. I always want that little light highlight underneath. Do we have some glowing eyes or what, huh? And a
You really
trick when
do.
you're doing something, and John will probably do it for us, is when you varnish this, you do kind of a flat matte varnish on the cat and just have the eyes
Glossy.
glossy. It's a little trick. It's a little more work, but it looks really good. Because basically when you're doing the varnish, you kind of do that first. And then you have to do the gloss first and then let it dry and then do the matte. Yeah, we're just getting the final touches on the chin and the face. Just to suggest it. And I think that's the fun thing about something like this. You know, you've got the cat here without having to do that much. A little cat orange there. Then we want to bring this blue down here, this way, to the ear. Again, the more paint you get on something like that, the easier it is to do. People, I don't think, really appreciate that much, but it absolutely is. The more
It seems your brush drags otherwise.
well, I don't know. I'm just telling you, the more paint you get, the more you do. There you go, like that. Now, what I want to do now is do some whiskers. But let me just do a little bit of orange here. Okay. Now, let's see. This has got to be here. One of the tricks you can do when you're painting something is to turn it upside down and turn what you're painting upside down like this. And look and see if you've got your shapes. You see right here, we got in a little bit with the eye.
You're skinning them up.
Yeah, but that's all right. Okay. So that's just another little tip you can do on something like this. And I think I have a black Posca pen. Let me look for a minute. I was using Payne's Ray for the black on his eyes. And if I use a Posca pen, like that,
Really have them stand out.
just darken that a little bit with the pen. Isn't it funny? But it does. Now we're going to put the light whiskers on. And we can do that. Where's that white Posca pen? We had it right here, right? And I'd say we've got them both now.
The donkey and the kitty cat.
I think we got them both, you guys. So let's check it out and see if that's true.
Well, put them in a frame. Something's going to has to be done.
Okay. Okay, so this little whisker would be longer. Okay. Now, frame time. I'm thinking the gold one for the cat. What about you guys?
I would think so.
Huh?
Yeah.
And incidentally, how we painted this cat is the same with the dog. You would paint that, if painting, you use the blue for the highlights, blue and purples for the highlights. What do you guys think?
I think the gold does it justice.
Yeah, I do too. So that's kind of cool, right? And you're right, I always see one more thing. Once it's in a frame, I have a tendency...
You always have one more thing.
Well, I have a tendency to see something else, right?
Pretty much you do.
A little bit darker under that eye, that's all. All right, so there's our kitty, you guys, and I guess you can see it in the other frame, but let's just see what that would look like, just for fun. Always fun to kind of do a show and tell like that.
Ooh, that didn't look bad either.
That's a different look, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
you're giving a different mood.
Yes, different mood. And again, you always see something, but this one here goes straight up. There you go. Just fix that shape a little bit. But sometimes just the smallest things you see it. Isn't that fun? So that's that. Let's look at our donkey. Let's move Kitty. And hey, hang in there with we thank you for our marathon. Oh, I like this frame already with them.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you? Yeah, that's just Donkey Hill, friends, in Santorini. And that's, it's just very interesting to me how that, I just do see a couple things there too. I want to do just something a little darker right there next to that top of that ridge, and then maybe a little bit of this blue-green there. Small things, but
They add up.
add up. Sorry, as you see, we didn't just paint a brown donkey.
We did not.
Okay.
Donkey has color.
Yes, it's great color. In fact, we could add a little more color too. I see like a little orange around his nose. I kind of missed that. So this is kind of dry brushed on here, but just right here, we'd add a little orange right around his face, just like that. It's small stuff, see, but it's right in there. You can see where we might want to do it. And there you go. Our donkey, let's see, we didn't do the gold on it though, did we? So what kind of comments we getting here, John?
People are liking the donkey and the cat. They're liking them both. Love the donkey, love the cat.
Okay, this is a little bit too much on the frame
it's
for
too
the donkey.
much.
That's too much. You
Yep.
just sometimes it's good to show that because I thought we had a black frame too, 6x8. Just would have been pretty too. I'm pretty sure we had a black one. All right, so we're going to start our next group of pictures, but before we do, we want to show you everything we've got so far. What do you say? We've got the cat and the donkey, right?
Okay, so let's just hold there for a second. I'm going to stop the recording. We don't need to show this on the recording. Or maybe we should. No, I'll keep it there. Okay, remind me when we're done. Okay, you got to keep everything within the window. Missy.
Only got 3 more to go. You guys hang in there with us.
Okay. Let's have those two out. Come on, open your window up there.
Yeah, what?
Here's what? Here's 1 and 2.
All right.
1 and 2.
All right. So here was our first one, right? And that was Georgia. That was a part of the woods where John and I got married. And then this was
Just slide it over just a little bit. There you go.
this.
That was in that inside base.
Yeah, that was that other island, which we told you what it was, but we forget
You
now.
have to go watch it.
You know, we forget which island that was. There was those two. You know, then we had Santorini, which is this donkey where Donkey Hill is, and also this boat. So we had this fishing boat with the reflections, and this is a very famous spot in Santorini, and we thought that was really kind of cool. Got
We
that?
have those back, so we have room to put the next ones.
Okay.
Sit down on there.
Yeah, and then we had
The donkey. Not the donkey, the dog, and the.
this old pot from Greece,
Yeah.
where they held the Olympics. This old pot, and also in the same area, John shot this dog. So we've got this kind of old, kind of stray dog. He looks sort of fun. So we have the dog. Got quite a variety of different things. And next we're going to, and then of course we had the donkey and the cat.
Sure.
So our next ones are going to be, we're going to do some bougainvillea.
Well, here, take a moment.
I think, yeah.
That's from before we left,
Wow,
and it's still wet.
that's still wet. Look at that. That's 2 months old.
I have 3 of them that are like that.
Wow, well, maybe I'll still use them. Just leave them. I'll still use them. Okay, so we've got, I was thinking about doing these two and then maybe this last. What do you think?
You have.
I have the
You're missing something. You haven't done that one and that one.
oh, we got more. I lied. We got the rocks and the clouds. All right, so what's next? Let's see.
What's officially next?
Okay.
Be 9 and 10. the flowers and the strawberries.
Okay.
That's the official one. You want the official order?
No, I don't want to do these two.
I'm gonna do the rocks and the
We're going to do
sunset.
the rocks and the sunset. Okay.
That one. Is that the right one? Yeah, that's the one.
No, this one, right?
Yeah.
This one. This one.
Yep.
All right. So we can never do an ocean scene without you know, it's hard for us to, you know, to go on a trip and not photograph water.
Do the tags before you start.
So so before I start that, I wanted to show you some stuff.
I'm about to back out a little bit.
So John's going to back it up. Like I say, we found a whole new place to get some of our artwork on things that would be fun to have. And you may have seen, you may have seen some small totes places, and that people do. But this is our art. This is look at this beautiful bag. This is the jelly beans on one side, and this is our candy tutorial on the other. And what I think about these bags are huge, and they're really nicely done inside, see?
Now, they do offer different sizes. These are just the big ones.
These are the big ones. You can get them smaller if you wanted. You can order them in different sizes. But I thought this would make, like if you're giving somebody a gift, instead of buying wrapping paper, use this, and then they end up with a bag. So we have that, and then the other one we have, and you could use, I love this one. Let me just put him away. We have, and these are all painting tutorials that we have. Here's Santa, okay? You guys remember that from the one year. And then we have this year's Santa on this side. Which you haven't seen yet. Which you haven't, a lot of people have not seen this. Well, we've released the Santa already.
Did we?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So these are two of our tutorials, but just imagine just wrapping your Christmas presents in this and then just giving that, and they can, then they've got a great bag for the holidays. So, and I think, did you have any, we had some other designs too, didn't we, John?
Yeah, I haven't finished. I've got like 20 more items to put up.
But anyway, I thought this was really cool. We wanted you to see these, and thank you for hanging in there with us. But, there's a time when people, want to get things for the holidays. There's just kind of a window. So this is why we're kind of showing this.
And we're just trying to tell you, don't delay because of shipping. Shipping is going to be tougher and tougher as it gets later and later.
Okay, so I'm going to do this sunset.
Start with the sunset? Good choice.
Yeah, I'm going to do this sunset. And then the next one we're going to do is these rocks and water. So we just freehand that on. So what was interesting about this, that this photograph, the genesis of this photograph was that
we were driving down the highway.
We were driving down the highway, and that was our view. It was just magnificent. So we have a line like this coming out this way. It's a great thing on perspective. Comes across here, comes up here like this. Of course, we can't see that pencil mark. Here, maybe we can see it like this. And it's doing this, and then like that. And then you've got, and it's all about the sky. See what I mean? But this is really a one cookie lesson on.
Oh, definitely.
What?
You can't go wrong with the sunset.
Yeah. So the trick to learn about, whenever you're doing something like this, you guys, you want to start with the lightest colors. Like if it's a lot of orange, you don't put that on last, you put that on first, and then the blue's on top. So, I'm not sure if you don't want to get me some clean water here, John, but we'll see.
Let me do that, my queenness.
I'm going to take some light yellow.
Especially for these lighter colors.
Okay, and I'm going over the orange like this. This is this cad yellow light. Maybe a little tiny bit of white down here. Making little circles and moving, okay? So your sky is going to be the lightest as it goes toward the horizon. That's generally it. And then you can get more oranges and stuff in this way. We're just going to come on up here, making circles. This is cadmium. This is like a marigold, and this is cadmium orange. And so John's just said, "You're that rattling." John's getting me some new,
Just a little mice.
new stuff. And now here's a little purple. That's too much, so we'll wipe that off the brush. Too much, wipe it off the brush, and let's put some white with that. Some little purple colors. Purple and yellow are complements, and so you have to be careful if you get too much of that into the orange, which has yellow in it. You're going to find that you have a muddy color instead of the one you want. So those are the colors. That's the kind of the color I want here. And then I want some blue sky here. You see how we're just kind of getting that circles on this. Now, I can't do a lot more to that because that orange and yellow is all wet. So I have to kind of let this dry. If I try to do more, then what's going to happen is you're just going to end up with mud. So the rest of these clouds have to be added later, but we can do a little purple down here on the highway. All right, so that's almost like a V here, like that, or a big little pyramid shape, like that, or pull out that like this. And here's a little yellow oxide. That's all right, because we kind of want to gray that, right, that purple. And that's the color we want over here, too. So we're deliberately making kind of a gray, muddy, purpley color. By doing that, by adding the purple to the yellow oxide, we're deliberately kind of mudding up the street here. Here's a little Payne's gray. And we'll put that here like that. And I don't want to put the bushes in, but you can see, I want you to see how simple it is to do something like this. Really easy. I might do a little bit of clouds right here because I can add a little bit in here because I've got some of this brown gray color here. Don't want to get it too just a little bit, just to suggest some clouds. And put some white with that. And want a little bit of something light right here. Again, we can put I don't have any more of his cad yellow medium out. Haven't used that color in a little bit. That's a little bit bright. You can't really mix that color.
The light.
The cad yellow medium and the cad yellow light. These are primary colors, so if you're going to do something like this, you're going to have a color in here like this. You got to just sort of tap it in now. See,
You're using that new brush on those clouds, aren't you?
Yeah, and it's, see how I'm just sort of tapping that in? I'm going to roll the brush a bit. And that's a pretty nice sunset, isn't it? Then we've got a little bit of a I can come down a little bit below my clouds, but before my trees, because then I'll just cover that with trees. All right, and then I've got some blue clouds here and stuff, but I can't put those quite yet. These are my trees, and I'll have a little something right there. But if you try to do all the colors all at once, what's going to happen is that you're going to have sort of everything will just get muddy on you. So just know which colors. When you have a complementary color, and that's the colors that are opposite each other, like, you know, red is opposite green. If you put wet bits of that on the canvas at the same time, then you'll just have mud. That's how you get it. All right, so put that away. Now our next one is going to be rocks. So we're going to start with this turquoise green. That's pretty. And let's just draw some rocks in, you guys. So what do we know for sure? We know we've got a rock up here like that. And then we've got one like this coming here. We've got a rock here. Got a rock there. Rock up here. And then we've got, so that's this one. I don't want to trace it on. I could, but I think we'll just say there's a big rock here and one right here. All right? Because that's the whole idea behind this is the... Okay, we got that. And then we got this one is the bigger one. Okay. All right, that's my plan. You guys like it? That's the plan. Now, how are we going to do this? Well, this is perfect. We've got enough muddy colors in here to do a great beach. So here it is. Too much water on that brush. You have too much water, you're not going to get anywhere. See how it wasn't covering the cup? This is, in fact, let's do our beach a bit darker. Let's just do this darker first, and then put the lighter color over it. All right, so I'm just going to darken that up. Okay. Then I want some of this green color. Put some yellow with that. There we go, kind of this gray green color that's going down into here. Back up into here. And so we should tell them more about the trip, John. So some of the highlights, you know, that was really fun. That was really nice. You got that special tour. We got to meet some friends. And can you think of anything else?
We did Pompeii.
Well, John did Pompeii, and I have to tell you something. When I was a kid, I think I may have mentioned earlier in the show, I took this teenage tour of Europe. I was 14, and we went to Italy and Switzerland and Germany and England and cruised over there. And it was a very, very good tour. Okay, and I'm painting all these rocks dark gray. It's my darkest color. Payne's gray. And all these rocks are going to do that.
Well, I think after seeing all these ruins, I think I've seen enough ruins.
Yeah, after a while, you're tromping around and you get the idea that they had a pretty good civilization going before, the collapses for them. And really, that's really all you needed to know, right?
Yeah.
Do you have air conditioning on in here, or did you not?
The
Upstairs?
kids control it.
Huh?
I don't control it. I
Can
can
you?
see what they have it set to. They've been having it set at
Maybe you could
72.
lower it because it's getting very hot in here with these lights.
Let me see what I can do for you in my cleanness.
Yeah, that'd be great because it's very hot. And get ready to show something because I've got to dry this. We'll be here all night if I don't dry some of this.
Okay, just hang on a second. I do the air conditioning first. I gotta find it.
Well, just get up and go set the thermostat. And turn it back down later. We want this corner up here darker. It's in shadow. We want this darker up here. This corner, and then we're going to start having some light stuff, right? So this is our well, notice how we're layering the colors in. Okay, now I'm going to do something kind of radically strange, so you just have to bear with me. I'm going to do this and then I'm going to dry it, okay? So I'm going to take a toothbrush. Now what I've created is some sand. Okay, so I'm going to take a moment and dry that. Okay, you guys, ready? Well, just talk to everybody. Yep, that does it.
Did you want it to run like that?
Run, I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It just doesn't matter. That's why we did it first, right? It doesn't matter.
I'm just trying to understand it.
You don't have to. Just follow along. It doesn't matter.
I got you, boss. I'll be following.
Follow along. I've got one more coat of the toothbrush to do now since we dried it. Okay? Okay, I'm going to dry that now. Excellent. That's all I had to do. Now,
Well, you've certainly piqued my interest.
okay. Cool, this is fun. Now we're getting into some interesting stuff here.
Why are we having fireworks? It's the 4th of July?
There shouldn't be any fireworks. Not even legal to do that.
Somebody's breaking the law out there then.
Oh, they are. If they're doing fireworks, then you darn tootin' they're breaking the law.
Boy, we would get the sheriff involved. You can get a wild donkey.
He will be not far. If somebody's doing fireworks, trust me, who's going to call him is some lady who's got a dog that's now hiding under the couch and is all upset. And she can't do anything about the 4th of July and New Year's, but she can sure do something about that, and I probably know who's going to call, too. Yeah, really.
Oh, the Astros won the World Series in Houston. That's why you hear fireworks.
Oh, Becky's got to be so excited. If they won now, she can watch the show, because she'd
be doing the happy dance.
We have our moderator on Facebook, Becky, is probably their biggest fan for the Astros. They've got some fans, but nobody is a bigger fan than Becky.
No.
Notice that we're painting light and dark sides of these rocks.
It was probably Becky who's setting off the fireworks. Exactly.
Well, if she had fireworks, but Becky lives out in the country, so if she wanted to do fireworks, she could.
Yeah, she'd probably get away with it.
And nobody'd say anything, because she lives out in the country. And they were kind of pulling the rocks in. I think you're always surprised when you can pull rocks in like this, but you remember you're just talking about something's either lighter or darker than something else. And it's either got to be...
Okay, wait. You said something is either light or dark or something else?
Lighter or darker than something else.
Oh, then something, okay.
So, you've got to...
Gotcha.
You've got to just decide what that is and then go for it.
Yep. Exactly.
And these rocks happen to be some different colors. So everything gets layered. Does that make sense? You've got to layer everything. So if you keep painting on top of wet stuff, you're just not gonna see. I'm trying to lighten that up, and I can't because it's still too wet.
Yeah.
So let's just put that away and work on the sunset. And that's what you have to do. You have to dry it or put it away. And understanding when to do that, I think, is really important. All right, so we're going to put in the rest of these kind of blue clouds here, kind of the blue-gray clouds. I don't have any. There's my Payne's gray. Um, let's see, these are our things. So we're gonna say that there's some gray clouds. Now that's all the gray I want. So now I'm gonna just put white. Now my brush is still dirty, so now I'm mixing the color I want just from wiping off the brush. Clouds are usually flat on the bottom, not always, but normally. I want this a little bit grayer. We want this really nice, soft sunset. All right, so now we've got this highway that's doing this. And these are going to be dark trees that are kind of just Payne's gray and yellow. They're not, it's not a straight line. They're all kind of different heights. And it's just yellow and Payne's gray. You could do yellow and black too. And it's going to get smaller as it comes down here. So the highest part of this is going to be up here on the right, and it gets narrower as we go down toward the horizon line. And then the same thing over here. There's our little row of trees right here coming down like that. And then you've got the let's see, let's get some purple gray going on the road here. Purple and yellow are complements. So doing that is sort of can be effective. A little bit of zinc white.
Irene would like to know if Payne's gray and yellow make a dark green.
Yes, I just said that.
Which you're just reiterating, I guess. There's a time delay, you know.
Oh, okay, yes. They make a dark green.
A beautiful green. Yellow and black will make a green too.
Yeah. See how we've got these colors here going.
Oh, the other tote bags we had was the Venice Canal and doorway, and then the vase with Nershams.
What?
What?
What'd you say?
The other tote bags. You want to know other tote bags we had?
Oh, yeah, the vase, yeah, Venice Canal, okay. That
Somebody had just bought them, so that's how I know. And they went for the medium size.
Well, the big ones are nice, but the medium is probably a good one too, huh?
Oh, yeah, I think the medium's a good size too. I had a little bit of each. Those big ones were nice. I hauled stuff from downstairs upstairs with that big bag. It was
The
nice.
big ones would almost be nice grocery bags, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt. That's what they say, you know.
Okay, so now we want to stretch, we want something a little bit lighter right here. Something kind of light gray. And then it's got to go to a point. It's got to go get real narrow here, see? Well, I liking this one. What do you think?
No, it's cool.
Now, all right, that's got to dry before we finish it. But put a little purple up in here. All right, so there's our sky. We're going to leave that and go back to the water. All right, so marathon's on, you guys. All right, so what do we know for sure? Now this has had a chance to dry. I can tap on some lighter colors. Make sure I have enough orange in these rocks. And you just can't do this unless you're layering it. A lot of people think that a lot of this brush work is just tapping. Okay?
Well, that's what you make it certainly represent. A little zinc white here. Yeah, this one to be more in the browns. Maybe yellow oxide. Same with this one. We'll just put that one. Maybe that's kind of the front side of the rock seem to be a little bit lighter.
See how we're sort of pulling them in. And everything is either, again, I can't say that enough. We're either doing something lighter, darker than something else. And incidentally, we'll be having a regular show on Monday. Will not be a marathon. Just our regular weekly show. It will be live.
.5:30 Central. Make sure you subscribe to the Gazette or YouTube Gazette. That's how you get to know what's going on.
Absolutely. You need to be doing that. All right, so you can see we've got sort of a nice start on these rocks, right? And let's see, we need phthalo green.
Do canvases sell at a higher price than boards?
No, not necessarily. Cardboard depends if any, cardboard maybe, but these canvas boards, no, they don't really. It depends on. A lot of times you want a board because it's you can get more detail.
What about selling it as a final painting?
Well, isn't that what we were talking about?
Well, it sounded like your answer was for buying the raw material.
No, they're actually, sometimes they can be more expensive. The boards can, depends.
Yeah, a high quality board can be. I mean, some of the boards are
Yeah,
very expensive.
it's so much of it depends. I guess it depends, I guess is what I'd tell you.
Isn't the Mona Lisa painted on a board?
I think so. Well, they used board a lot.
Yeah.
Because again, you got so much more detail on a board. Now I think people are seeing this come together, right?
You never cease to amaze me. Is this still live? More or less.
It's live. Why isn't it live?
I'm not sure. Melissa wanted to know. Yes, Melissa, this is still live. We're still crazy people.
We've just been going and going and going.
We're the Energizer Bunny.
We're kind of bringing the rocks out now with the water. Well, there's either a light or dark side of these rocks. It's got to decide what it is.
Kind of give it some kind of a light source.
And then the water's all about layers, isn't it?
It's 10 minutes to 5 in Sweden.
Oh my gosh. Is Mona still hanging in there with
I'm
it?
afraid she is.
Oh, Mona. I feel like you should get the award for that. My gosh, I don't know how you're staying up. I'm barely staying up. And how late is it?
A little bit before 5.
No, but how late is it here? How late is it in Texas, John, where we are at?
What time is it here?
Yeah,
5 o'clock in the afternoon.
not true. What is it?
All right, 10 minutes to 11. Ooh, the proton canvas is on sale right now. $371 for 3.
Who's on sale?
The 6x8 proton canvases.
Well, they're very nice. Really, for small stuff, they're nice. I think the biggest anything we've done with them is like a 16 by 20.
Yeah,
And
that was a nice surface. We did
yeah,
the
it
swans
just depends.
on
If you were doing a clipper ship or something like that, where there were a lot of
that. A lot of detail.
these are the things you probably want to use. Well, I like it because you're looking down at this. You know, I love that part that you're just sort of looking down at the rocks.
Yep.
It's a different point of view. This is what I would, this is something that you kind of want to, sometimes for those of you who are entering art shows, they pretty much, by the time you're entering a professional class, expect that you can paint a lemon or make something look pretty realistically and do pretty well with that. So if you can do that, nobody's all that impressed. What they're looking for when you're entering an art show is what can I show you about an ocean or a rock that you haven't thought of?
Tell me something new.
Show me something new. And like, for instance, a different perspective, like looking down like this, would be something that would be considered different. And we have a wave and water masterclass in the Academy that really shows you how to successfully do water. And I highly recommend it.
You can sign up for a month at a time.
Yeah, you don't have to do it forever. But
Sure.
we went through and we found some of the best artists in the world that painted water, and from the old days. And there's this Norwegian guy, and we showed a lot of his because I think he was like the master of this. And I think you'd be surprised how nice that is. And you'll learn a lot. So, just every once in a while, if you feel like expanding your horizons a little bit, consider our Wave and Water Masterclass.
Deborah would like to know, why is it that you can get so much more detail on a board?
Because it's a really smooth surface. When you think about, canvas is different weaves, just like sheets. You can buy sheets at Walmart, and there's so many thread count, and you can buy I don't have any, but I've heard of people buying Egyptian cotton and spending a couple $1,000s for a set of sheets. It's all how tight the weave is and what the fabric's made out of. And canvas is also like that. So you can buy like cheap canvas, which is not a very good weave. It's very bumpy and so forth. And then linen is probably some of the best, which is very smooth, right? So board is very smooth and allows you to get detail in it. Good for portraits and stuff like that, because you can really get the detail. But that's why people do board. The reason it's hard to do board, conversely, it's hard to do board from large, because it's heavy. Canvas is lighter. But
You suppose you do bigger ones.
yeah. So I don't know if I hope that answers your question, but that would be probably the main reason. Well, I think this one's pretty close to finish. What do you think, John?
Well, we have a question. Are there multiple focal points on these paintings, or how do you know what is the focal points?
Well, it's usually where the lightest light and the darkest dark is. In my place, it's probably up here with this.
Oh, that's interesting. I was going to go down
In here?
up a little bit to the left.
Right here.
Oh, no, other left. There. I was going to go there. Because you have that really dark triangle right there.
Yeah, but I think
and the waves right there.
To me, I think it's this one.
Isn't that interesting? It's all a point of perspective, too. And she's also looking at it live versus what we're looking through.
Yeah, just sort of. To me, it's this wave up here.
Yeah. See, now you're emphasizing it. You want it to be the winner.
Yeah.
I know what you're doing.
Yeah. Now again, I didn't keep these. I didn't really trace these rocks on that much.
I think it's good. I think you did another outstanding job on them.
Thank you.
I really liked how you ended up doing that water. That was just kind of freaked me out, going off the reservation.
Yeah, but you see how it feels more like a beach now.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I understand what you did. Well, it's got water over it. It was just very clever how you did that.
Yeah. That was our shadow here. Okay, so I'm going to put this one away.
Yeah, I would.
And we're going to finish the sun. We're going to finish this one.
Oh, that's looking good too.
But that's rock one is one you could put your toes in the water and feel good.
Doesn't
It's
it?
kind of that. Has that sort of feeling about it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we do with the here? So what we want to have here going is we want a stripe. So we want a white line going down like this. Okay? And then we want something in here like that. All right? So what we're going to do is we're going to tape it. We're going to do like this because it's going to be narrower at the horizon line. It's where this horizon line, remember, is where the sky meets the earth, right? There are no mountains. This is the white line here. I'm going to burnish that down. And it's really not a white line. It's kind of a white-blue line. So I don't want it totally white. It's sort of an off-white. Okay. Then I want this other one. Which doesn't do that. It does this. This. Yeah. And we're only going to put a couple of these in. This is our dotted line. So this will only do a couple. You know, like about like yay. So
Mona would say that the gingerism for how you painted the water and sand, genius is happening in this room.
oh, thank you.
She's going for bonus points now besides staying up
Absolutely.
forever.
That's right. Okay. Now, there's a little tiny white sign down here at the end. Let's do our smaller brush. Okay, that makes kind of shorten those a little bit. Okay, so that brush is too fat for that, so let's just skinny it up. Just suggest a little something on those trees. It's just like a little poles. Okay, that's too wide too, but I can come back and skinny that up. I'll just paint them in there and then skinny it up. And then there's a bright green one down here. That's even brighter than you can imagine. Little bright green sign down there. Just was fun, right? And then we want some orange. Coming this way. The advantage of having an orange sky. Now, this is a little dark for me, right there, these clouds. So I'm going to just lighten those up because they dried a little bit darker than I like. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this zinc white, kind of cover them up like that. And I want a little bit of this turquoise color up in here. As I move these clouds down here, I go for a little pink. That's the thing, when you get too much paint on your brush, just take this and work it around. There we go. I'm going to soften those. Let's see if I could do a little bit more dramatic something right here. This is dry enough where I should be able to. Okay, I didn't play with skies a little bit. It's kind of fun. But then I'd say that I want this to be like that. And there's our road. And here's our kind of dark blue line here. And do something kind of light right here. And that is the drive to Florida, you guys. It's on the road again kind of thing. So those are our two paintings like that. And
Look good.
I think they were pretty successful, don't you? We didn't have any cars, none of that car stuff, right?
Nope. No tractors. No birds.
Let's just thin these up a bit. Just suggest something up and down there, but really, how fun is that? Just there, I like that. All right, so let's take a look and see what we got, all right? So, we've got that looks pretty good in that gold frame, doesn't it?
Wait. What do you think the people are seeing?
Nothing. Check that out.
Oh yeah, that's a keeper there. Oh, lost that battery.
So I think that one's kind of cool. We can see what it looks like with the other frame, but I think that one.
I don't think it'd be a
I think
winner.
the gold is. I think the gold is it, don't you?
Yeah.
Just not the same feeling at
No,
all.
it's not even the
Can't
same
do
painting.
that, right? Well, those are good things to show people because you wouldn't otherwise. You wouldn't necessarily know. Here's this one with our beach, and that's kind of pretty, isn't it?
That was good in that
That's
one.
really nice and beachy, I think.
Yeah.
That has a great feeling of the rocks and the beach and all that, right?
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, it's just sometimes, and not all the time, but sometimes if you just do these quick sketches like this, what is this about an hour each or hour for both? Now this isn't bad, but it's just how it takes away from the picture. But that other one,
That doesn't, no. That needs to go with the sunset, and the other one needs to go with that one.
yeah. So those are those pictures, you guys, and that's what we got. We're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna stand up and move. We started at 5 o'clock, and what time is it?
You started at 4, and it's 11. Only 7 hours.
Okay.
You bang it. What are we on? What are these guys? Oh, you didn't go in order.
No.
Nice going, so I don't know anymore. You did that on purpose.
Want to put my sign down here better. All right, so let's see. We've got these two, and then take a break. So we'll be back in about. Everybody, take a break. We'll be back in like 5 minutes.
All right. Stopping that recording. And I don't know what I got. Nothing that long. Oh, how about my shipping video? Getting to be the holiday season.
Sure. How long is that?
7 minutes.
Yeah, that's perfect.
All right. Sit back and learn how to ship.
Okay, you asked for it. Here's the first one being shipped out. And let me just back it up a little bit here. This is all being shot on an iPhone. External microphone, because I don't know where I'm going to be. And seeing how I can't see what's back there, you get to see my hands down here. Typically what we do is, I have to get the seal for that. We have the painting, fully shellacked. That's varnish. I just like the word shellac. So it's fully varnished, ready to go, signed, sealed, and delivered. Sent a couple postcards. Tells a little bit about Jinja and some other propaganda type material. It goes in a bag. And before we do all that though, it gets covered in parchment. So let me just pop over here for a half a second, which is way on the other side of the room, where the stuffy staff is busy working on the paperwork, as they should be, and we need our official embossing seals, which I happen to have. And needless to say, my hand gets very tired after doing 100 of these things. All right, so first things first. We're going to go ahead and seal, put the seal on. Little gold seal, signed by Miss Ginger herself. And this goes on in a certain spot so it'll fit. That's why I had a little guide there to help remind me. It tells the name of the painting, the size, the material that's not spelled correctly. Drat, stretched. I think I'm missing a T. And that's what makes it unique. So every single one of these are going to have stretched spelled wrong. Well, that's what makes it us. All right, these guys all get slipped into an envelope. I don't write on the envelope or do anything in the envelope with hope that you guys can reuse the envelope. All right, that goes there. Now we bring the painting over. And the bigger paintings, they get wrapped in parchment. Parchment will not stick to this. And you got to make it big enough because you have to tuck it in, because I've never found any tape that sticks on parchment. So I put it face down. I put it on a diagonal, on an angle like this. All right. So what I can do is I can wrap it over, and I'm going to pause, and I tuck it in, just like that. Let me see if you can see that activity. Let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit closer for that. Bring that down about like yay. All right. Bring it around, fold it over, just tuck it in. Just has to hold it long enough because we put it into a plastic bag after that. This just gives that little extra protection, like that. No tape involved. Little plastic bag, I have various sizes. If it comes out, that wasn't quick enough, just slip it back in there again. If you keep it upside down and slip it into the bag, it's the best way to do it. Because once it's in there, you don't care, because it's all protected then. All right, you can seal the bag like yo. A little piece of, there we go. One of those things that sticks everywhere. Static electricity drives me nuts. There we go. And we fold it up like that. So that and that will go into a box. We still, let's back it up just a little bit for the box activity. Oh, about like there. And this is going priority mail. These you get free at the U.S. Postal Service. Now, if you're an international folk, I'm sure you guys have something similar. And they're free because you're going to be using their shipping, so they give you the boxes for free. Peel the tape off. Now, you just don't throw it in there. No, 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 no. We are big Amazon fans, so we have a lot of Amazon bags running around. So first thing we'll do is we'll slip the painting into one of our Amazon bags, like that. A little extra protection, right? And we have some bubble wrap, again, from various orders we get. We recycle everything we possibly can because we can, and it's cost effective for us. Wrap it up like yay. As a matter of fact, let me flip this right in there too. Like that. That like that. And into the box. Now that is still pretty big box in there. So a lot of times I have these little, what do they call these things? They're airbags. If you break them apart, you can reuse them if you need to have a different size to take up some of the cush. So what we'll do is slip a couple down the bottom. Wrap that back in there again. I hope I'm not too far on the edge there. There we go. Put a couple across the top. I bet that's too tall, am I? Yep. Let me back up a little bit. And let me tip it up a little bit. You know, I'm not sure how much you saw of that. That's what you get when you have a one-man operation and a stuffy staff doing other stuff. But there you go. Peel it. Seal it. And now, since it's flat rate, I just have to put the person's, what I do is I put their initials and their zip code, which I don't know hers offhand, but I know she's in Texas and I'll know who it is. And that's all there is to it. That is the first one ready to go. All right, we'll do a couple more of these, but let's see how this one comes out before we get too crazy. Any questions, put them down below. That's a wrap, people.
All right. Hope that helped you with your holiday gift packing of paintings.
John is the best packer there is. If you want to, watch that video a couple times, if you really want to understand how to pack your stuff, you can pay somebody like UPS at their store. They'll pack it for you, but you really want to be able to do it yourself. Okay.
It's not hard to do.
All right, you guys, since our last two, we're down to the count.
Yeah, we dropped off number 13. That was just a spare case.
We're only going to do the 12, right?
The dozen.
Yeah, so we're going to start with, we spent our friend Linda, who was on the trip with us, and Janny's friend, who became now our friend. We've sort of claimed her. Sorry, Janny. She's now our friend too. Yeah. Linda has, I guess, 6 sisters, and she spent every time we had a fancy meal, she photographed diligently everything and sent it to them. And finally, the response she got was, "Don't you guys ever do anything else
Besides
eat? And that's all you do is eat." But there was some pretty magnificent food being offered.
And we'll have more paintings of those for the Academy for sure. We have some other meals to share with you.
You didn't set my pictures up here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I trained you.
Yeah, okay, I got it myself, all by myself. Anyway, all right, so the first thing we're going to do, because we've got some red strawberries, is we're going to paint these white. All right.
If you want your red to really pop.
We're going to come over here and kind of paint these white.
So this is a strawberry cheesecake, and boy, was it delish.
Oh, I'm telling you. And then the best food, people always say, well, what was the best cruise? Because we did a carnival for 10 days, and
that was very good food.
And that was good food. And then we did the Wonder of the Seas, which is Royal Caribbean's newest ship.
For 14 days.
For 14 days.
It was
Yeah, it was
as compared to what else we've been having.
It was okay, but then when we got on Virgin, their whole thing was to hire what they call those Michelin chefs, which are not tire people, but actually food people.
It's a foodie ship.
And yeah, this ship is all about food.
Oh, wait, we're not recording. Rat.
What?
All right. Sorry, folks. We're a little late on the drawing on this one. I have to do a little backpedaling here. Ginger just traced on the images, which you've seen done thousands of times. She's painting down the white. If you can pull that picture over just for a half a second there. No, the other way. That one. This is what we're painting. And now she put down a bunch of white for where the strawberries are, so they'll come out beautiful. Nice and red. I forgot to start the recording when it's up helping you.
Oh, my goodness, John. So we haven't been live?
No, we've been live. We're always live. I'm doing a separate recording for each two.
Oh.
Instead of having a 20-hour video that nobody can go through.
Sure.
To find anything.
All right, so.
That's why I had you doing two.
Okay.
So you didn't miss much. That's all I'm going to say.
So now I'm going to take some.
You guys are smart enough to figure it out.
So this is sort of a peach color from my plate. Kind of more of a brown, though. Kind of a brown peach. And again, the dark green wasn't probably the best choice, but if you were going to, I probably would have done it brown, maybe, and not green, but I don't think it really matters. At this point, we're going to put enough paint on here where it just won't. And just want burnt sienna and brown and white. It's basically what I'm painting in here, like this. And we'll get this covered. Yeah, when you're doing the plate, you've got to keep the brush strokes going how you think they should be. So don't, you can maybe do a little up and down up here, but you really want to be aware that this line would be coming through here and attaching to this, right? So you want to keep that oval of the plate, and you want to have the brush strokes in a circular pattern like that. Now the rest of this is going to be sort of this fun blue purple color. And
I didn't know Virgin had a cruise ship. Yeah, they have 3 right now. 4th one's being released next year.
No, they have 2 right now. The 4th is going to be released.
Wait a minute.
They have 2 right now, and the third one's
going to be released.
This, and then the 4th one will be released
right after that, and then they're going to do another 4 after that.
And they are. Tell you what. First off, there's no kids allowed.
18 and over.
18 and over, and you know, on most cruise ships, there's so much noise, and it seems to me over the years they've gotten noisier. Every 5 minutes, they're blaring something on the loudspeaker, and you should go
No,
play
that's on the
bingo
other
or
ships.
come see an art show, or you're sound asleep and then they feel like they've got to announce something. And this one, I at some point the captain gave us the little speech when you get on. Then we never heard from him again, and I was basically concerned that maybe there wasn't a captain, because finally I said, "Is anybody up there at the helm there?" Because he
Anybody actually working
then
up
finally,
there?
before we crossed the Atlantic, he gave us a weather report, and then John and I got a tour of the bridge, which is where they steer the boat, and there's no wheel or anything. It's all computers. It's so interesting.
There's a little baby joystick, and
Yeah.
I'm talking 2-inch high little joystick.
And they and someone's always in the bridge, and then the second officer in the ship there were the second and third most important people besides the captain were both women, which you like to see that, don't you? Women oftentimes are not given the opportunity to be as successful, and particularly in that field.
Yes,
They don't.
the first mate was a captain. She has her captain's license. She's been doing it 12 years, and then the second mate was 7 years, and I don't think she has her captain's license yet. She's working on it.
So
And they were running a ship.
that's kind of neat, right?
I think so.
So yeah, we thought it was, yeah, just sort of a neat thing, right? So
But they by far they're going to teach everybody else how cruising should be done.
yeah, exactly. So, and I'll tell you what, it was so quiet and lovely. They don't do announcements. They figure if you want to go see something or play bingo or go to something, that you can go find it yourself. If you're over 18, you ought to be able to find it without having someone blare stuff in your ear. And I found that completely nice, didn't you, John? That just,
Man,
oh my
I tell
gosh,
you,
that was.
it was so much quieter after getting off the Wonder of the Seas. That ship was so noisy. It was the noise level was unbelievable.
Yeah, I really just disliked it a lot. And then another reason the noise level was so high, it felt to me like on other ships I've been on, I don't hear the people in the next room. And we had a couple with a little baby in the next room to us, and I could hear her crying at night. And conversely, when we were on the Carnival ship, there was also a baby in the next room.
It was like 10 years older.
And we never heard that
peep from
child.
kid.
So that to me is very interesting to me, right? That that there would be that big a discrepancy between and that's, in fact, all the times we've been cruising in the last 7 years, I've never heard anybody in the next cabin except
Not like we did on that one ship.
except there was one time where we heard somebody, and that was because the guy was, I think, throwing his girlfriend against the wall, and she was screaming, and we did hear that and report it. And he was mad because she had given her phone number out to some strange guy at the bar after he'd taken her on a cruise. So probably.
So how's that working for you, bud?
Well, that there's something to be said about the people really sometimes, if there's a lot of drinking going on, particularly young people, they maybe don't see the consequences right away of certain actions. And boy, she sure heard about it because he was hopping mad, right?
Yeah.
So right now I'm just laying in some colors, and that's really all I can do.
How long do acrylic paint tubes last? Some of my paint is getting chunky. The earth tone would be the burnt umbers and things like that have actual clay in them will get chunky. We have paint that's
20 years old.
Cinnamon.
20 years old?
Yeah, 20, 25 years old. Still works fine. Depends on the bringing and how it's been stored. If it freezes a couple of times, then it won't work. Golden can be frozen, what do they say, 3 times for theirs?
Mm-hmm.
But most of them don't like to be frozen.
So there's sort of a school of thought that when you're buying paint, the time of year you buy it is important because you may live in a warm climate, it may be coming from a warm climate, but if they have to travel across the country, it may be traveling, and where places are not warm. Does that make sense? It's very cold. And then so there's a truck stop, and someone had to stop and eat or whatever. All right, so we just kind of laid that out there. That's that one. Now let's do our bougainvilleas, you guys. So we got a purple background here because we've got some rocks and so forth, and we got the flowers. And what I want to do now is just get some. I want to just get some colors back in here like that. And I think I'm missing some burnt umber. We used an awful lot of paint tonight. What's this? That's probably the last of the burnt umber on this.
No, that one tube, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. No more out of this. You gave me a brand new one or something.
I gave that new one.
Well, I thought you did.
I did. It was a Matisse.
Yeah, but I don't know why I'm not seeing it.
Baby tube.
Oh, let's see it. You know, people always ask us, so what about, we use that to Matisse. So I used to use Matisse because Jerry's Artorama used to carry it. And then what happened was that they quit carrying it. And you just, I ended up with a lot of it, and it's just, they used to have a very good price on it. So it was a good paint to use for that reason. But, and it's a very good quality paint, but it has to come a long ways.
It comes from Australia.
And it actually used to be cheaper in the States than you could buy it in Australia because they wanted to get it out to the public. So they
made it cheap for us.
Yeah, they made it really cheap for us. So basically what we're putting in some of our darks. And again, we could have used a dark canvas, but we had to have some paint on here anyway for some texture. So we're just going to go ahead and do that. And let's see, where's my other picture? Need something dark up here. A little Payne's gray. And I think some of the things that we saw a lot of, particularly in Greece, we saw a lot of bougainvillea flowers. They were really nice. And
pretty common flower.
There's some. I thought they had some very unusual colors. Didn't you, John?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of different ones we don't get.
Yeah, or maybe they're more, we don't see them in Texas. The thing is, we can get bougainvilleas in Texas, for sure. But what happens is that they freeze. So we could be going along years and everything's great, and then we get a freeze, and it's not so great anymore. Now see, I'm doing a lot of tapping with this rock, this lighter rock up here. So all this is all wet paint, so when I put this rock in, I kind of get these shapes. I can get a lot of different grays going because my background already was wet. And this is where you have to kind of let go a bit. If you try to be too precise, it's going to make you crazy. So this is what you want. You see, I'm just sort of putting in the shape of the rocks, kind of moving along, not thinking too much about it. And those are where my main rocks are going to be. And again, there'll have to be some lights and darks on this. Just to sort of play with the shapes a little bit here. Vary that a little bit. And just put a little brown up in here, maybe. I think I did a video one time and showed you how to do rocks with a sponge, which is kind of fun too. But we want to get started with something, so we're just gonna. Yeah, I know that looks like, it just looks like a hot mess, doesn't it? And
It really does right now. And what is this a painting of?
bougainvillea,
Uh-huh.
see? But red only paints well over white. So those flowers that we put on the bougainvillea flowers are going to have to be all white before we can put them. But so this is where we're just going to just leave that alone and let it dry. And I know that doesn't look like anything. And that's where you got to have a little faith, right? And that's the fun point of watching, I think, maybe for people watching these videos, to see how we get from that to this. You know what I mean? How did that happen? How did
It's
we get
magic.
there? So that's always a good question, isn't it? How did we get there?
How do you get there from here?
I definitely don't want that color on there, so I'm going to wipe it off. Okay, I want sort of a light green color. That's going to kind of a grade green, blue grade green. That's going to be the color of that's the shadow color of my whipped cream. So let's just put that in like that. Okay, that's the shadow color. Yes and yes. Sounds like a plan, right? And then we know that it's very bright yellow. I don't know if you know that, but I noticed it right up here. I may need some clean water, John. I'm not getting with the colors here. You're doing white. There you go. Okay, so there's the top of this, and it's kind of a bright, happy yellow. There's a little bit of a shadow here. And then on the bottom of this cake, there's a red line here. This was a great dessert. It's hard to tell now. I appreciate
Looks
the
like
fact.
you have a pile of marshmallows there.
Well, again, people, when you want to paint, if you're going to paint something light, the red's gotta be white. It's got to be white. And let's see, we have a little running on here already. A little bit too much water on that brush. All right, so let's change brushes. Okay, so I'm going to soften this background up here. I want some blues and stuff up in here like this. And a little bit of this purple. And again, when you do another layer of something, it's just rather than just do the one thing. Let's get a little bit of purple in this corner.
It's 4:35 a.m. in Ireland.
Oh, is somebody hanging in there with us?
Olivia just joined us.
Oh my gosh.
She's suffering from insomnia, so what else would you do but come join us?
Hi. Well, this is our last two paintings in the marathon. You missed the wedding video, but you can go back and watch it.
Well, that's posted now.
You can go back and catch our wedding video if you want.
Yeah, you find it So I have Liz check for that, see if it's been released.
Using the side of my brush, making circles and sort of blending these colors in so that they'll sort of melt into something else. Okay.
Yep, wedding videos has been released.
Wow, that's cool, John. That was a piece of wonderful kind of purpley chocolate that was sticking up there, see?
Well, that was delicious. I like that part. That was a good one.
Okay, there you go. There's that. Now let's do another layer on the plate. Now I'm going to just turn the picture a little bit. Again, you can't get this the first go around. You got to have
Layers.
the polymer on the paint grabs the next layer.
Oh, you had a special term you were using for that too. Oh, I hope you wrote that one down. That was clever when you had that brilliant thought.
They shake hands. You want some light and dark on the plate. And then we have to have more white on this. That was just the first layer. You better be thinking of something because I'm going to have to, I've got both of these going, but I'm going to have to dry something. If you want a really fine red, you've got to have enough white.
Yeah, to make sure it's a good solid white. That's 2 or 3 layers. It
Yeah.
is titanium.
Yeah.
If you're covering over a dark color.
But we had to have that to, I missed where this came out. Came out like that, the chocolate. Okay. Now, I'm going to just, I don't know, let's try the other one now. We'll switch. Don't know that this is pretty wet. Let's see what we can do with that. Okay. Oh. All right.
He has a plan. Plan of attack.
I don't know if we can get this or not. Let's get some more paint out. Nothing ruins a project like running out of paint.
Oh, I hear you there. Especially if you're painting.
There you go. See what I mean?
No, it's kind of a key.
Okay, if I don't want this to all melt into one picture, then that has to dry. All right, so far so good? Yes and yes?
Well, I'm going to have to say yes because I believe in you. But I think if I turn that in for a pack, you'd say, and this is what?
Oh, you little faith. You gotta roll your brush around sometimes when you're trying to do something. Okay, we get a little bit of brown on the rock here. Now I'm just following the light source that's in my picture because I kind of like it. So that's kind of where I'm going with that. Okay, and then we've got now because this isn't dry, we're not going to have as much of an effect. Well, we're going to have to dry this. We can't keep going. But that's our... All right, so we have two pennies that needs dry. So you guys, I know it's late, but we got to dry them. I'm sorry. No
Oh, you're
way
so
around
close.
it. We got to dry them both.
Bear with the
Last
noise.
two. Okay.
People want to know what brushes have you been using.
Oh, that's a dagger brush.
It's an unusual one.
Yeah, that's a dagger brush. Those are fun. Because they make if you got long lines, this is a 1/4 inch silver dagger, straight dagger. Okay, so now this might be one where gels could be interesting. These were two good ones to do at the end because they both require some, glazing. Okay. Again, this is something kind of fun. We're looking down onto the picture. No, we're so. What did you say? She had a hairy brush here?
A what?
What were you talking about? A hairy brush? This is a very stiff one.
Yeah, that was the other one of the D's. It was the tan brushes. Just wondering what they would do. Oh, and give it a shot. I'm kind of liking it. It's giving it a little bit different effect than the other one did.
Well, yeah, because you're just kind of, it's very bristly. You're just kind of poking down on it like that. Put some blue tones in the stones. A little bit of purple.
It's all about colors. It has more than one color. How often do we hear that?
Well, you hear it a lot from me because it's true.
It's true.
That's why you hear it so much from me. That's true. This is sort of an interesting brush for that. Okay. All right, so we're going to let that sit there like that. Now, let's come back and see what we can do with this one. Because we've dried that. All right, back. All right, here we go, you guys.
Here's our cheesecake. Doesn't look too tasty quite yet.
Oh, don't be judging.
It will be before she's done.
Don't be judging, man. We got it. you get the wrong color on, just wipe your brush off and start again. Because the far side of this has got to be, this your darker side. And this has got to be your, kind of this side of your plate. So you've got, so it's going to take a little bit of time, but that's what marathons are all about, right?
Absolutely. The more the merrier.
Okay, so we exaggerate the colors a little bit, but not too much. All right, we need a smaller brush. All right, let's do the whipped cream. Let's get some more white out that's not contaminated.
Those new brushes are from what, Raphael?
Yeah.
Raphael's the new brushes.
Well, we just tried them out, you know.
They're just trying them. We're not sure they're even in the country yet.
Cinnamon asked me to try. Well, Cinnamon gives me a lot of stuff, and some of the problems has been that I just play with them, and you never see them on the air. So if I'm going to give you something, you better put it on the air, man. And that's fair. I get it.
Yeah.
You know, I do. I get it. Okay. I'm just going into yellow on top of dark green. And the green's wet, and just highlighting that. That little sprig of whatever that is. Probably a mint, wouldn't you think?
Yes, it was mint.
Oh, you tasted it?
No, I don't really like mint. But I know what it is.
Oh.
Not like you. I don't turn up my nose to all green things.
Oh, well. Each their own. Okay. All right, so far so good. Now let's get into the reds. So we want a dark burgundy red for in between the strawberries.
Kind of shadow areas between them.
Mm-hmm. It's sort of a magenta purple color. We'll add a little red to it.
Now we have a sea of marshmallows swimming in raspberry sauce.
That's not a bad dessert. Could do worse.
Sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
Like I say, you could do worse.
It could be.
So where's our um,
What you be looking for, Queenie?
luminous rose?
Look over on the right side, left side there. There you go. You're in the right area.
Yeah.
You're gonna bring out the big guns, aren't you?
Different reds. That's naphtha red deep. Now we're going to just put this aside because this has to dry. All right, let's back to this dry a little bit. Okay. So
Oh, that's doing it. That white makes all the difference.
oh yeah. This is luminous rose, and you just can't get this pink any other way. Bougainvilleas come in a lot of different colors, so you wouldn't have to paint them this color. You could paint them some other, they come in orange, and we saw some really pretty ones. Could look it up, but
You got some gorgeous ones there.
Hmm?
Yeah, gorgeous ones there.
Oh, yeah, didn't they? Okay, let's take a little bit of red now. Put some of the shadow parts on here. So there's some shadowy areas if you look at these on the petals. Some of the darker reds than others. So you don't have to be too exact, but just know that that's what's happening with these. So the lightest pink area, which is over the white, that's your lightest area. So like a watercolor, we're doing this from light to dark. Okay? That's how we're putting these little flowers in. Now, a little tiny brush. No, as late as we are, just keep in mind that poor John's going to stay up late and wash all these brushes.
Lucky me.
Okay. Want kind of a purpley shadow color here, sort of a combination of, there we go, some sort of blue purpley color.
That's looking like shadow. You
On
can't
these
fool me.
stones.
I know you and your shadows.
Okay, so we've got some nice kind of ground stuff here. We'll vary how dark some of these shadows are. Now, these guys get little tiny white dots. They're almost like a yellow-green. Okay, and then you get these light green leaves right here. Let's see, I want a different color than that. We don't want to overdo it, but we've got a couple of green leaves here. Now we're going to let that dry. And back to our raspberries, strawberries. Okay, so okay, now let's quite getting the yellow I want. Maybe I just have to layer it a bit more. Okay.
Starting to come to life.
Starting? I think so, huh? Well, you've got to get the thing is the contrast here with the pastry. And there's a little purple shadow right here. That helps a little bit. Back behind it like that. So that that's sort of sticking out. And then there's okay, so now we've got there's that. Now what we've got to do is glaze over these. So we want to have this. Is this glazing medium? What did you get? That's GAC.
Glazing medium's over on the side. I can get it for you. You want some glazing?
Yes.
All
I
right.
have to glaze the strawberries.
We can do that.
While he's getting that, I will go ahead and put the one color on I need at the bottom.
Right here. Clean this. I got you on that and liquid glazing medium.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Right here.
I'm going to have to do this one more time and dry it to get this quite the way I want this shape. Now we got to, there's certain strawberry shapes that we have to have that are just kind of key.
What brush are you using now?
Just a little tiny angle. Okay.
A little 1/4 inch one.
So I'm going to just give that a quick dry and then we'll keep going. So you guys just bear with me. Okay. Yeah, I think I have something to put the glazing medium in. I think I've got this right here. And you said, where'd you put it?
It was right there in front of you, right underneath the iPad.
Satin glazing?
Yeah, you know what you wanted?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to take some of this red color, this cad red. Make sure there's no white on your brush. Whoops. Let me get that in there. Don't want blue raspberry strawberries. Okay. Let's try that again.
It's a good looking color.
Well, when you're glazing something like this, you can't just do one coat. If you
No,
try
have
to
to
put it
build it
on
up.
too thick, and so the first coat really doesn't work. All right? You can't just do one. You've got to do maybe several. It means you got to dry in between. So we're going to do that. We've got to just do thin coats. Okay. Now then, okay, we got to dry that. Now we want a deep burgundy color. We need to put some of our dark back. You see, it's the contrast of the purple red and the very light glaze. And the trick is that wherever you've done this, got to have something kind of light next to it. Yeah, it's starting to show up now.
Starting to look like strawberries, that's for sure. Then we started to carve them out a little bit more. So then we're going to take that same light color, third time's the charm maybe on this one, right? What?
Third time's the charm maybe on this one, on this cake.
Yeah. Darkened up a little bit on you.
Yeah, there's our little cake here. Need that a little brighter. Now, take some white and red. It's starting to look more like strawberries, yes and yes.
Yes.
Didn't we
and
have
yes.
a CAD red light? We owned a CAD red light. We used
It
to.
wasn't in the group that I would put together for you today.
That was a new color we're using all the time a couple of months ago. Cad red light, we use that just almost more than cad red or anything. Cad red light. Doesn't ring a bell, huh?
I remember us having it, but I don't recall whose. Probably Holbein.
Yeah. Well, we don't have it, so. Okay, so I'm going to kind of a dark outline on this flower right here. Or this strawberry right there. Now, what we got to do is just a few places. I think we're coming pretty close to this dessert. What do you think, John?
I think it's starting to look a little more tastier than it did.
Okay, so we've got that. And we've got okay, so we've got the all right, now let's pull something light on this plate. I think I need a bigger brush than the one I'm just using. Probably need one like this to kind of finish this plate off. Kind of running out of room to paint here, but with my paints all messed up. You wouldn't try to do this much painting normally with this palette without cleaning it. It's all right.
I think you did quite marvelous with it.
You think so?
I think so.
It's just well, that sort of yellow look to it coming around these strawberries because it's pretty. Okay.
PJ would like to say, I have to say, I am really seeing my packs from Ginger making a great effect on my painting. Thank you, Ginger. Pack Personal Art Coaching.
Oh, I'm so glad because we do a lot of that, and I see such an improvement. And everybody that plays with us takes advantage of it, and I wish everybody had the chance to do it because it really does make a big difference. John and I have seen it, and
Oh,
we can
absolutely.
pretty much tell you that it does. The secret to I think we're getting really close to the end of these strawberries as far as what needs to happen. This one needs to be a bit lighter. That little peak there. I think this brush is too big, so I need something smaller to do that with. Because it's not really white. It's sort of it's an off-white, kind of a red. But one thing about it, I'll tell you, if you get discouraged on these strawberries, just stop and paint them white again and start again. Don't, because you can do that.
Don't keep messing with them.
Yeah, you can, if you've lost it, either dry them or just go ahead and paint them white again a little bit somewhere. Then we want to put a few little dots. Well, I think we're getting it. Just want to kind of blend that plate around. You know, ovals are the things that give people the most trouble, not these strawberries, but getting the plate, I think, is probably one thing that will, you know, can get you going. Well, I would say we were pretty close to.
Yes, this is the last auction until next year.
Well, the glazing makes a difference, doesn't it, on these guys?
Oh, it makes it look so much whiter, juicier, tastier. Absolutely.
And red's kind of those colors that needs a couple coats to really show up good. But I'd say I think that looks pretty good to me. Gotta tell you. That was a nummy dessert, wasn't it? All right, let's do something dark under here.
That was a good dessert.
I'm going to suggest a bit of a table back here just because it's a plate and it's sitting on here, and I don't want to put a tablecloth, but I'm just going to suggest a bit of a table. Having seen it, right, what we've got here? Yeah, because now we've given our plate somewhere to be,
Yeah.
right?
Give it a foundation, a home,
Yeah.
a steadiness.
And, I mean, we could still have something light, but doesn't have to be that dark, but we do want to sit there. And I don't even mind just fading this out a little bit. It's not such a hard line, but we're still going to suggest that there's somewhere that plate is. How's that? There's our whipped cream. There's our chocolate piece, which was weird. But that's our dessert, you guys, and I think that's fairly successful. And how to glaze strawberries. I mean, that's a good one. And we've got another painting where we have strawberries that we've glazed. So I think this is a good one for that. And so here's the other one. I want to do a couple more things to this, and we're going to call it a night. What do you think?
I think you've done marvelous.
This is where we're going to do a little glazing on these. I'm going to take the pink, this pink color. Not everywhere, just a few places where we want it a little darker. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. There we go. Now, how about a little couple of grasses coming this way? Okay. I say you just want something dark right in there to kind of separate this rock from that flower. And like so, I think we're pretty good. Well, you guys, learned a lot about glazing, and this last little bit probably was some of the most educational as far as painting rocks and glazing and all that stuff. Wouldn't you say, John?
I would say so. Best for last. I don't know. You got a lot of the.
And as far as maybe teaching stuff people didn't know.
Jenny is still with us.
Jenny?
Either that or she just came back.
Well, she
I
wasn't
haven't seen her in a while.
You better not be staying up, girl. You weren't feeling well. Past your bedtime. Hey, Jenny, are you feeling better? I hope so. All right, you guys, I was going to call it quits on both of these. I think we've painted our desserts and we have painted our bougainvillea. And
now, the auction site will have these actual paintings up there probably later tomorrow.
you're not going to stay up and I'll put them up?
After the 15,000 brushes I have to wash?
Yeah, after those. Really?
It is still early.
Yeah, could have that done. Just soak them for a little bit. You don't have to wash them right away.
I don't do that, sorry.
Okay. All right, so let's try some frames, see what we got. You guys, let's get excited about this. These are our last pictures. All right, so here's our strawberry dessert, where we learned a little bit about glazing.
Oh, yeah, that's gold.
And I think here's our gold frame. Yeah? Ooh, makes me hungry. How about you guys? Does it make you hungry?
Oh, yeah.
I see something I could do.
Of course you do. Don't be silly.
Well, and here's why. I'd like to... This kind of climbs around the back of this, like that. And I'd like this strawberry to come up a little bit higher, like that. Because I just feel like it needed to do that. And acrylics dry a little bit darker sometimes. You may have noticed that. And I just, wow.
It darkens down on you.
Green and red are complements, so I want that light green there to be there. And I'm going to say that I've got to bring the yellow. This has to come around a little further, like that. This lemon part here has to come around, like that a little bit more. It was just, Finally.
That's looking good now.
Mm-hmm.
And more
Now
of
I'm feeling the whipped cream. Are
a,
you
yeah, a little
feeling
bit
the
more
whipped
whippy
cream?
creamy.
It's a perfect brush to do that with too, because you get those nice little angles, right?
Yep.
So that's one of the tricks about strawberries, is that they have these little sparklies. Okay, I'll stop. But I feel
See
like we got
now.
that, and I think that's the frame for that, don't you?
Yeah.
All right, so let's see the frame for this one. See if this gold one will work for this too. There we go. I kind of like this gold one too for this,
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
don't you? That's a nice one. You're looking down. Again, it's like the ocean. You're looking down at it, as opposed to, you're looking down at it, which I think is kind of neat. And you've got the different textures with the grasses and the rocks. I'll show you the dark one. We'll finish up. We've got a total of 12 paintings in all.
A dozen.
And that's kind of neat. And I think that, we started at 4 o'clock, and here it is, what time?
12:40.
Oh my gosh, John. So,
It's a lousy 8.5 hours. Come on.
oh, you know what? I like this frame really well.
Yeah, that one looks nice too.
Huh?
I think it has to go with the rest of the decor of the room, but that looks good.
Mm-hmm. So there you have it, you guys. Here's your flowers. And I think we've got some nice ones. And then you've got your strawberries, which I think came out really nice too. Like the gold on this one, but I like this frame on this one. So thanks for watching. We'll be back on Monday with a regular, not insane show. Just.
Oh, I don't know. Let's do it again.
So, well, thanks for hanging out with us. And remember, when does the auction close, John?
It closes on the 14th. That's a week from Monday.
Okay. So gingercookauction.com, and check out the final paintings. And like I say, this was sort of a spontaneous thing. We thought about it when we were traveling and thought, let's share our vacation with you guys through paintings. And I hope you enjoyed it, and our crazy stories about Donkey Hill. And I hope you liked our wedding video. And John and I thank you very much for all the well wishes and congratulations on our marriage. We're extremely happy. And we're happy to have you share it with us. Love you guys, and thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
See you Monday. Oh, we could do our exit. Wait a minute. I have that. There.
Ginger Cook, the queen of color, with a blazing brush at the speed of light, and a blank canvas, and a hearty yes and yes. The queen of color, Ginger Cook, and her sidekick, John Little, teach you to paint with acrylics.